I think it's okay. Hold on. Okay, wait, the game went away! Give me a second. So, oh well. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome, hello. Hi, Stream Elements. Nice to see, nice to see you as always. So I opened the game and it was full screen and I'm not used to that. So, and then, and then it's not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so it starts off, and it started off with these warnings, so I feel like I should put them on the screen. So this is Will, A Wonderful World, and I heard a lot of good things about this game, and because my friend recently finished it, and she was like, oh, it's really good, but it's also like a puzzle type of game, so, um, disclaimer is that, like, really dumb. So, just in case you don't get it, I'll give myself a time limit, and then, because I don't want to spend like 2 hours on one problem, right? So if I really get stumped, I will go look it up online. But yeah, and also something Steam did say that it is suited more for mature audiences. I don't think there's anything too explicit, but it's definitely not something that YouTube would enjoy. That's the idea. Okay. And the game is like it's like a, what do you call it? I think it's like you're playing God. That was the idea, and then you're like jumping around to a lot of different narratives from different people. Uh which sounds really cool, but again, I have no idea. Okay. Alright. Hopefully there's a screen later where I can minimize, or not minimize, but not make it full screen. Please pick a dark night, make some hot coffee, use some tissues, have some tissues ready, and put on your headphones. I had headphones. It's almost a dark night. I made milk tea, but it's not hot anymore, and there's a bug in it, so I don't want to drink it anymore, but I'm too lazy to toss it, so it's still there. So this check, check, check. Tissues ready. I don't have tissues, but I do have a roll of toilet paper. So I think that's probably counts as well. Perfect! We have everything on the checklist. Oh, here we go. WeChat! Oh shoot. Hopefully the sound isn't too loud. Nah, it's okay. I talk really softly, so. Okay. Um, Settings. Oh no. No, I don't want to turn it off. Just make it slightly softer. Skip text. Difficulty. Yeah. Mouse, English. Oh, here, window. Is there a. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Let me change it on stream. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Do 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 do. Wow. Is this a Chinese game? Cause there's WeChat here. Is this Weibo? Wait on. WMY Studio. An indie game developer from China! It is! Oh wow. Okay, well, more you know. Okay, dokie. I feel like I should have been able to guess that from the clothing. What is this? Oh, store. Duh. Okay, stop loitering. Go. Suitable for players who are not familiar with this type of game. Hints given in red text to help you navigate through the levels. You may change the difficulty at any time to challenge yourself. The door to a wonderful world is now open in front of you. We hope you're enjoying your adventure. Suitable for players who have natural gifts in logic and deduction. Ah, shit, that's not us. There will no longer be hints given in red text. As an advanced player, you may still change the difficulty level at any time if you encounter an obstacle during the game. You may also turn on hints for certain levels. Nevertheless, we have complete faith in your good luck. Yeah, nah. There was an urban legend. Write your troubles down on a note. Hold it in your hand at midnight and pray. God, please help me. Then God will hear your plea and change your fate. It was only a legend, though, that had gone viral for a brief period of time. Excerpt from Modern Urban Legends. Ooh. Oh, waking up? Oh, hello! Breathe, girl. My cursor doesn't show up. I guess that's on purpose. Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I? What happened? Oh no, there's a dog. You finally woke up! I've been waiting for so long, I was beginning to worry that you would never wake up. It's a talking dog, and it sounds like one. And are you my pet? My neighbor's dog, Fluffy? If your neighbor has this sort of dog, you should move. Are you my pet? Must stay calm. Oh. How dare you call me a pet? Do I look like a pet? Yes. Oh yeah. I am your servant, don't you remember? Servant? Servant? What is this talking dog going on about? Am I having a dream? Servant as in you could help me fetch the newspaper? Have you lost your memories? Lost my memories? Yeah, you fell down the stairs yesterday. What was I doing where I fell down the stairs? Then you passed out. I'm trying to sound a little bit higher. Because it is cute and I don't want it to be. Hi, welcome! Okay. It's a very dog sound, isn't it? That's not a dog sound. I thought you might have hit your head. I fell? But my head doesn't hurt anywhere, and there's no bruising. Anyway, let's both settle down a little. How about a quick test? Now look into my big, beautiful eyes. My eyes are bigger than yours, dog. And tell me, what is my name? Fluffy? Fluffy, my ass! Well, I guess you did. Yeah, I guess you really did lose your memories. My name is Will. Sometimes I go by Willie. Willie. Oh, is that so? Willie? That's your name? Okay. You should forget you have a talking dog. It's a very specific situation. Willie? Yes, Willie. Willy Wonka? No, it's just Willie. I don't own a chocolate factory. Also, don't you know that chocolate is dangerous for dogs? Actually, if you only give them a tiny bit, it's fine. And I know from Miko. Oh wait, I'm not a dog. Oh boy, it seems worse than I thought. Hey, you confused yourself first. Listen to me carefully. I'm not a dog, and you're not a human. That doesn't sound right. We are gods. What? Yes, that's right. We are gods. If we're gods, how did I fall down the stairs? How did you know what I was thinking just now? I am a god, of course I know. As gods, it is our job to change the fate of humans who ask for our help. Humans encounter all kinds of trouble in their lives, and sometimes they pray to us, hoping for miracles, as they call them. We can help them and grant their wishes. Or not. It's all up to you, of course. Wait, stop blabbing so fast. I don't understand what you're saying at all. I'm not blabbing, you're just too slow. I wake up, I lose my memories, and I get insulted by a dog. You know what? Let's start with job orientation, shall we? Come over here. It's time to do some work. Oh no, it's my worst nightmare. Oh no, are we starting already? I still don't have a clue what's going on. Besides, didn't you just tell me that we're gods? Why do gods have to do work? Don't lie to me just because I've lost my memories. I was not lying. In any case, if you don't touch today's work, we won't have any dinner tonight. Oh no. Fine. See that small red box? That is a message from the human today. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see what she has got herself into this time. so basically we're just a babysitter. I want to go home. Oh, my name is Li Wen. Li Wen. I'm a senior in Yina High School. Today I went to a nearby court to play tennis for the first time since I had moved to my new place. It was a very poorly maintained, is that a word? Court? So I guess hardly anyone ever uses it. The light over the tennis court is maintained. Stop using this word, I don't think it's real. By some of the residents themselves. The dim light bulb kept making a buzzing noise. 1, 2, 3. I had just hit all 30 of the balls that I had, so I picked up the now empty basket. I walked to the other side of the court and collected the balls before hitting them all again. Oh, I just realized there was a person there. No one else was on the tennis court. All I could hear was the sound of the balls hitting the All I could hear was the sound of the balls hitting my racket and then bouncing off the ground. It is a word? Shit. The light bulb flickered twice and went out. I picked up most of the balls and left the court, walking towards a small alley. I had walked through it earlier on my way to the court. The alley was always dark, no matter what time of day it was. I kept humming to myself quietly in my head just to be less scared. I arrived at my apartment and suddenly realized that my keys were not in my pocket. Oh no. I tried to think back. I must have left them on the tennis court. If the light hadn't suddenly gone out, I would have noticed that they were not on me. Oh, that they were not on me. Well, this sucked. It was too late to go back to the court, not to mention that I might not even be able to find the keys without any light. Don't you have like a phone or something? I don't know how old this is. A desk lamp was on in the manager's office, as was the radio, but nobody was in there. I stood outside the window and waited for a long time, but Uncle Soon, who was supposed to be on duty tonight, never showed up. The motion sensor lights in the hallway kept turning on and off every few minutes. I was beginning to feel a little scared. The late-night talk show was on. The hosts were talking about a popular urban legend that had also been making rounds at the school. It said that if you wrote a note to God in the middle of the night, then God would solve all of your problems for you. Jing was really into this stuff. Well, if such a God really exists, maybe he or she could help unlock the door for me? Or make Uncle Soon come back to his office soon. Please, please, Li Wen. So, I'm guessing it's something to do with just like turning the lights back on. I don't know, cause it's in red. Okay, start. Well, do people always write to gods just because they forgot their keys? Not always, no. But humans are exceptionally annoying. You'll see a lot more random nonsense of all kinds in the future. Forget about why she asked for our help for now. Let's take a look at how we may help her. Now, use this pen I just gave you. We can slice this letter into several pieces. Now see, some of these pieces are black and some of them are white. To prevent logical chaos, some of these pieces cannot be moved. These pieces are designated in black. Meanwhile, the white pieces can be moved anywhere with one exception. No white pieces can go past the first or last piece. Now that you understand the limitations in moving pieces, you may feel free to move the white pieces around. After you rearrange the white pieces, these events will happen exactly as you want in the human world. If your rearrangement has altered the previous casual links within the events, naturally the ending of the letter will be changed. Well, that's about it. What? Are you telling me that I could change what has happened to the human by moving these sentences around? Exactly, isn't that straightforward? Oh gosh, that is so awesome! Can you do it too? Only the person who is holding the pen is capable of doing this. Also, the dog has no opposable thumbs, so... Oh, dog in reverse is gone! You're so smart. Go ahead, give it a try. Once you make your decision, select OK. Picked up most of the balls. Oh, okay. So let's just make the light bulb flicker out. After... Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So this is the first and last one. I can't put it down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. The alley was very dark to begin with, and with the light gone it had become pitch black. I couldn't even see my hands in front of my face. I kept having a feeling that something was gonna happen. Scenes from horror movies and homicide shows I've seen suddenly flashed through my head. Since I was too scared, I turned around and picked another longer way home. The music changed. The detour was a crowded and lively street. It was full of people hanging out and waiting in front of bars. Bars? Oh, like drinking. I thought like prison bars. I don't know why. Okay. And a lot of arcades were still open. I was planning to head straight home and go to bed, but I saw the latest version of "Your head is blocking the ladder, girl." Oh my god. Of something stuffed to Sir's body through the window of an arcade. Hey, there's some text highlighted in blue here. That means it's a term archived in our dictionary. The human's letters often include some special terms related to their day-to-day lives. These terms will be highlighted. Since we are gods, there is nothing that we don't understand. Therefore, whenever we encounter one of these strange terms, a definition for them will automatically appear in our dictionary. We may either select the highlighted blue text to see the explanation for that specific term, or browse all the archived terms in the dictionary. By the way, similar to the dictionary, we also keep a record of the profiles of everyone who has written to us. All you need to do is select their header pictures in the letter section screen to read about them. Oh wow, being a god is so convenient! Latest version of the stuffed Sir's body. Oh, so cute! The schoolgirl. Yeah, she's in prison. She's walking through a prison courtyard. A cartoon cat character by British artist Kevin Clifford. It quickly became a global phenomenon because of its unique style and laser-sharp eyes. Okay. Its success lifted Clifford out of poverty and made him a worldwide sensation overnight. According to Kevin, the inspiration of the character came to him during a short trip. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, it was not for sale. I had to get it out of a claw machine. Oh no, and I'm not very good at those. I spent almost all the cash. You idiot! But I didn't come close even once. Miss, we're about to close. Please check your belongings and don't leave anything behind. I lowered my head in disappointment and noticed that there was a bottle of some kind of drink on the counter that appeared out of nowhere. Don't drink it. Oh, okay. Perhaps someone had forgotten it there. I picked it up and threw it in the trash on my way out. Okay. Yeah, normal reaction. I got home and turned on the light. All of the boxes I had moved in 2 days ago were still lying all over the floor. I'll unpack them tomorrow. I'm too exhausted now. At least the shower felt great. I got out of the shower, climbed into bed, and immediately fell asleep. Good night. Achievement unlocked! First step! Hooray! Look, because of what you did, it's now the alley that has a broken light bulb instead of the tennis court. Oh, I see. Therefore, the girl would not have left her keys in the dark tennis court. Oh, wait, I gave him the wrong voice. Even though it's a tiny change, you have indeed changed your fate. More importantly, you may have changed more than what we are seeing right now. The impact of this tiny event could last for a long time, maybe influence her entire life. A chain reaction like this is called the butterfly effect in the human world. Still can't be certain of how big the impact to our future is going to be. But keep in mind that our power has a potentially dangerous side to it. We must never abuse it. I understand. Well, we are done with this letter. Let's go back and see if there are more. Okay, done. Being God is so easy. Don't get too excited. You still have a lot to learn. I have fetched the letters for you up until now. From now on, you should be getting your own letters. I have placed a mailbox at the bottom left corner of the string. If the flag is up by the mailbox, it means that there are new letters inside. Did you hear a sound like ding ding just now? No. That is the new letter notification. Whenever you hear that, it means that new letters have arrived. If you've processed all of the letters at hand, go and check the mailbox. Got it.
对不起。
Oh, 对不起。申请帮帮我。Oh, Leon's writing more letters. Confidential. Favorite sport, tennis. Favorite toy, her Sir Spotty stuffed doll. This is very confidential, yes, you are right. No one else must know this information or else she will be in trouble. Beijing Yunnan Junior High School. Okay. Birthday is March 27th. It's coming up! In 4 days! Whoa! Yeah, the music's so nice. I feel like I can turn it a little bit higher. What? What's this? Why are they connected? Did it just happen at the same time? The last words. Sometimes we might see multiple messages from 2 or more people at the same time. Why do humans have so many problems? In cases like this, you have to read through both messages in one breath before we can start working on them. What are you doing? I'm trying to see how long I can hold my breath. Girl, I don't think I can finish 2 letters in one breath. It's just a metaphor. She fell down the stairs and forgot human phrases. Well, what should I do to find the other letter after reading the first one? After reading one letter, you might see the next letter option. Whenever you need to switch between the 2 letters, just use the next letter option to switch back and forth. Okay, I'll start now. It had been 10 years. I had been cursed since the incident. Every time I picked up my paintbrush, my mind would start tormenting me, wreaking havoc. For 10 years, I haven't been able to paint anything. I was suffering, and I deserved it. Oh no. By now I had spent all my savings, yet I was still alive. A friend was kind enough to set me up with a teaching job at high school, teaching the art class. I would start tomorrow. It wasn't particularly well paid, but for someone who had been living without power, water, or heat in his apartment, it was like a burning pit of charcoal in the middle of a blizzard. I was really grateful to my friend. Ironically, I had just bought myself some charcoal earlier today. I thought I might be able to leave something worthwhile to the world as a painter before I died. Yes, I wanted to make one of those final masterpieces. I set up my easel. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. I had to put down the brush. Even if I managed to paint something, how would it be any different from all of the other garbage in this room? It would just be another piece of soulless trash, just like me. All trash. I poured the coal into a basin, and put it on the bedroom floor. I put on my best clothes. I carefully made my bed, and I lit the coals. I tried the doorknob and realized that the door was not locked. I chuckled. That was careless of me. I double-checked all of the doors and windows, making sure that they had been locked and sealed. I couldn't take any chances. I lay down on my bed. All I could see was her face. Here I come, honey. Sorry for making you wait so long. God, I am ready. Please take me away. Wen Zhaoren. Oh no. Okay. Next letter. The apartment building I had moved into was quite old. It didn't have an elevator, so I had to climb the stairs every— Oh no, don't tell me they live in the same building. As usual, it was already past midnight when I got back from tennis practice. I noticed something at my door as soon as I walked into the 4th floor hallway. Was that a bouquet of roses? And the Sir's potty toy I had seen in the arcade a few days ago. I had a sudden, sinking feeling of anxiety. I had been getting strange emails starting the day before yesterday. This was the first one. I've been watching you for a long time, right back to me. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. At first, I thought maybe someone had sent it to the wrong address by accident. Or it could have been one of those— or it could have been some random phishing email, so I didn't pay any attention to it. Edgy boy and girl. But the next day, I received another one. Please write back to me. Ooh. I still have no idea what those weird symbols mean. And whoever had written these emails seems to think that we know each other. My cell phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. I had a new email. I clicked on the email app with a shaking finger. Oh, we shall finally meet soon. I couldn't understand those symbols at all, but the words in the middle. All of a sudden I felt a chill down my back, as if I was being watched by someone or something. But my body had froze and I didn't dare turn around. I looked into the reflection in the glass of the window in front of me, trying to see if there was anything behind me. There wasn't. I was just being paranoid. Still, I decided to go and spend the night at Jean's place just in case. I walked towards the staircase, but then I heard it. Footsteps, coming upstairs, closer and closer. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be the one who had written those emails? I immediately turned around and ran back towards my apartment. But I lived alone. What if they broke in? He would force me to a corner, pull a chainsaw out from behind him, and cut me to pieces. Okay, that's a little— Oh god, no! Why a chainsaw? I stopped at the door of my neighbor, room 414. I choose you! Help me! No matter how hard I knocked, nothing happened. Oh, I tried not to cry so much that I wouldn't be heard. But tears were already streaming down my face. Calm down, Li Wen. Footsteps stopped at the 4th floor, and were now moving towards me. There was only one more corner between us. It was too late for me to hide in my own apartment now. I held my tennis racket up. I swung it down as hard as I could with my eyes closed when the person arrived at the corner. The person I hit wobbled and fell down the stairs. It was Uncle Soon! Oh no! Uncle Soon was laying on the ground. He was not moving. No! Oh my god! Oh my god, what have I done? God, please help me. Please, please. Li Wen. How did you get yourself into this mess? Girl. Oh my god. Okay, so basically she needs to enter the guy's apartment. When there's more than one letter, the white pieces can be moved left and right as well, in addition to up and down. Right. Since it will impact the fate of both people, you must be careful when making your decisions. Well, there's only one choice to make. How— Oh, okay, so nothing happened. I tried the doorknob and realized that the door was not locked, and then so she can get inside. Uncle Soon didn't deserve this treat. Yeah, he really didn't. Oh my gosh. Okay, but like, her stalker, right? Her stalker, had to have known her email. I'm already conspiracy theory, but what if it is Uncle Soon and he's just like a creepy young guy? Or maybe, no, actually no, she would probably have his email separately, right? Actually, you know what, I should just stop thinking. Go. God, I'm ready. Please take me away. Da 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 da. Huh? Oh, what was that noise? I struggled to sit up in my bed. My head felt like it was going to explode. Damn it. Just a little longer and God would have taken me. Whoever had made that noise, be a burglar or a utility guy, I would never forgive them. Oh no, girl. Oh god. Everywhere she runs, it's just not bad news. Excuse me, sorry for the intrusion. I sneaked into my neighbor's apartment. It was completely dark inside and smelled funny. It was so hard to breathe in this apartment. I wonder who would live in such a place. Well, I shut the door right behind me. I accidentally knocked over some jars that were shelved next to the door, and they made some very loud noises. Still, nobody responded. I suppose there really wasn't anyone home. I looked out from the peephole while I held my breath. A thin, old, humpbacked man walked by the door with empty plastic bottles in his hands. It was just Uncle Soon, the manager. Ugh. Wait, it doesn't tell me what happened between the two? She just snuck in, just so that, like, oh, okay, she realizes it's Uncle Soon. And then what, she just, like, went back out, and the guy's just like, what the fuck? What? Okay. This one's easy too. As Shakespeare once said, security is mortals. What? Security is mortals. Oh. I'm sorry, I can't read. Security is mortals' chiefest enemy, which could mean that the overconfidence is man's greatest enemy. What? Hugh? Shakespeare, he is one of the greatest writers in human history. Overconfidence is man's greatest enemy. Well, but I'm no man. Okay, then do you remember this person's name? Wen Zhao? I have it on the tip of my tongue. Sorry. Burp. Oh, you should pay more attention. His name is Wen Zhaoren. Okay, I have a bad memory. I get your point. How do you have a bad memory if you're a god? It's only easy. It's only easy because you're just getting started. You'll see soon enough. Okay. Done. What does the yellow star mean? When you see a yellow star, that means you have unlocked all the possible endings of that particular event. Oh, should I try to collect all of the yellow stars? Oh no, that won't be necessary. Our job is just to help the humans with their troubles. No matter how many times you try, or how many endings we unlock, for the humans there is only one ending to each story that they will ever know. So it doesn't really matter whether or not you unlock all the endings. Or is it like Undertale, where it's like if you try to go after all the endings, the game will be like, you're a psychopath. In that case, what is the star there for? Well, I know you're asking me, but to be honest, I don't really know. We don't get a face? And no information.
对不起，对不起。
对不起. Artists Association. Zhao Renwen. ID number. Next. Previous. Okay. Oh, why don't we get a face?
为什么？
为什么? Oh no, this poor guy. Somebody had ruined my plan. Give me a second. I sat up and realized, oh no, it's worse. I sat up and realized I could barely stand. The entire room was spinning. I felt so nauseated, I almost threw up. Just a little longer and I would have seen her again. The room was completely dark since I hadn't been able to pay my utility bill for a while. I lifted my foot and tried to take a step, but I tripped over my easel. The brushes and paints fell all over the place. Damn. I crashed down and slowly started to pick them up again. It took me a while as I was so exhausted. I put out the fire and opened the window. I stumbled upon my flashlight and pressed the button. Oh god! I'm trying. Bow! I heard a deafening explosion. Was that a gas explosion? I thought I saw a slender figure of somebody fall down in the fire before I passed out. When I woke up, the doctor told me that there was a 17-year-old girl who had been sent to the hospital along with me. Oh no, she was there still. She was still there, caught up in it. Oh man. She hadn't made— No! Fortunately, however, I was still alive. I had third-degree burns all over my body. I lost my right arm and I couldn't speak. Oh shit. I couldn't even do something as simple as ask what the girl's name was. God, why? Why didn't you just kill me instead? Wintora. Gas explosion. Oh man. Okay. So, gas explosion. Maybe it's from the paints or something? Oh, or maybe you should probably put out the fire first. And then open a flashlight to see what you're doing. And then trip over your easel. Maybe that will work? Huh, some pieces are missing. Bad! Oh no! Sometimes this happens. This letter, the previous development, led to a gas explosion. As a result, Winjorin would not be able to carry out his following actions. Oh, therefore the white pieces disappeared. Usually pieces will disappear when the subject of the actions described in the pieces is no longer active. What? So what? This is not only confined to the sender of the letter, it could also be because of someone mentioned in the letter. Again, it depends. Also, I didn't give him the voice. The important thing is about why they might disappear. I see. Eh? Hold on. Pulled out my fire. I put out the fire and opened the window. Stumbled upon my flashlight, pressed the button. Wait. Who? Huh? What? Wait? Flashlight first? Held up my flashlight. I made sure everything had been picked up and then walked towards the doorway. Click. Someone had just to shut the door. I hurried up. However, there was nothing there except a broken, worthless ceramic pot on the floor. I opened the door and looked outside into the hallway. There was no one there either. I went back in and saw the remaining coals and the smoke that was still lingering in the room. I could still continue with the plan. I lit the coals again and closed the window. I climbed back into my bed. I felt my consciousness leaving me as I start to enter another world. I don't think this is the ending that we wanted. Okay. So, does it just not work if I put out the fire first? Okay, so we put out the fire first. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. Who's there? Oh god! Oh! Ah. I pressed a button on my flashlight in a hurry, and the white light almost blinded me. You know, this is not what I was expecting when I was asking for his face. I pressed the button on my phone. Okay. Ah! I saw a shadow fall onto the— oh! Ah! I quickly turned my light towards the sound, and saw that it was a girl that I had never met before. I checked to see if she was still breathing. She was. I remember a school picnic during my junior high years. I had done the same thing to scare a girl in my class. She didn't faint, even though I had done it intentionally. Kids today are so weak, bruh. I carried the girl into my ventilated bedroom, laid her down on my bed, and pulled a sheet over her. I went back into the living room and picked up my paintbrush. I tried to remember her panicking face when she saw me. I suddenly had a new feeling, a feeling that I could paint something special this time. And yet, I just fell asleep with the brush in my hand while leaning against the wall. Wow, that was so scary! Yeah. I don't want to see anything like that ever again. Well, if you do want to see it again, you can. Oh, wait. While reading a letter, select replay to review the entire letter again.
I wonder though, why can't we see all these images? Aren't we just reading their letters?
Technically, we are not actually receiving handwritten letters from humans. You could think of these letters as a manifestation of their will. That is why they include more than just the text you are reading. Sometimes we receive the images of what they see, or even how they feel.
Wow, that's really amazing.
Right, it's almost like you're gods or something. How did you feel?
Everything's felt so unreal. Am I really a god? Have I always been living here? And has the sky outside always been so red? It's even snowing outside. The weather's so weird. I have no memories of any of this. Is any of this real?
Of course, don't worry about it. Your memories will come back to you slowly. Anyway, I keep forgetting that the dog should have like a dumb voice. Don't you think this job is perfect for you? And it isn't too hard either, is it?
That's true, it was more interesting than I thought.
Well, it is interesting indeed. It is also rather serious. From now on, I won't repeat myself anymore. Some of my previous instructions can be found in the help menu. The content in the help menu will also grow as you learn more about your job. However, you may not be able to find everything you need in there. For instance, if you forget or didn't pay attention to what I've told you, you might never be able to hear it again. Great, thanks. So, the truly important information, as you see here, will be highlighted in orange text. Things in orange text are extremely important. When you see something in orange, you should slow down your reading and pay extra attention. Now, answer fast. Oh no, quizzing time? Which of the following words were highlighted in orange in what I just said? Truly important information. I think. Correct. The orange text may appear not only in my words, but also occasionally in the humans' letters as well. The humans' letters might include text in other colors too, such as yellow or blue. The yellow text highlights digital messages in the text message or email. Oh, okay. While the blue text highlights messages left in a fax or note. The orange text, however, emphasizes something else. I'll explain to you later when we see it. You won't remember it all if I say too much right now. In the end, you just need to remember that orange text is extremely important. Now, to make sure that you didn't just make a lucky guess earlier, we're going to have another quiz. Which of the following phrases were highlighted in orange text in my previous dialogue, and what was their correct order? Order? Well, it was orange text first, I think. Text message or email.
Oh boy, I think it's the second one?
Correct. Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank goodness.
It looks like you have truly mastered what I have taught you so far. You are truly my master. Aside from the orange text, in normal mode, you will also notice a lot of red text. If you read those words very carefully, you might find some clues that could help you solve the puzzles. In normal mode, such clues will be highlighted in red. They might help with your deductions. If you ever find yourself stuck in a puzzle with no idea how to proceed, pay special attention to the red text and you will surely be able to make progress. Alright, seems that you should do just fine now. And I can take it easy too then. I believe as you go along with your tasks, you will eventually make the right decisions. Besides, I can see that you have already made a choice. I have? Yes, I told you at the beginning that handling the prayers from humans is our job. However, whether to help them or not, how exactly you want to change their fates is completely up to you. I see that you have chosen an S ending for them all. That means you are choosing the path of absolute kindness. Ba 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 ba.
Well, they were asking me for help, so of course I should help them. What's the alternative? Then I should torture them instead?
Not necessarily. I just want to remind you that the path of absolute kindness is not an easy one. Especially if you receive letters from two different people, you have to make the endings for both sides an S. Simply achieving an S ending for just one of them won't be good enough. In other words, you have to solve two people's problems at the same time.
I see. Well, I'm sure I can find a way.
Yeah, through Google! Merciful God, yes. Or on the pacifist route. Okay then, by the way, I suppose you don't remember your own name either. Your name is Myth. Myth. Myth and Willy. You're a god who can manipulate people's fates through stories and puzzles. That's why they call you Myth. You may not know this yet, but you're starting to have a British accent, and I don't know how to feel about that. You might not know this yet, but you are actually quite popular in the human world. Some of the urban legends that have been circulating are stories about you.
Wow, I didn't know I was so impressive. Even though I seem to have forgotten a lot of things, and I'm still adapting and trying to learn, I do feel like helping people, and that makes me happy. If I worked very hard, could I possibly grant wishes to everyone in the world?
Everyone? Well, you'd be burdened by all of their letters first. However, if you try your best, you should be able to shape the world. If you try your best, you should be able to shape the world a little closer to your liking, at the very least.
Got it, I'll try my best.
Well, from now on, let me know if you have any questions. After all, it's just the two of us here. Yeah, his voice.
Oh shit.
I didn't know there was an intro. Jimmy. There's a cat in there. Oh. Hey! Oh my gosh! I didn't know there was an opening. Wow, that's very cool. And there's also a cat in the letter, in the list of people that we probably receive letters for. Yeah, past prologue.
Let's see what kind of letters we're getting today.
People. Oh wow. You again? My new partner.
为什么会这样？
First day at new school.
Porque siempre me pasa esto.
Oh my gosh.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Oh wow. You did all different languages. That's very neat. Jimmy! My name's Jimmy. Today is my first day at Yingnan High School as a senior. I flew from Hong Kong to Beijing only a few days ago. On my first night, my suitcase, which held my laptop, still hadn't arrived at the hotel. I was bored out of my mind and decided to go down to the arcade to kill some time. There, I saw a girl with long hair. She had come into the arcade with a basket of tennis balls, and she was sweating from head to toe. She wanted to get the Sir Spotty doll from the claw machine. I wanted to get it too, but earlier there had been a couple hogging the machine for a long time. Throughout my childhood, my father would always buy me anything I wanted. It was usually Game Boys, computers, and stuff like that. Nothing outrageous. Nothing outrageous? This is expensive shit. So I never really understood the feeling of wanting something so badly, but not being able to get it. I looked at her from a distance. I watched her fail and keep trying, over and over again. Her expression looked so funny and so cute. I felt a strange urge. I had gone to an all-boys school in Hong Kong, oh man, and I also wasn't someone who liked to go out that much. I had never really met very many girls, and I had to learn how to pick up girls, but today felt different. I really thought she was extremely cute, and had a special feeling about her that I didn't really understand myself. I didn't want to miss the chance of getting to know her. I mustered all my courage and decided to get her attention. I wrote down my email address on a piece of paper, and then I bought a drink and quietly left the cup on the counter of the call machine with the note under the cup. Oh no, she threw it away! Now I just needed to wait for her response.
The first night, I didn't get an email. It must have been too late. She would write back to me the next day, I thought. The second day, all I got was junk mail. The third day... the face... Maybe she had lost the note by accident. Maybe she had washed it in her laundry. Maybe I could find out what her email address... Oh no, this was the guy who sent her the email, right? Oh, God. Oh my god. Maybe I could find it. Oh yeah. All I needed was to hack into the cashier system in the arcade. I could get information on all the customers who paid for tokens using mobile banking. And I could get more than just their email addresses, like their real addresses and bank accounts. Yeah, this is illegal. So I did it. Oh my god. I mustered all my courage once again and wrote her an email. Yet... No! Maybe she didn't really use her email? I told my father that I wanted to transfer to the school. It didn't really matter to him, and the school happened to be quite good too, so he agreed almost immediately. If he had known the truth, he would have slapped me in the face and called me a disgrace. I had also found out that she liked playing tennis, so of course, I bought myself a racket immediately. I even finished reading all 42 volumes of the manga series The Kid of Tennis. The Kid of Tennis. Oh my god. But I would never have thought that I would get the chance to partner with her in a doubles match on my first day at the new school. And I also never realized that, well, everything in the manga was a lie. The only time I ever touched the ball, it hit the referee. Oh no! Oh crap, I suck so bad. She must hate me now. We ended up in a tiebreaker for the match. I had to read about this in the manga. Basically, it was a quick way to decide the winner when both sides had been evenly matched. Oh, like a match point? If it wasn't for me, she would have already won. She would have already won easily. The ball was coming again. It was a fast one, and it was flying toward my right side. I was so nervous that my hands started shaking uncontrollably. I tried my best to hold the racket as steady as I could. I took a step to the right. I rushed forward. I took a step to the right almost out of instinct, but I still let the ball pass. Even if I tried to hit the ball, it would never go in. From behind me, I heard her hitting the ball. Good job! But before I could finish my thought, I felt a sudden shock of numbness and pain from the back of my head. I completely back up. Oh no, she hit the ball to the back of his head. I was in the infirmary when I woke up. Oh no, Jimmy. It was already noon. I looked around. There was no one else in the room but the school nurse. Oh, Jimmy, what did you think was gonna happen? Jimmy. This guy. Oh my god. Is he okay? No, he's not okay. This problem was so difficult. I stared at the test and it looked like some kind of ancient curse, tormenting my fragile mind. A box of chocolate milk suddenly appeared at my desk. My favorite! I opened it up and started drinking it. It was delicious. You didn't ask who it was, where it came from, you just drank. Lee went, oh my god. Lee went, what are you doing during the exam? Thud. Miss Yang pounded her fist on my desk. My eyes went wide. There was no test. No Miss Yang. Not even my favorite drink, chocolate milk. I was lying in my own bed, still wearing the t-shirt I had put on for tennis that night. Oh, she's right, it was a dream. How had I fallen asleep like this? Suddenly, I remembered that I had found some strange things at my door last night. I carefully opened the door and looked outside. There was nothing. Was it all a dream? In any case, what time was it? I checked the clock on the wall. It was 9:10! I rushed to school as fast as possible. The second period had just begun. It was tennis class today. Our school was famous for its emphasis on so-called quality education. Oh, yeah, really. Which meant that, unlike other schools, we had classes in stuff like tennis, art, and so on. Even for the senior students, so that they could get some exercise and release some of the stress from schoolwork. Oh, okay. Not many seniors enrolled in these classes, though. Everyone had bet their whole lives on the upcoming oh no, not Gokko! The National Higher Education Entrance Examination. That's such a long name. Gokko is an exam held in China. It's like
if you're in America, it's like the SATs, but like worldwide and extremely serious. Like, you study for this your entire life, and it's like, yeah. And like the highways all closed down, and yeah. I don't know all the details, but however, I still had no idea what I wanted to do in the future, nor what major I would be interested in. I supposed I would just go with the flow. I carried the racket under my arm and ran onto the tennis court. Usually, I would just do some hitting practice during the class. But today, I was here with a purpose. Last time, I had accidentally hit that knucklehead Rocky from class 3 when I had been practicing my serve. He insisted that I had done it on purpose and challenged me to a match to settle the score. Oh man, what kind of obsessive obnoxious man was this? Well, today was the day of our duel. I had agreed to his proposal with 30 boxes of chocolate milk as the wager. My favorite. We would play a doubles match for one set, and we would pick a partner for the opponent. I picked Wang Qiang as Rocky's partner first. He was probably the weakest out of all the people present today. My darling chocolate milk, here I come. Rocky pointed to someone behind me. You'll partner with him, then. I turned around, and I saw someone who was looking petrified, someone whom I had never even met. The stranger himself introduced himself as Jimmy. He said he had just transferred from Hong Kong today. Huh, a transfer student in the last semester of senior year, and from Hong Kong no less. That was peculiar. Yeah, that's sus. Never mind, I needed to win my chocolate milk first. Girl? Since he had enrolled in the class, he could be really good. Since maybe this would be my lucky day. Just one game later, I realized I had been kidding myself. That sneaky Rocky. He must have known this guy didn't know how to play at all. Wang Qiao might only be a 2.0, but that would make Jimmy a 0.2. He barely even knew how to hold a racket. No matter, for my precious chocolate milk, I would have to do it alone. Half an hour later, we were at the tiebreaker. Right. The score was 7-8, their match point. If I could win this next point, I still had a chance. If I could win this next point, I still had a chance. Otherwise, I would have to go buy the chocolate milk myself at a 7-Eleven. I was standing on the right side at the back. My hat was soaking wet, and sweat was dripping down my ponytail onto my shirt. Jimmy was standing on the left side at the net, and I could see he was sweating through the back of his t-shirt too. Here came the ball. It was aimed at the center of the back court to my left. I squeezed the racket in my hand. Oh no! A sudden twist of my ankle. Swing! Oh wait, no. I fell to the ground and completely— oh wait, no, yeah, she did twist her ankle. I fell to the ground and completely mishit the ball. Even worse, it went straight to the back of Jimmy's head. Jimmy fainted. Oh no, did I just give him a concussion? But I clearly remembered that he was standing much further left, wasn't he? Li Wen. Okay, so basically Jimmy should just not move, right? Oh, no, okay. I can switch between the two. Okay. So she's on the right, he's on the left. So if we have her stand to the right and then swing the thing. Wait. Wait, no. Because the ball came to the center of the backcourt to my left, right? So if she takes a step to the right, she'll miss the ball completely. But Jimmy can't take a step to the right because then he'll get hit in the back of the head. I don't know, we'll see. Or what if we just like... Right, okay, so Jimmy actually never hit the ball, so maybe we can try to make Jimmy hit the ball. Torment, I took a step to the right. Swing. Oh no, let's not have him twist his ankle. Like that? Okay, go Jimmy, I believe in you. I swung my racket with my eyes closed. Oh, the ball flew over the baseline. It was out. I did overestimate myself. The match was over. Ugh, she must be mad at me now. Jimmy. Jimmy took a swing at the ball. The ball flew out of the baseline. Out. Ugh. 7-9. We lost. I lost. Ugh, my precious 30 boxes of chocolate milk. Bad, but okay. Alright. So maybe Jimmy has to rush forward too. Oh. It's flying towards my right side. I rushed forward, I took a step to the right, and then swing. Oh. Oh, it's the same outcome. Maybe Jimmy shouldn't hit the ball. Oh no, Jimmy should twist his ankle. Okay, I got it now. We need to hurt Jimmy. Even worse, the ball went straight into the back of Jimmy's head. Oh no, what? Jimmy's so passed out. Oh wait, no, because he was still in the right. Okay, okay. Wait, so... Oh wait, hold on. If Jimmy took a step to the right and then twisted his ankle, wouldn't he fall down and then miss so that when she hits the ball it wouldn't hit his head because he's on the ground? Would that work? No. Okay. Then he can't go to the right side. Would this work? I don't want... If she takes a step to the right and swings, wouldn't she miss the ball completely? Oh, we'll see. The ball flew past me. I expected to hear her hitting the ball, but I heard nothing. I turned around and saw her sitting on the ground, hunched over. Did she just get hit by the ball? No, Li Wen, I'm sorry. People were already gathering around. Someone mentioned the infirmary. I suppose someone would take her there any moment now. Honestly, I wish that someone could be me. Go take her, Jimmy! Jesus. Our teacher walked over. You, take her to the infirmary. Wait, you were speaking to me? Oh god, oh my gosh, the goddess of friendship must have heard my wish. The cat face. The ball was to my left, but I was stumbling to my right. Not only did I not hit the ball, I even lost my racket. And for some reason, my stomach suddenly started hurting. Why? Was it because I hadn't had time for breakfast this morning? 7-9. We lost. I lost. I took 2 pills in the infirmary, feeling a little better. I lay down on the bed. Everything around me was white. It made me feel sleepy. Jimmy said he wanted to keep me company, so he was sitting beside my bed. I thought maybe I should talk to him a little so that it would feel less awkward. However, I think I was too exhausted and I fell asleep. Jimmy's doing okay. Li Wen's not having it. Okay. Minus 100 god points. Okay. What if I... Okay. Can I put this behind? She hit the ball, but it didn't go over the net. The match was over. We lost. She had done her best. It was all my fault for sucking too much. The ball hit the net and dropped on her side. Shoot, I wish I had hit it harder.
7 to 9. We lost. I lost. Ugh. My precious 30 boxes of chocolate milk. Okay. So maybe she has to rush forward and swing? But okay, but if Li Wen hits the ball and it goes over, right, and then she wins, she'll definitely have rank S, right? But will that make Jimmy's also rank S? Doesn't Jimmy just like want to get with this girl? Like, if she wins but he's still like a loser, then his wouldn't actually be rank S, right? I don't even know. I took a swing at a ball, but I almost tripped. I had to take another step to stop myself from falling over. The tennis ball flew over the net, kissed the baseline, compressed, and bounced up. And then it was stuck in the wired fence around the court. Yay! Match point saved! Let's go! Rocky was such a sneaky bastard. With Jimmy barely able to move, he was now aiming every ball at him. But Jimmy was able to get out of my way almost every time, even with a twisted ankle. We were coordinating surprisingly well. After a while, Wang Qiang was left standing there too. The game had become a singles match between Rocky and me. Maybe Jimmy was a lucky charm because we eventually won the game 15 to 13. What a great partner! I had won my chocolate milk! Hooray! Well, that's good. I fell to the ground, my ankle hurt like hell. Fortunately, we still won the point thanks to her. Now our opponents were hitting the ball towards me almost exclusively, but Li Wen was too good. Eventually we won! Oh! More importantly, she ran over and high-fived me. I wasn't just daydreaming about this. She really did just give me a high five. Her hand felt so warm. Jimmy, I could never forget that moment. Cat face. Jimmy. Okay, well, we did it. Oh my god. Okay. Do we have hobbies? Video games, manga, anime, programming, technology, religion, the goddess of fortune. At 18, transferred from Hong Kong to Yinan High School in his senior year. At 17, broke into someone's home. The owner did not press charges. Attempted suicide at home by burning school and sealed room. Saved. Oh man. Okay, these two. My name is Carlos. I'm 18 years old. It was a big day because I was finally going to leave Mexico. Uncle Depp, who had always helped out at the orphanage, and Auntie Benita, who was the matron of the orphanage, used to tell me that if I ever wanted to go to a foreign country, I would need to have a passport first. And then I would need a visa. Finally, I could go to the airport and buy a ticket. Then I could fly wherever I wanted to go. I don't think that's how exactly it works, but okay. I had got my passport and apparently going to Hong Kong didn't require a visa. All I needed was a plane ticket. Uncle Dip and I headed out early before the sun even came out. He had been driving me through the mountains for 6 hours to get to the international airport. He then stuffed a couple of warm burritos, wrapped up in paper, into my backpack before I said goodbye. I didn't know when I would ever see him again. I already missed him.
We ask for your assistance in reporting any unintended baggage or suspicious behavior to law enforcement.
Airport noises. I walked into the airport and I couldn't help slowing down in admiration. The place was so big. No wonder the tickets were so expensive. I needed to ask someone to tell me where I could buy a ticket. I bumped into another man. The 3 boxes he was carrying all fell to the ground. I helped him pick up the boxes and stack them. I hope nothing inside got broken. The man was wearing a pair of glasses with gold frames. He seemed like a nice person. He took the boxes out of my hands and was not mad at me at all. He just nodded and walked away. He was really nice. Even though there were signs in the airport, I couldn't read many of them. I walked around twice before I found the ticket counters. The ticket cost over 10,000 pesos, just like Uncle Depp had told me. I had all my savings with me, including the money my parents and sister had lent me, as well as what I had earned doing part-time jobs. It was only a little over 20,000 pesos altogether. However, something terrible had to happen. I couldn't find my oh no! I clearly remembered checking to make sure that I had it when I left. Maybe I had dropped it on Uncle Duff's car? I ran outside of the airport. I saw the man whom I had bumped into earlier. He was still wandering around with those 3 boxes. Was he lost? But I didn't have time to worry about him. I had to go check and see if Uncle Depp had already left. I couldn't find him anywhere outside the airport. He probably had headed back. I had to walk around the mountains along the road that we had arrived on. I had my backpack on, feeling awful. It wasn't a popular road, and it was already too late. There was no other cars in sight. I hoped that I could get a ride home. I could get a ride tomorrow morning. Lord, why was I so unlucky? What is Mexico? Gee, what is it? So strange. It's a big country. It's a big country in the west. West? To our west? Do we live in the east? No, of course not. We live in their world, so there is no. We don't live in their world, so there is no east or west to anywhere. The Earth is a round planet, so east or west is all relative. Right. Relative? You're not making any sense. Do you mean that the Mexican people would say that their own country is in the west too? Now she's confusing me too. Yeah, right. It doesn't make any sense. Why do we do that? Oh, by the way, the earlier letters, are they all from China? I always feel like a strange. I always feel a strange sense of closeness when I think of China. Mexico feels more distant to me. Maybe it's because of the clothes she's wearing. Why is that? I guess more people write to us from China, maybe? I heard that Chinese people are all over the earth. There are a lot of them in every country. Really? Yeah, isn't it like the largest race? It's the population in Beijing. So is this letter written in Chinese too? As well as the earlier ones? Because they all look the same to me. Oh no, this is our language. In fact, the people who wrote to us come from many different countries, and they would use different languages. But once we receive them, they are all automatically translated into a language that we can understand. Hi there, yeah, I'm playing Will. Oh wow, being a god is so convenient. Oh. Carlos. Why didn't you just wait till the letter ended to do that explanation? Just like right before he ended it. She was like, what is Mexico? Okay. I'm guessing this is the what is this pose? Oh no, I don't know how to say Korean names. My name is... and I recently graduated from the Korean Police Academy. I'm 23 years old. It's my first day reporting to the Busan Police Precinct. I hadn't realized that I had overslept until my Sir's body again, alarm clock had gone off for the 10th time. I jumped out of bed, slipped into my pants and shirt, and rushed out the door with my coat in hand. I even knocked over my neighbor's flowers by accident. I was gonna say girl, this is guy. Guy? Oh, sorry, I'll clean it up later. I'm running late. Still, I was 45 minutes late when I finally got to the station. The captain was sitting behind the desk. He squeezed the kids these days out of his mouth, and then he seemed to lose any energy or interest to even speak to me. Then I was transferred to the archives. What? As computers and internet become... P.S. Do not stick your password under the desk. It's been 2 years and you haven't finished the game. Well, you better get on it. Transfer to the archives. Right. Okay. How could I have overslept on my first day? Please, Buddha. Please help me fix this. Please, please. Becoming a member of the Criminal Investigation Department had been my dream since childhood. I don't want to go to the archives. What is criminal investigation? Is it that much better than archives? Well, criminal investigation is the place where the police try to solve cases and catch bad guys, but you can't
completely disregard the archives either. Or you can just watch me play it. Okay. Wait, so... Oh, wait, so they aren't actually together, though. So we just make him bump into another guy, right? Okay. Alright, Carlos, you're gonna go to Hong Kong. You're gonna not be in the archives. I noticed that there was a sign ahead. Although I couldn't read it, I had a feeling that it must be pointing to the ticket counters. I had always had great instincts, haha. The ticket cost over 10,000 pesos, just like Uncle Def had told me. I had all my savings with me, including the money my parents and sister had left me, as well as what I earned doing part-time jobs. It was only a little over 20,000 pesos altogether. I hoped I would be able to come back someday. A few hours later, with a booming noise, the airplane took off. I felt something suddenly pushing me into the seat cushion. Aw, cute! I could see Mexico City becoming smaller and smaller outside the window. And the orphanage in Monte... I don't know how to say, had turned into a small white dot. I suddenly started to feel nervous. My mind was racing. What if the plane went down? I hoped it would fall into the ocean so I could still swim back. Yeah, but the seatbelt thing was so annoying, and if I couldn't untie it, would I be dragged into the water with the plane? Wait, what? And if I couldn't untie it, would I be dragged into the water with the plane? Shouldn't this be a question? Whatever. I heard that there was something called insurance that would pay a lot of money if someone died. I should get that, and maybe it would be enough for Alicia to buy a new house in Mexico City. Insurance costs... Yeah. Just when my brain was spinning with all these questions, a beautiful lady asked if I would like some water. Oh, no. I checked my wallet again. It was only a little over 10,000 pesos left. It's water, bro. Usually people give water for free. From now on, I must be careful about spending every single one of them. I heard everything was really expensive in Hong Kong. I must save up before I find Alicia. Alicia's sister, I'm coming to find you. The Lord will bless us. Oh, okay, so he has a sister in Hong Kong. Can you even speak the language, though? I hope Carlos is okay. I heard the voice of a woman screaming in the crowd. Stop him, he's got my purse. I looked down, and the man I had bumped into was holding a woman's purse. He actually tried pushing me away. As a policeman defending justice, how can I let a criminal escape the judgment of the law? I grabbed his collar. Take this! Oh my god, I took the bastard to the police station. I ended up late, of course, but the captain let me off the hook for stopping the robber. Captain Gong glanced at the bloodstains on my shirt, gave a faint smile, and asked me why I wanted to become a police officer. I stood up straight, put my hands behind my back, held my head high, and replied firmly, to defend justice. The captain scratched his balding head and smiled. Aha, go and report to Unit 4. What? Unit 4? I felt my heart start to sink. I had heard so many rumors about Unit 4, even when I was still in the police academy. What? Oh, but he's still rank yes, though. Oh well, I hope it's not too bad. Oh, we still don't get to see his face, though. Reason for becoming a policeman. Justice. At 23, graduated from Korea's Police Academy, joined the Busan Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division, assigned to Unit 4. Relationship 1. Alicia, older sister who is 9 years older than him. Benita, matron of the orphanage. Okay. Passport! Hey! Okay. Woo! More letters!
如果时间可以重来，
Strange dude.
Porque siempre me pasa
Oh
esto.
no!
내 탓이야. 바보같이.
Kidnapping! Y'all. Okay, Li Wen.
The last class of the day was art. I pushed open the door to the classroom and I was shocked by what I saw. What was happening? The room that had that usually had a dozen people in it was now almost full. It was like a scene from a beach in the middle of the summer. So just this guy, you figure out why. He has the same vibes of all the characters you like, so... Just when I was wondering whether I should leave or go study, I saw Jing waving me over from the front row. Why are there so many people today? I sat down at the seat Jing has saved for me. You really don't know anything, do you? Miss Liu is on her maternity leave, so we have a new substitute today. Somebody saw him earlier in the office and posted his pictures on the school BBS. He looks so handsome. Oh my god. I looked around, and only then did I realize that almost all the newcomers were girls. Why was Rocky here? What was a boy doing here? Well... I took my phone out and tried to log into the BBS. I found myself unknowingly imagining what the new handsome teacher would look like while waiting for the page to load. Well-made pink suit, rolled up sleeves, top button buttoned, pale and flawless skin, impeccable face from the side. Girl, the Wi-Fi signal wasn't very strong and I couldn't look for a long time. Then the front door of the room was slowly pushed open. With everyone staring at him, the new teacher slowly walked across to the podium and softly wrote down his name on the blackboard. Wen Zhaoren. Oh hey! Yeah, it's the guy. It's the guy. Yeah. I'll be teaching the art class for seniors starting today. I looked him up and down, and I noticed that this Mr. Wen was wearing flip-flops to class. His ensemble also included a pair of casual pants with the legs rolled up, a gray t-shirt, and a wrinkled jacket. Not just that, his chin suggested that he hadn't shaved for days. I turned to my side and whispered to Jing, How is this old man handsome? Jing annoyed me. I looked up and realized that the teacher was staring right at me. Oh no, he must have overheard me. Oh god. Suddenly Rocky raised his hand and asked loudly, Mr. Wen, how old are you? And do you have a girlfriend? The entire class erupted into loud murmur. Everyone was staring at the teacher even more intensely. Thank you, Rocky, for getting me out of trouble. Mr. Wen slowly took off his jacket and laid it on the back of the chair next to him. 35. The girls immediately began whispering to each other. His response certainly had intrigued everyone even more. Rocky, however, didn't seem to be satisfied with the answer. Mr. Wen ignored the commotion in the room and took a banana-shaped statue out of the accessory cabinet. What? People with an easel began to prepare their paper. The ones without one took out their sketching pads. The class was going to be over soon. Near the end of the class, Mr. Wen said that he would like to pick an assistant from the class. Anybody who was interested could stand up and nominate him or herself. However, he would need to check with his or her sketch. Jing stood up. How brave! Mr. Wen walked... Oh my god! Mr. Wen walked over, picked up the sketch, he shook his head and tore it into two halves? What? Rocky stood up from his seat. I stood up from my seat too. And then the bell rang. Jing was sobbing, and I was completely in shock too. Oh my god. Not only did Mr. Wen tear up her sketch, he even said to her, Are you serious? Did you seriously just draw something like that? I will not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. What did he draw? A peen? We were just some regular high school students. We were not in an art school. Are you serious? Rocky dropped his tray right in front of the teacher. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. Oh my god! Rocky punched Mr. Wen right in the face. Mr. Wen, however, didn't react, despite having just been hit by a student. He simply gave Rocky a glance and walked out of the room without saying a word. Rocky, he was always so self-righteous. The only thing more important in his life might be his ball games. I bet if the bell had run and the class had been over, he wouldn't have bothered. And would have gone off to play basketball. After that, Mr. Wen never came back to class. Never came back to the class. Maybe somebody filed a complaint about him, or maybe... I always had the feeling... I had always had a feeling that he didn't look like he wanted to be a teacher. The next art teacher always dressed impeccably well. He was also incredibly dull. Li Wen. Aw, man. Okay. So, If the bell had run and the class had been over, he wouldn't have bothered and run out to play basketball. Okay, so if the bell rang, like, before they stood up, right? Before he ripped the sketch. And it should be okay. Jing was sobbing and I was completely in shock too. Right. Are you serious? Did you seriously just draw something like that? I'll not tolerate this thing in class. We're just a high school student. We're not in our school. Are you serious? Boring. Rocky picked up his basketball from under his seat, casually walked out of the classroom, and disappeared into the after-class crowd that was filling the hallway. Other people were leaving as well, while talking with each other about what had just happened. Nobody ever mentioned picking an assistant ever again, either. I walked with Jane on the track field and told her dozens of jokes until she finally felt a little better. Aww. That old man. Not only did he dress terribly, his temper was even worse. How could the school hire such a person to be a teacher? Oh! What if so the bell rang, okay, so that way Rocky doesn't punch the teacher, but if we move this, it changes whose sketch he tears, right? So what if he tears Li Wen's sketch? I feel like tearing Rocky's sketch wouldn't do much. Mr. Wen tore up my sketch. He even asked me, I would not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. Jing was so frightened that she sat back down. I was in complete shock and my nose started to feel stuffy. Was that really necessary? Haha, you idiot! Rocky loudly jeered. That bastard. I made a face at him. What? What? Rocky? What do you mean? Oh, we need Rocky to cool it? Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it. Okay, see ya, Day. We need a bully Rocky. I get it now. Mr. Wen tore up Rocky's sketch and said, why don't you bring this... What? Tore up? Why don't you bring this to class next time so everybody can practice with it? Oh. Rocky's face suddenly turned into the brightest red I have ever seen. A minute ago he had been acting like the king of the world. What did he draw exactly? Oh no, he still punched him! Mr. Wen, however, didn't react. Put down my sketch, and walked out of the room without saying a word. Since then, Mr. Wen never came back to class. Maybe someone filed a complaint about him, or maybe... Right, this is the same ending as before, though. Bad. Okay, what if I have the bell ring after we all stood up? Will that change anything? No. He just still tore up Rocky's sketch. So what? Should he tear up Jane's sketch then? Or he tears up our sketch and then Rocky stands up? No. Huh? What? What? Bell ring. No, that's the same as before.
wait, I feel like I've seen all of them though. There has to be an S one, right? No, that's the same as before. What if we stood up after he tears up the sketch? No. Damn it, why you gotta tear up sketches? This makes things so complicated. No one ever mentioned picking an assistant ever again either. No one ever mentioned picking an assistant. So what we want to have happen is, despite him tearing someone's sketch, it still results in someone becoming an assistant, right? Which means that the effect of him tearing a sketch needs to not affect the person whose sketch was torn. Which is why I thought that him tearing up Lee Win's sketch should be fine. But it doesn't seem to be the case. No, it's all the same thing. How will that change? The bell rang after he tore the sketch? No. No, that was the original, right? This thing. I still think bullying Rocky is a good way to go, but it's just bad. What other way can I arrange this? No. Brute force algorithm. Oh man. Okay. So Mr. Wynn wants to pick an assistant. Whoever stands up, he would try to pick. Rocky sketch. No. Oh, what? Isn't this how it happened initially though? Where the bell rang at the very end? you serious? Did you seriously just draw something like that? Blah blah blah. Mr. Wen, you're way out of line. You need to apologize to Jing. Mr. Wen gave me a glance and picked up my sketch. Rocky stood up from his seat. Hey, didn't you hear her? You need to apologize. Mr. Wen didn't pay him any attention. So Rocky jumped in front of him and punched Mr. Wen right in the face. Right. Mr. Wen, however, didn't react. Okay, put down my sketch, walked out of the room without saying a word. Rocky, he was always so self-righteous. The only thing more important in his life may be his ball games. No, this is the same thing that happened before, though. So instead, Mr. Wen never came back to class. Or maybe I was feeling he didn't. Yeah, this is the same thing. What do you mean this is different? This is bad. Oh my gosh. Okay, how about bell rang before Rocky stood up? Eye emoji. Jing was sobbing. Okay. Mr. Ben gave me a glance, picked up my sketch. Boring. Rocky picked up his basketball, he ran away, so he didn't punch him. Other people were leaving as well, there were fewer people left in the room. I collected my stuff into my backpack, getting ready to leave. You, stay and clean up the room. What? I stopped what I was doing and looked at Mr. Wen in disbelief. He handed my sketch back to me. After all, you're my assistant for this course now. He turned away and walked back to the front of the classroom. I then realized that everyone who was still in the room was staring at me. Everyone looked like they were gawking at the circus monkey on the street. What the hell? I had no intention of being a freaking assistant to that guy. Jean put her arm around my shoulder. Congratulations, let me buy you dinner sometime, you poor kid. Oh my god. I burst out laughing. Well, whatever, haha. Okay. There we go. Oh my god. Kidnapping sister. I'm gonna drink water. Stay hydrated. Hong Kong was different from what I had imagined. Back home in Mexico, everything was so colorful. But Hong Kong was just gray. Gray streets, gray buildings, gray store signs, and gray homeless people. And then there was me, sitting in the middle of them, looking odd. I never knew that pesos couldn't be exchanged into Hong Kong dollars here. Oh no. When I woke up, I found a few more coins by my feet. I had to take them, I must survive. None of the homeless people seemed to like me very much, perhaps because they could only get about half as many coins as I. I had a big sister named Alicia. She was 9 years older than me. We both grew up in an orphanage in Monte Tlaloc. It was a rural place. You had to travel up 4 kilometers to get to the nearest town. Coatepec? Just to make a phone call. I couldn't remember anything about my own parents. My big sister was the only person I had in the world. 9 years ago, Alicia had left Mexico to make some more money. She used to write me letters every few months. Every time the mailman came, I would be so excited to see if there was an envelope with my name on it. Even though I couldn't read much, Auntie Benita would always read them to me. Alicia didn't seem to have the easiest time, but she had seen so much of the outside world. And by reading her letters, I felt like I got to see what Alicia had seen as well. I could almost feel like I was right there with her in the big, new, interesting, and fascinating world that we had never seen before. However, we had stopped hearing from her about a year ago. Her last letter had come from Hong Kong, so I had asked Uncle Depp to find a tutor for me who could teach me how to read and speak a little of the local language. I had worked so hard to make more money for the trip. I had done all this just so I could come to Hong Kong, even though I wasn't sure if she was still in the city. Still, even if there was just the tiniest hope, I would never give up. I knew I had to find my sister and make sure she was okay. I had arrived at Pitt Street. Pitt Street had been on the postmark of Alicia's last letter. Maybe someone nearby might have seen her. Before I left, Auntie Benita had given me an old cell phone.
I pulled up a picture of Alicia on the phone. I held up the phone asking people door to door to see if they had seen my sister. I couldn't tell if they simply couldn't understand me. They would wave their hands at me every time before I had barely spoken. Almost halfway through the street, I found myself behind a huge crowd of people. Thick, dark smoke was coming out of the building nearby. People were shoving and running out of it. Oh no. More and more people started to gather on the street. Many of them were taking pictures with their phones. Oh no, wait, was this the gas explosion? Or the lack of gas explosion? The house burning, charcoal. Fire truck finally arrived. My cell phone suddenly rang. My cell phone fell to the ground. My cell phone was vibrating on the ground. And then it fell through a storm drain? No, Carlos, no! The sewer water was flowing rapidly in the drain. Oh no! I held onto the drain and tried my best to look down. Maybe the phone was stuck somewhere. I looked for a long time and even tried to reach in with my hand, but I couldn't get it. Hun? No! Why is this guy the most unluckiest guy in the world? I was so tired, disappointed, and desperate. I couldn't pretend anymore. I fell to the ground feeling like shit. That cell phone was the most valuable thing I had. It had the only picture of my sister on it. Lord, please help me. I really didn't know if I could ever find my big sister without it. Carlos. Oh no! Carlos. The office wing of Criminal Investigation Unit 4 looked like a small warehouse that hadn't been organized in forever. It was crowded and messy in the first place. Then almost every desk had stacks of files that were at least 20 centimeters tall, as well as all kinds of evidence and other random items. I stood up straight and gave a salute. Oh, hey! Okay, reporting for duty at Unit 4. There were only 2 other people there beside me. One of them was wiping down his rifle. He looked at me with a strange, examining look on his face. The other one had dark circles around his eyes, which made him look like he hadn't slept for days. He was looking over some files. Judging from his seat, this must be the infamous lieutenant of Unit 4. Lieutenant Khan gave me a glance with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Then he mumbled, "You, over there." I followed the direction of his look and saw the desk that he seemed to be referring to. Many old bags from McDonald's were stacked on top of it, all filled with leftovers and trash. It was also directly opposite the bathroom, facing it. It was okay, as long as I had somewhere to sit. Oh no. Also, I did not expect him to have orange hair. I was about to ask Lieutenant Kong what I should do next when the phone on his desk rang. He took the call, put down the phone, and announced to us that there was a gang-related hostage situation 2 blocks from the station. I never thought my opportunity to defend justice would arrive so soon. Lieutenant Cullen put out his cigarette in an ashtray and stood up. I followed him. He grabbed his coat and asked, "Hey, new guy, have you got your gun?" "My gun? No, not yet." "Then where do you think you're going?" "Stay by the phone. Take notes if anything comes up. Don't speak too much." I can still help without a gun. As a policeman, I swore to defend justice, to prevent all offenses against people and property. Justice? Lieutenant Khan burst into laughter before I could finish my sentence. "You think justice is gonna block a bullet from hitting you? Well, kid, I've seen plenty of idiots like you. In my unit, there is only one rule you need to remember at all times, which is to follow the orders." That wasn't what I meant at all. I was just trying to help. First day on the job, and I was already having such a misunderstanding with my lieutenant. Shouldn't he have, like, police training? So it's like, I don't know, whatever. But before I can explain myself, Lieutenant Khan continued. If you have a problem with staying by the phone, you could just go home, and don't bother coming back tomorrow either. I'll let the old man know." After they left, I sat down on my seat opposite the bathroom. As my nose was catching glimpses of the faint smell, I let out a defeated sigh. When I had been in a police academy, people would always have an understanding smile on their face whenever Unit 4 was brought up. Everyone had heard all sorts of rumors about this place. Lieutenant Kong was the infamous dictator of the Criminal Investigation Department. Everyone must follow his orders without question. He had a peculiar personality, and he was extremely rough, even cruel with the criminals. Besides, Lieutenant Kong was a lot younger than the other unit's lieutenants. Therefore, many people speculated that Lieutenant Kong had only got his position because of nepotism. As a result, no rookies wanted to join Unit 4. As a result, for the unit that everyone dreamt of getting into, that would have been Unit 1. Unit 1 had over 30 officers, and it was widely considered to be the best unit in the department. Yet here I was, assigned to Unit 4. I was sulking when the phone rang again. There was another hostage case in that place. Since no one in Unit 4 was available, I suppose this was my time to oh no. I hurried to the scene in 10 minutes. It was a 10-story apartment building. I could vaguely see 2 people on the ledge of the rooftop. People told me that they were a married couple. The husband had borrowed too much money from the loan sharks and couldn't pay them back. That is why he wanted to jump off the building, and he had forced his wife up there with him. Well, let's see how I, Chong Kyung-min, would brilliantly solve this crisis. One of his feet was already at the edge of the ledge. He was holding a knife against a frightened wife's neck. I walked over there. Stop! I'm telling you to stop! He got riled up, and his right foot missed the ledge. He fell over the edge and dragged his wife with him. Wait, no! Before I even had a chance to talk him down, both of them disappeared out of my sight. Oh god, it was a terrible scene at the bottom of the building. Even though I was 10 floors above the ground, I felt like I could smell. I felt like I could still smell the blood. It almost made me sick. I stood there in shock. For the first time, I finally recognized what it felt like to be a real policeman. Oh god, what in the hell have I done? Could I be any more stupid? Please, Buddha, please let me have another chance, please. Both of you. Okay. I walked over there. Okay, so maybe, okay, so first of all, we need to get the cell phone situation not here. so Carlos doesn't lose his phone. Maybe instead of he walks over there? Okay. I'll to make it less confusing, I'll try to move like one thing at a time just so I don't get myself lost. So okay, so we moved, cell phone fell to the ground, right? Okay. My cell phone fell to the ground and I walked over, okay. And hopefully Carlos doesn't have to lose his phone. There's total chaos in front of the burning building. I put my cell phone back into my pocket and left the crowd. I walked to the next street, asking the pedestrians about Alicia. Okay. D. Bad. Still the same. Okay. Why is this D? I walked... Okay, so... Maybe he walks over after the fire truck arrived? Okay. I tried talking some sense into him. I told him that one could always earn back the money. I said that he still had his wife's full support, so he shouldn't give up just yet. I even tried asking him if he would like some... Right, for dinner. But none of the techniques I had learned from the academy worked. The standoff kept going. The wife was clearly physically exhausted, and she looked like she was mentally drained too. Honey, if you really want to die so much, let me go with you then. I hope we can both be happy there next— No! She grabbed the knife on her neck and cut her own throat. No! Girl! Blood was gushing out. She was
Then she collapsed onto the ground that had been colored red by her own blood. The man's face was covered with blood. He seemed to have lost ability to talk. He slowly knelt down and took the knife out of the woman's hands. It looked like he had completely lost his mind. I couldn't let it happen a second time. I sprinted ahead a few steps and kicked the knife out of his hand. I pinned the man down on the ground. He looked at his wife's body, which was only half a meter away, and slowly losing its warmth. Then he wept. Neither of us had expected the situation to turn out like that. I was suspended due to serious consequences caused by recklessness, unauthorized actions. Yeah, okay. It was total chaos in front of the burning building, fire trucks, firemen, fire hoses. The fire department had taken charge of the situation. I walked up to the fireman nearby and asked if there was anything I could do to help. A foreigner, he asked as he looked at me. You really shouldn't stay here. If we don't put out this fire today, we will be dying 1,000 deaths. He saw my confused look and added, You are new here. This is the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang, the most powerful gang in this area. Yes, gang, bad people. There are gangs in your country, right? So stay away from here. Leave. Just go get some soda or something. Okay. Maybe a fire truck arriving on the other one is probably a good idea. Or maybe... cell phone ring? Okay, the fire truck has to arrive here though, right? Because, come on. Okay. So this one would change. The phone kept ringing. Who the hell could be calling me at this godforsaken moment? I was about to bend over and pick it up. The man suddenly got riled up. He waved a knife at me wildly. Don't move! Don't answer the phone! His wife saw a chance as the knife had left her neck, so she bit his left wrist as hard as she could. He dropped the knife out of pain. Then she ran over and hid behind me before he could pick it back up. Oh, nice. The man suddenly began wailing like a child. So, even you're abandoning me? Fine, I'll just go by myself. He raised the knife and cut his... Oh no! I didn't even have enough time to react. I was so suspended due to blah blah blah. Okay. Still bad. Okay, but I feel like the cell phone ringing this one is still better. He shouldn't walk, right? But this is only ring C. Okay. So... how about this? Oh no, this stays the same then. Okay, so there's no fire truck this time. The fire trucks hadn't arrived yet. It was total chaos in front of the burning buildings. More and more injured people were being carried out of the building. A man in a black trench coat seemed to have summoned a lot of people to help put out the fire. I wasn't injured and I had all my limbs, and I thought I should go help too. I walked towards the man. Excuse me, I would like to... A huge man in a black suit appeared in front of me and blocked my sight. The suit guy seemed to be twice my... Oh gosh. He looked down upon me and I could see a deep scar on his face. Help? Oh gosh. I swallowed anxiously and had no idea what to say next. The suit guy held up his hand and pointed to somewhere behind me. A truck full of fire extinguishers had just arrived. The fire was finally put out by sunset. I sat on the stairs at the bottom of the building exhausted. I was covered with dust and ash from head to toe. All of the injured people had been sent to the hospital. The man leading the team had already left. My stomach became rumbling. Man, if I can only get a free meal of helping you put out a fire. Okay. So Okay, so having the fire trucks there is a good idea because he needs to meet the gang guys. I'm assuming that the gang guys probably know about his sister. I think that's what it's alluding to, I guess. So, maybe cell phone? No! Will this change anything? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe, okay, maybe cell phone fall to the ground just without the fire truck, because then there would be no water, right? And then he walks over, cell phone falls to the ground, maybe something will happen. Maybe. Who the hell would be calling me at this godforsaken moment? Okay. Turned around and answered the phone quietly. It was from the station. Told me something important had happened to the unit, and I must get back as soon as possible and await further instructions. I hung up the phone and turned around, only to realize that the couple had disappeared from the ledge. Fortunately, the fire department had set up a cushion below. Oh my god. You moron! Do you know how big of a mess you've made? That case wasn't even under our jurisdiction! Back at the station, Lieutenant Khan was outraged. He was yelling at me so loudly that the entire building could hear him. To be honest, you deserve it, okay? Like, you did just go out and do whatever you want. Like, come on, man. The hospital later called and informed us that the couple was okay. However, the wife had been 4 months pregnant, and they couldn't save the Aww. I was suspended due to serious Oh no, he's still suspended though. Someone quickly ran past me and bumped into my arm. My phone was knocked out of my hand and stopped at another man's feet. The fire trucks hadn't arrived yet, however this man in black trench coat seemed to have summoned a lot of people to help put out the fire. He picked up my phone with his left hand and saw my sister's picture. Then he asked me in English what my relationship was with her. There was no expression on his face the entire time. After hearing my explanation, he tossed the phone back to me. Then he said, "Come back here tomorrow. You know my sister." I walked up to him in excitement, but a huge man in a black suit stopped me. The man in the trench coat looked like he wasn't going to answer any of my questions, and turned his attention back to his men in the fire. The suit guy seemed like he was twice my size. He looked down upon me and I could see a deep scar on his face. Fine, I would come back tomorrow. Still, I never thought that I could find a clue about Alicia just like this. The Lord must be blessing us. Sister, we will soon meet again, I just know it. Okay. I can't seem to get it to work no matter how hard I try. Am I just too stupid?
It's not your fault. Something seems to be tied over there with bake, yeah? Once you solve the problem over there, it might impact this one too.
Huh? Is that a thing too?
Occasionally, we might not be able to solve the current case because of something that's happened somewhere else. Whenever this occurs, you will see orange text in the letters.
Oh, okay.
The appearance of orange text typically means that you will need to consult another letter to handle the current one.
So basically, if I see orange text in a letter, I should go and check on some other letters first, right?
Correct. Sometimes you might need to handle the other letters first. Other times it could just mean that you need to look for clues in the other letters. In either case, it really depends on the letters. And you'll have to use your own judgment. This doesn't happen too often, but if you do encounter them, make sure you take advantage of the hints in the letters to help you.
Got it. I'll go read the letter from first.
You might have noticed that every time you open a letter, you can see a number of small colored squares here.
Oh yes, what are those?
Small squares can be one of 3 colors, yellow, pink, and gray. Some of them are solid, while some of them are empty. These squares represent all the possible endings for the events described in a specific letter. Right, okay. The solid ones stand for the endings that you have discovered, while the empty ones are the endings that you have yet to reach. Of the solid squares, the yellow one marks the selected ending that you have chosen at the moment, which means the yellow square could only be solid and never empty. The solid pink squares, on the other hand, represent the endings that you have discovered but are not selected at the moment. The pink empty squares are the endings that you have not discovered yet. All of these squares are strictly arranged in order. S, A, B, C, D, E, F, okay. Which could be a helpful reference when you are making your decisions.
What about the gray squares?
Gray squares may either be solid or empty, but they are less common. Sometimes the development of certain events may be impacted by other people and things. For instance, this instant was Chang Gyeolmin was affected by the incident on Kambya's side. That's why there's a gray square here. A gray square means that under current conditions, the probability of this potential ending happening is 0, or in layman's terms, it cannot happen. Once we solve the relating pending problem, the square will no longer be gray, meaning that it is now possible for us to reach this ending. Meanwhile, in a previous ending that we have reached will now turn gray instead. Oh, okay. Confused. I understand, it's very confusing when I explain it to you like this. However, I believe that you are done with Chang Gyeolmin's story. Once you are done with Chang Gyeolmin's story, you'll figure out how it works.
Got it, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
这都是我的错。
You again?
有没有搞错？
Dios, ¿qué hice mal?
Oh, hey, it's his sister.
하느님, 저를 용서해 주소서.
Bastards. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, you can see too, cause this is kind of like the timeline of how things are happening, right? Like as we go down further, it's just like further along in time. So like this, you can see, oh yeah, it happens before. Alright. Also, I didn't know that that police academy guy was like such a young guy. I wouldn't have given him such a deep voice. Maybe I'll switch voices. My name is Kon Byaka. I'm a cop. I've been doing this for 7 years. Or is it 8? I can't really remember. Today, old man assigned another newbie to my unit. He had always wanted my unit to become as big as Unit 1. Why did I need so many people? Detective work wasn't like street fighting. I had a headache whenever I pictured the image of so many people in the unit passing their lunches over their heads during lunch break. And this newbie today was full of that kind of fighting for justice crap. Lunatic. Well, screw it, whatever. I was just gonna wait for a few days. Then I would find an excuse to send him over to Unit 1. Everyone would be happy then. We were always very busy. The files for the open cases had been stacking up on desks, starting to resemble small hills. Among all the police precincts in the entire Republic of Korea, Busan might be one of the top 5 busiest precincts, thanks to the violent gangs in the area. The Musun gang and the Bang gang help. Biggest violent gang in Busan region mostly deals with drugs and arms trafficking. There are 4 groups within the gang. Okay. Their boss's most famous saying was, as long as you're still breathing, you gotta do what you want to do. The only other major gang that is able to rival the Musun gang in the Busan region. Its business encompasses prostitution, entertainment, and gambling. Unlike Musun gang, the blah 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 is less violent prone and puts more emphasis on intelligence. One of the boss's most famous saying is, as long as it pays, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. These 2 gangs never made our lives easy. Recently, the old boss of the Musun gang has been severely ill. His underlings were all itching to become the successor. There were at least a dozen people killed in the infighting every day. If I kept saving up my vacation days like this, I would probably have enough time to plan for my next trip to be to the moon. The case today was an annoying one too. It was a hostage case, but the kidnapper and the hostages belonged to the same gang. It was a so-called family matter. What was worse was that the kidnapper was someone quite important in the Musen gang. The old man always told us to keep things easy so as to avoid a direct confrontation with the gangs. He had told me again today, multiple times, to bring the kidnapper in without hurting anyone. Without hurting anyone? If he had really wanted that, he would not have assigned the case to me. I was crawling in a narrow air vent duct. Air vent duct. I could hear breathing sounds all over me, both loud and quiet, as well as the sound of the fans. The air smelled disgusting. I loosened my collar a little. Fuck this. I'd rather climb up from the outside of the building with my bare hands than suffocate inside this goddamn tube. Why couldn't I just walk him from the door and pop 2 shots into his head? I had finally arrived at the top of the room. The voices coming from below sounded very weird through the vent. You stay there and don't fucking move, all of you, don't move. The target was sitting on the couch at the other end of the room. He kept waving the gun in his hand around and pointed it at the other one's heads every once in a while. Those poor bastards were all his underlings. None of them even dared to look up. I had seen lots of junkies that would get so high that they wouldn't recognize their own mother. Still, the scene right below me was so unusually funny that I almost chuckled. The area below the vent was right in the view of the bay window. Anyone could easily see inside the room from across the street through that window. My task today was to lure him over. I got closer to the vent, trying to observe the situation more closely. Close. Clang. A loud noise came from somewhere. Don't move, I heard a man's voice. A bullet flew out without me seeing it. The nails fastening the vent register had been shattered by the bullet, and it bounced off a few meters away into a corner. After a tumble and a half, I fell and smashed into the white carpet, along with the vent register. 5 meters away, the junkie was holding his gun with a shocked expression on his face, and smoke was still coming out the dark, shaking barrel. Near my shoulder, my shirt had turned from its original red to another kind of red, and the color patch kept getting larger. You've let yourself get hurt again, idiot. A voice that I couldn't be more familiar with appeared in my head once again, while also sounding like it was coming from out of this world. Oh crap. I had come back to this room again. Huh? The room was extremely dark. There was no furniture inside except for a light bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. Black space. The slightly shorter person walked out from a dark corner reluctantly. His hair was all messed up, and his eyes didn't even look alive. I hope they don't show that picture. As soon as he pushed me away from underneath the light, a mysterious force dragged me into a corner. I was swallowed by darkness. Whenever I was in danger, this guy would come out against my will. But at a moment like this, well shit, what a shitty day. Whoever stood under the light would have control of the body. From this moment on, I was no longer in command of my own body. I managed to dodge all of the flying bullets coming towards me with extreme agility and inhuman postures. When I got back on my feet, I somehow had a gun in my hand. The 13 9mm bullets in the magazine were fired like a machine gun. Each one of them went through his head. Broken eyeballs splashed all over the barely recognizable face of the junkie. Everything was a terrible mess. The junkie had collapsed onto the floor like a pile of mud, but now the gun was aimed at his henchman that was still all tied up. Things were taking an ugly turn. 1 bullet, 1 life, no waste. But I hesitated when the gun pointed at a muscular guy with a tattooed head. The muscular guy suddenly swept me at my ankle with his leg. I lost my balance, knocked my head on a short table, and passed out. When I woke up, I was lying in a hospital, with tubes coming out all over my body. Minjun was standing next to me, sound asleep. 8 deaths. As per usual, I had to write 1,000 words for each death on the report, which meant I needed to write 8,000 words. Moreover, the target this time was not just a regular punk. His father was the leader of the Gamun group within the Musen gang, Choi Yohan. That would mean another 4,000 words at least. Gosh, my head hurts so bad. Imagine you just have to write long essays for killing people.
Wow, it's almost as if I was watching an action movie. If only I had some popcorn.
God? Don't ruin the solid mood by suddenly thinking about popcorn. Okay, sorry, there's no popcorn here, but we do have osmanthus cakes.
Oh, that's great too. I'm not very picky.
Girl.
So, if I want to eat cakes while watching a movie— oh no, I meant while working— is there any way I could do it hands-free? These letters are not like regular letters that I can just read in front of me. I have to follow the thoughts of the writer by confirming it sentence by sentence.
Stupid lazy girl. Although there is indeed a way. If you want to free your hands to eat, to do something else, all you need to do is hit A. Then the letters will enter autoplay mode. Furthermore, if you want to read it faster while you are not eating, you can activate the skip text option in the options. Afterwards, every button pressed will reveal an entire line of text immediately. All of these tips have been archived inside the help menu, which will be periodically updated as we go along. If you have any questions, don't forget to check the information there.
Got it.
Okay. I mean, it's not like I really need to know to do that, because I'm reading it all out loud. Alicia!
My name is Alicia. I'm 18 years old. I was born and raised in Mexico. I have a little brother named Carlos, who is 9 years younger than me. He's the only family I have left. We're both orphans. The orphanage was so poor they couldn't afford to send us to school. I had to come out and make some money so that I could keep my brother in school. If I could make enough money, I thought that maybe we could eventually move out of the orphanage and start a new life, just the two of us. I heard that America was a place full of chances for everyone, and that was where I should go. A travel agency in said Mexico City had told me that crossing the desert, stowing away on a train, or getting across the Rio Bravo were all very risky and dangerous. Therefore, they had established a route via the ocean. Even though it would be slightly more expensive, it was guaranteed to be safe, and everyone who had taken this route had got into America. I spent the money I had saved for months and bought myself a ship ticket. There were several other young girls with me on the ship. We were locked inside a small room, and we were not allowed to go out. At first, we thought it was just so that people wouldn't find us being smuggled across the border. But it had taken so long, we must have arrived by now. Half a month passed, and we were still at sea. We were finally certain that we had been conned. After about a month, the ship finally arrived at a port. We were then moved to a building near the port where the guards watched us. Where were we now? Which country was this? Where were we going to be sold? Slaves? Or prostitutes? I crashed in the corner with my mind running wild. Every once in a while, a guard would come in and take a sobbing girl out. There were fewer and fewer people left in the room. Finally, there was only me and another girl named Julie left. Julie suddenly stood up and tried to hit the guard at the door facing us. Oh my god. She was holding a rock in her hand. But she didn't succeed. The rock fell to the ground, and her arm was grabbed so tightly by the guard that it looked like it was about to snap. She looked at me with a pleading look in her eyes. I really wanted to help her. I didn't want to be sold either. I was too scared. The guard had a gun. Everyone outside had a gun. Julie lowered her head. What? When she lifted it back up, the guard was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Half of his missing ear was in Julie's mouth. Oh my god, Julie. Oh no. Julie! Then I heard a few gunshots along with loud cursing. Julie fell down and stopped moving. Her eyes were open so wide as if she had just come out of a nightmare. The injured guard slammed the door angrily, with one hand covering his ear. Soon another person came in. This one seemed to be nicer. He had half a bottle of beer with him. He sat down on the ground, looked at me, and then looked at Julie, who was lying in her own blood. He didn't seem to care about what had happened at all. An hour later, his bottle was empty, and he had fallen asleep in the chair. It was pretty late. Maybe I wouldn't be taken away until tomorrow. I looked at Julie again and remembered what she told me out there on the ocean. I want to become a singer in America. I want to be a star. I want to be in movies when I grow up. I want to be famous. Sorry. She wasn't bragging. She had a really beautiful voice. She also said, I know if I do my best, my dream will come true.
I would never forget the look on her face when she had said it. Her eyes had been filled with hope and anticipation for the future. I was very jealous of how lively and full of joy Julie was. The guard turned a little in the chair, and his gun dropped from his waist, sliding towards my feet. Aw, shit. Was it a hint from the Lord? I reached out for the gun, but I jerked my hand back like I had been shocked when I touched it. No! No! I couldn't. What if I ended up like Julie? I held the cross tight in front of my chest and started praying. Oh, Heavenly Father, Jesus said, "Ask and you shall receive." We trust that you know what our true needs are. You recognize what our true feelings are. You understand which situations we are in. Now we shall ask for what our heart truly desires. O God, give heed to my prayer. Show us your mercy. Amen. 5 minutes have passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The guard began snoring. The gun was right next to my hand. Maybe this really had been a hint from the Lord? I finally picked up the gun in hesitation. It felt so heavy in my hand. Mom, Dad, please bless me. Carlos, please bless me. Heavenly Father, please bless me. I pushed the door open. There was no one in the hallway outside. It was so quiet. The only thing I could hear was my own heart beating wildly in my chest. The building had only one floor. After taking one turn, I could see the main gate. There were several guards at the gate too. All of them had guns. There was a black man and 2 Asians. The rest of them all had pale skin. How could I get out? With just one handgun? I checked the gun in my hand once again. There was no bullets in the gun. There were no bullets. I collapsed on the floor. I was not feeling afraid anymore. I just felt utter desperation. Soon the guards noticed me and dragged me back into the room. This time they cuffed my feet so that I wouldn't be able to escape again. Julie's body was still lying there. Flies began hovering around her face. But they didn't seem to have any intention to clean up the scene. Would I end up like Julie? Was this my final destiny? Heavenly Father, please answer me. Alicia. Alicia? Alicia. I see how they're gonna be related now. Because, Lieutenant Kong is like madman with a gun. So we just take all of his madman with a gun lines, give him to give them to what's her name? Alicia? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. So there were no bullets in the gun. So Alicia couldn't do anything, right? How about we get rid of the guy who's... Let's just change this. Let's just switch their things. A loud noise came from somewhere, a guy came up, and then a bullet flew out without me even seeing it. Right? So Alicia went and killed a guy. And then Lieutenant didn't kill any guys, because there was no bullets in his gun. Let's see. Where were the bullets? Wait, I had taken out the magazine yesterday while doing maintenance. I must have forgotten to bring it along earlier. Shit! I must have been too tired recently. My memory was getting really bad. Maybe in a couple of years I would have Alzheimer's disease. First day of school. Oh, is this just a lot of terms? Okay. Alzheimer's, okay. I paged Minjun through the radio that there was a change of plan and that we needed to fall back. I heard a loud boom coming through the air duct behind me just as I climbed out of the vent. Only later did I learn that the room with the target had sorry. The room with the target had an inexplicable explosion. The investigation afterwards indicated that everyone in the room had been burned to ashes. There were no survivors. I never imagined that forgetting the magazine would turn out to save my life. I suppose today was such a shitty day after all. Dang, it worked for Lieutenant. A bullet that had come out of the door hit me in the stomach. Oh no, Alicia! I slowly collapsed to the ground with my back against a wall. I could feel the warmth slowly leaving my body. The last thing I saw were some people arguing at the door. They were all strangers. Tears rolled down my face. It's true what they said. The people you wanted to see the most in your last moments would be your own family. Bad and bad? Isn't his okay though? Or okay. Hold on. So okay. Oh wait, no, cause this bullet flew out. Cause the bullet flew out and hit Alicia. No. Okay, we need the bullet to fly out of her gun. And then how about... Okay, so how about there's still a loud noise here. So what? We don't want the explosion to happen? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Because we want Alicia to kill. The nails fastening the vent register had been shattered by the bullet, and had bounced a few meters into the corner. After a tumble and a half, I fell and smashed into the white carpet along with the vent register. 5 meters away, the junkie was pointing his gun at me. He looked really scared and his hand was shaking. Don't you dare move. This was serious. I dropped my gun and held my hands behind my bed. I did as he said and sat together with the other hostages. Shit. I was going to owe Unit 3 another big favor. Okay, well that's... rank A. Wait, what? This is still bad? What? Eh? What if I just had nothing here? Bounced off a few meters into a corner. Smashed in the white carpet. 5 meters away, the junkie holding his gun with a shock expression. Smoke is still coming out of the dark, shaking barrel. Near my shoulder, mature. Okay, and then he got shot. Okay. And then he enters the sequence. Okay, so do we want to avoid this or do we want to keep this? That's the question. Slightly shorter person. Whenever I was in danger, this guy would come out against me, Will. Right, so if we're not in danger, then he would not show up. Although hand-to-hand combat would only mean one thing, my opponent was going to suffer even more. I began to sympathize with the poor bastard. As I had lost control of my body, and I had been so exhausted, the view before my eyes was starting to get shaky and blurry. In my skipping vision, I glanced at Minjun waiting for a chance for his best shot from the roof of the building across the street. You could see everything inside the room in his scope on the sniper rifle. I pushed the junkie on the nose. His nose was broken into an asymmetrical shape, and blood was coming out of both of his nostrils. However, the junkie seemed to be more and more lucid after the punch. He looked outside the window, following the direction of my eyes. He had noticed Minjun too. A clear view in front of the window, a perfect spot for a sniper. However, I didn't know anything about today's plan. The junkie saw an opening and suddenly grabbed my body. Then he quickly turned around and forced my back toward the window. Ah, shit. The bullet shattered the window glass, and the next instant it pierced through my chest as well. The strong force flipped me over and destroyed my lungs. I couldn't breathe anymore. I stood helplessly in the corner of the dark room, and my sight was fleeting. Eventually, I lost all connection to the world. Ah, no! Lieutenant! Now that I made up my mind. Oh, now that I made my mind, I had to follow through. The Lord would bless me. I raised a gun and tried to shoot one of the Asian men. What? The trigger felt so heavy, and the recoil almost knocked the gun out of my hand. Fortunately, I didn't hit anyone.
said I only succeeded in exposing myself. I had to keep shooting, but I used up all the 6 bullets quickly. I still couldn't have hit anyone. Their firepower was way stronger. They aimed their shots at my feet. I had to keep crawling back. How could I possibly win the shootout?
Bad and bad. Okay, so... Okay, so instead of the bullet flying out, this thing, there's a guy here. And then that would also get rid of this situation, right? Let's try.
I accidentally knocked down a ladder that had been put against the wall. The guard in the room woke up. He stumbled into the hallway, still quite sleepy. I suddenly had an idea. Hands up, don't make a sound or I'll shoot. I pointed the gun at his head. He held his hand up high and began sweating. Walk to the gate slowly, do not speak to them, do not lower your hands, do not turn around. I pressed the gun against the back of his head, and we walked slowly towards the gate. My palms were completely wet with sweat. Only I knew that I was more nervous than he. When we were only a few hundred meters away from the port, I smashed his head with the gun as hard as I could and knocked him out. And then I ran away as fast as possible. I didn't dare look back. There were still plenty of people in the street. Many stores were still open, even in the middle of the night. People were shooting me strange looks when I ran past them. They all seemed to be Asians. But I didn't dare stop and talk to them. Julie had been right about one thing. Dreams did come true when you did your best. I didn't know how long I had to run, but I couldn't even take one more step. I collapsed into a bunch of paper boxes stacked at the corner of an alley.
Okay, well, Alicia seems good to go. The bullet hit the vent register. Then it happened to deflect and hit my shoulder. What a wonderful day for me. Blood was streaming down my arm and dripping onto the vent. Oh gosh. 3. Then it dropped onto the carpet the room below. Wait, what is this? The target's steps was getting closer. Then he stopped. I didn't need to look. The bastard must have been standing right beneath the vent. Soon he would lift his head, look up, and notice me. There was the sound of window glass shattering. Then it was the sound of flesh being destroyed. Ah, the sniper! Mission complete. Everything went as planned. Well, almost. I stood next to the junkie's body, which was missing half of his head. Oh shit. He was supposed to just lose a leg or something. This was a little different from what the old man had demanded. Minjun had just rushed over from the building across the street. He dropped to his knees with a thud as soon as he saw me. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. It was my mistake. I missed. It looked like he hadn't forgotten the last time when he did not follow the plan exactly and had to write a 200,000 word report. Why is the penalty for killing people just writing reports? This feels like a very mild penalty for human life. Whatever. If apologizing was good enough, what would we need the cops for then? I checked the junkie's pocket. There's only 50,000 won and half a pack of Marl cigarettes. I stuffed the money into Minjun's pocket and lit a cigarette for myself. Well, Choi Dun-sung, which was the name of the junkie, was just trash in this society, and he deserved to die. Damn. After witnessing such a bloody ending, maybe his loser buddies would learn to behave a little too. Yeah, maybe it wasn't too bad after all. I touched Minjun's head. Don't worry about it, we're done. Okay, we did it! Great! So, okay, Kang Baikia's problem. Don't forget about Chang Gyang Min's letter from earlier.
Oh right, almost my mind.
Oh my god, this girl. What's this? Oh, right, okay. There's one more thing that could help you with your work. That's history.
History? That sounds like something I can use to review all the endings that I've unlocked, right?
Smart girl. Every ending that you have come across is archived there. When you run into something that's too complicated, try referring to the history for inspiration. Oh, okay. No! Okay, there we go. Oh, one more thing. I have another small tip regarding the history archives. In here we can browse all the possible endings to a letter. They are displayed on the right. Furthermore, they are arranged in the same order as the small squares as you see when you open the letter. Okay. They're arranged in this order, S-A-B-A. Okay, right. The ending with one small I is the one that you are currently viewing.
I see. I think this could help with my deductions too, when the number of endings increases.
Exactly. As for how you want to use it, that's totally up to you.
Cell phone studies rating. Forward.
Right, okay, so... Okay, wait. How do I change to the letter? Oh, here. Okay, so the one that worked for Carlos was I walked over there, my cell phone fell to the ground, right? Okay. Walked over there. Cell phone fell to the ground. Right, okay. So let's see if it works. Who the hell will be calling me in this godforsaken moment? I turned around and answered the phone quietly. It was Lieutenant Khan. The lieutenant briefly asked me about the situation, told me to hand the phone over to the husband. It was a Bungnam Grain. What? It's true? Oh my, that's wonderful, thank you. Whoa. He hung up the phone, dropped the knife, and hugged his wife, sobbing uncontrollably. Sue, it's all okay now. We can have our lives back. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It was all my fault.
What just happened? I took my phone back from the man, confused. A strong gust of wind blew past us, and the man lost his balance. I quickly reacted, took a big step forward and grabbed him, trying to pull him back, but I was pulled over instead. We fell off the ledge together. The world was spinning. It was 10 floors off the ground. No one would survive if we hit the ground. I swung my right arm out as hard as I could to turn towards the roof sledge. Something flew out of my coat. It was a white ribbon I had wrapped around my forearm with a small spearhead tied to its end. Why do you have this? The spearhead wrapped around the metal bar on that ledge a few times and tightened the ribbon. It was my secret weapon. I called it my tail. Oh no, he's a furry. For this moment, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking that we were safe. But the bar couldn't hold our weight and began to bend. I tightened my left fist and grabbed the man's shirt harder. I burned the last drop of energy inside of me with all of the adrenaline I had and forced every single muscle cell to release all of its power. Justice! But it's not something that I only talked about. I threw him up towards the roof. We were quickly moving away from each other in opposite directions. The metal bar finally gave out and it was torn away from the concrete on the ledge. I began falling with it. I could hear the wind gushing in my ears. This is my justice. Oh my god. Let's go! Finally! Yay! Okay. Alright, Jimmy has one. Jimmy and Lee win. Oh no. Jimmy! My name is Jimmy. I'm a transfer student. I arrived in Beijing not long ago and now I'm a senior at Yunnan High School. The reason I chose the school was because I had a serious crush on the girl here. Just a few days ago, I was fortunate enough to be her partner in the doubles tennis match on my first day at school. At first, I was so thankful that I thought the goddess had finally smiled upon me. Yet I was totally embarrassed because I had never even played tennis before. After that happened, I made up my mind. I was determined to improve my tennis skills, just in case I had another chance like this. I adjusted the serve speed of the ball machine, walked back to the baseline, raised my racket, and got ready. In order to get better, I had bought a season membership at a club. I even finished watching all 178 episodes of the Kid of Tennis anime. No, that doesn't help you. I had complete faith in myself. I believed I could make it work this time. The next time I got to play with her, I would show off my kick serve, my pickup volleys, my drive D, even my zero style. No, sir. and she will look at me with admiration. The ball machine shot the ball out with a pong. The ball was flying at 140 kilometers an hour. Haha! What a sneaky machine! How dare it serve the ball when I wasn't paying attention? Oh gosh, my wrist really hurt. Jimmy! The doctor said that I had hurt my tendon. I needed to rest my right hand for at least a month. He said I should not even use a mouse, not to mention playing tennis. No! Doctor, I want to play! My dear goddess of fortune, if you hear me, please heal my wrist. If it's necessary, I will even swear off video games for a month as a sacrifice to you. Please, Jimmy. Jimmy, no. Oh my gosh. I'm Li Wen, a senior at Yina High School. Today, the new art teacher assigned me as his assistant for the class, so I had to stay after the class and clean up the art classroom. I tried to sneak a few peeks at the strange teacher while I was reluctantly mopping the floor. He was looking over the sketches that had been left in the room one by one, and then throwing them in the trash. If it was just the two of us in the room, neither of us was talking. What? Hey W, how was your first day? It was my homeroom teacher, Miss Young, who burst into the room and broke the silence. She said hello to me, and held on to Mr. Wen's arm like a little girl. Okay. According to what I heard from Jing, Mr. Wen and Miss Young went way back. It was also Miss Young who had recommended Mr. Wen for the newly vacant teaching position. The beautiful Miss Young was said to be notoriously hard to get. Many male teachers in the school had allegedly been turned down by her. Was she involved with Mr. Wen? I grabbed the trash can and deliberately left the room. When I got back, there was no one there anymore. Someone appeared to have already replaced the barrel for the water dispenser, too. It seemed that I could finally go home. Yay! It was starting to get dark when I finally finished cleaning the classroom. I walked out of the school gate and noticed that Mr. Wen was walking not too far in front of me, going in the same direction. That was strange. I thought he had left a while ago. I didn't want to talk to him, so I stayed behind at a distance, quietly watching his back. Such a bad-tempered and terribly dressed man. How exactly did he become a teacher again? Before I know it, Mr. Wen had walked into a dark alley that led to my place. However, as soon as I stepped into the alley myself, I felt that something was wrong, and I immediately backed out. Mr. Wen had been stopped by two men, one in front of him and the other behind him. The one facing my direction was wearing a tank top. He flashed a pocket knife in Mr. Wen's face. I hid behind a corner and tried to peek around it. Mr. Wen took out his wallet and handed it over without any resistance. That was smart, I thought. Better safe than sorry. The tank top guy fiddled with the wallet for a while, then slammed it on the ground. 20? You think I'm a fucking beggar? But you don't have any money? Bruh. He punched Mr. Wen in the face. Mr. Wen stumbled back and bumped into the guy behind him. He was still not resisting. The tank top guy placed his knife on Mr. Wen's face. Be smart, give me all your money. No, be smart, give me all your money. Judging from the look on his face, maybe that 20 yuan really was all Mr. Hetman had. We were too far away from the main street, and there was no one else around who could help. I suddenly had an idea. I took my racket— oh my god. I took my racket out of the bag and grabbed the tennis ball. This was the time to test the results of all my nightly practices. Girl, ball toss, backswing. Please hit the target, please. The ball was flying at the speed of 180 kilometers per hour. How did you know this? Oh, we can change the thing. A gust of wind suddenly swept by. We can change the ball speed, I think. Maybe. The ball was blown off its path by the wind and missed the target. Instead, it hit the back of Mr. Wen's hat. Oh my god! So far, Mr. Wen has been slapped twice, or punched twice, and Li Wen's hit someone's head twice too. If I had a nickel. Two men noticed me, and they seemed to be just as shocked as me. They must have thought I wanted to kill the man lying on the ground for some reason. The tank top guy took one step towards me. I began to picture how they would force me into a corner and pull a chainsaw again.
the chainsaw and cut me into pieces. Li Wen, no. Not everyone owns a chainsaw. Oh no, I couldn't stay there any longer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wen. I screamed silently in my head and ran away with my hands covering my face and leaving Mr. Wen all there by myself. Next day, Mr. Wen did not come to class. The school put an announcement saying that he had been badly injured during a robbery and that he was in a coma in the hospital. Oh my god. The announcement also reminded the students to be careful on the way back home. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have left him alone. There must be a better way. Li Wen. In these two letters, there are special restrictions. Special restrictions? Oh. Yes, remember how I told you that white pieces can be moved anywhere, except past the first and last black pieces in the letter, of course. Yes, I remember. When the special instructions are in place, that will no longer be the case. For instance, in these two letters, the two pieces 140 kilometers per hour and 180 kilometers per hour are in conflict with one another. That means they cannot be moved to the same side. If you try to do so, they will automatically switch places with each other. Oh, okay. Both pieces are labeled with a double-headed arrow, which stands for conflict. In addition to conflict, there are other special restrictions such as sequence. We'll deal with that when we see it. For now, you just need to remember that all of the pieces with special restrictions will be labeled with a red sign like this on the right side. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. Okay, well I mean, yeah, I was assuming anyway. Wait. Oh, maybe I don't even have to switch this. Maybe we can just move the wind. Because without the wind, right, it would hit the target, which is what she wanted. Let's see. And also, with the wind, it might hit Jimmy in the head, and then everyone will be happy. I shuddered a little. Before I realized it, the ball was already right in front of me. I was so startled I had to awkwardly block the ball with the racket. And I accidentally hit the sweet spot. It actually felt pretty great. No, he didn't hit Jimmy, he hit the ball. I mean, no, yay, Jimmy hit the ball. Wait, had I just hit it? Yes, I had! I had just hit an underspin shot. Slicing downward at the contact point, forcing it to have a backspinning rotation. What? Really? Are you sure, Jimmy? Oh wow, I had learned how to hit an underspin shot. Bonsai, bonsai. I jumped up and down with excitement. People nearby were shooting me, admiring. Strange looks. What does bonsai mean? Was he hurt? Nah, Jimmy's just a weeb. No. Bonsai is a Japanese phrase. It means hooray. Although, based on my observations, lots of people outside of Japan use this word as well. They're from many different countries, and most of them are men. Oh, and they share another common characteristic. What is that? Please don't say anime. They're all single. Single? What's wrong with being single? Everything. Being single hurts. Bruh. I'm single because I want to be? In the end, bonsai still means hurt, right? I see, bonsai means being single, and being single means it hurts. This is very straightforward. No, you got it all wrong. Oh, I think I'm single too. Bonsai. No. This is the worst. The ball hit the forehead of the tank top guy, exactly as I planned. He fell down to the ground with a thud like a brick. Before the second man realized what had happened, I sprinted towards his back as fast as I could. I smashed his head with my racket with all my strength. Jesus Christ. Then I grabbed Mr. Wen's hand and ran towards the end of the alley. 10 minutes later, I was panting heavily and I realized I had already run all the way back to my apartment building. Oh, and I was still holding Mr. Wen's hand. Mr. Wen, excuse me. This is where I live. I quickly let go of his hand. Well, what? Well, I might as well do a home visit then, shall we? Home visit? For a senior? By an art teacher? Mr. Wen, actually, there's no one else home. I walked in front of him and explained. Do your parents always work late? Mr. Wen looked up while climbing the stairs. The sunlight coming through the windows in the hallway were making him squint. No, I live alone. I stopped in front of room 413. Mr. Wynn did not follow me. He stopped in front of room 414. He pointed to the door next to him with his thumb and smiled. I suddenly remembered. The first day after I had moved in, the manager, Uncle Soon, had told me that a very famous artist from abroad had been living in the apartment next door. So that was him. We had actually met each other before. Hey! Easy peasy. One try. Okay. More letters. Oh wait, hold on. I want to see the portraits. Favorite McDonald's spicy burger. People he dislikes. Chong Kyung. No, the other personality. No. Relationship 1. Okay, Chong Kyung-min, rookie subordinate, Minjun subordinate, excellent with sniper rifles. Oh, full body.
하느님, 저를 용서해 주소. 저를 용서해 주소.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Justice. 23. Managed to resolve a hostage situation caused by a domestic conflict. 18. Kidnapped and taken into a human trafficking ship. Escaped in Hong Kong. Mexico Missing Persons Clearinghouse. Alicia. Oh. Eh? Is Julia on here? Julia's on here. Dang. Education, barely any. At 35, robbed. Oh god. Okay. More letters.
没有搞错。
Dios, ¿qué debería hacer?
They're connected? A relay race. Okay.
My mother had always complained that I never exercised. She would always say that if I ever needed to run away from bad guys, I would be dead in just a few steps.
Mom. But true.
There weren't that many bad guys in the world. Besides, even if they were, I think I could just stay in my room and not go outside. It is the information era after all. As long as I can get information online, I can play with the real world in the palm of my hand. Yet, even though I managed to dodge all the recruiting activities for the school sports meet, my roommate had totally ruined my perfect plan. Today was an all-school sports meet. I thought I could have a make-up excuse, like a foot injury, so that I wouldn't even have to sit under a tree, and I could just stay in my room and play on my computer. But Rocky had signed me up for the 4x400 relay race without me even knowing about it, and now I had to stand under the scorching sun. 400 meters! Madness. The last time I had been in a race I was still in elementary school. I hadn't even hit puberty. I thought I might die on the track today. The gun went off. I took it from his hand. I never knew that Rocky was so fast. Our team was actually in first place during his third leg run. Still, why was I the final leg? What were people thinking? There was nothing else I could do but run like my life depended on it. The people along the tracks were cheering for me. I couldn't really tell who they were, but this actually felt pretty great. I was only 50 meters from the finish line and no one had caught up to me yet. I must have underestimated myself. Hahaha. Look at me, Mom. Your son is about to ruin a race. I looked straight ahead to the finish line. Then I saw her. I saw my crush. Oh no. Don't distract me at such a moment. It was too late. I had only lost my focus for 1 second, and the tip of my foot tripped over a bump on the track. My entire body left the ground, and then my face smashed into the ground. Jimmy! By the time I got up, the other teams had run past the finish line. Oh no! Jimmy! Oh my god. Although it just suffered a 5, Pitt Street 99 is still open for business. It was a small and old building.
The walls were covered with flyers and graffiti. I walked through the main gate and saw a narrow entrance. There was also a small desk at the bottom of the stairs facing the entrance. A man with spiky hair was sitting behind the desk with his legs crossed. He put down the magazine, which had a woman with big breasts on the cover, and asked what I was doing there. I told him that a man in a long black trench coat had told me to come here. Trench coat? Everyone here wears a trench coat. I'm telling you, this is not some place that you can just walk in. You better get out of here before I stab you with a knife. Spiky hair picked up the magazine again. I tried to recall what the guy looked like. White shirt, great vest, short black hair that was combed to the back. He also had a big guy in a black suit with a scarf. He also had a big guy in a black suit with a scarred face by his side. A scarred face? Mr. Tough. Hold on. Does the guy you're talking about have his right hand? Spiky hair put down his magazine in his legs, leaned toward me and asked quietly, "Right hand?" I couldn't remember exactly, but I did remember that he picked up my phone with his left hand. He shouted upstairs, "Mr. Kwan, the guy you've been waiting for is here." I looked at the staircase with anticipation. However, the man who came down was not the one I had met. He was wearing a leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses. He had high cheekbones and had looked much older. He took me all the way to a suburb on the back of his motorcycle. Mr. Kwan spoke very fluent English. He told me that the buildings that we had just been in were the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in Hong Kong. The person who had told me to come was the second in command of the gang. He had instructed M. Kwang, Mr. Kwang, to induct me as a pledge. Pledge was a potential candidate to join the gang. But before officially admitting me, Mr. Kwang had to make sure if I was qualified. Mr. Kwang put a gun in my hand. I was stunned. "You don't have to do it." "Oh, you don't have to do it. If you're not willing to do this, we can leave right now. You'll just pretend that you have never met me." Mr. Kwang took a small metal box out of his pocket and threw a piece of gum in his mouth. "No, I'll do it." I couldn't let go of any chance to find Alicia. Besides, I had a brilliant idea. I went into a convenience store nearby. Most of the goods on the shelves seemed to be used goods. Some of them were covered with a thick layer of dust. The owner looked like he was over 60. He was reading a book behind the counter. It was just the two of us in the store. I walked up to the counter, smashed my left hand down on it, lifted the gun with my right hand, and pointed it at his head. I yelled in my meanest voice, "Give me all your money, or I'm gonna blow your head open." Oh gosh. Then I whispered to the old man about what was going on, making sure that Mr. Kwang wouldn't be able to hear me. I was so nervous even though I had no intention of robbing him for real. I handed him what was in my hand. "Please." The owner put down his book and looked at me pleadingly. We need the money here for my wife's hospital bill. I can't give it to you. Everything else in this shop, if you like, is all yours. All yours, please, please." Apparently he only heard my threats, not my whispers. Tears rolled down my face. I must have lost my mind to be robbing a poor old man like this. Even if it was all fake, I never should have done this. I handed the gun to the owner and loudly told him why I was there, and what I had been through. To my utter surprise, after hearing my story, the owner offered to help me ask about my sister, and even asked if I would be willing to stay here and help out in the store. I was welcome to stay as long as he didn't mind the little wage he could afford. I gave the old man a huge hug. Outside the store, Mr. Kwang had already left. I would never see him again. I started working at the store while looking for information about Alicia. Days went by, but I still hadn't heard anything. Lord, what should I do to find my sister? Should I have joined the gang instead? I feel like Carlos should have joined the gang, right? But I don't want him to suffer through the gang. Oh man. Dude, this is really like a situations be different. Cause like on one hand, this guy's like going through heaven and hell to try to find his sister, and the other guy's just like, "Oh my god, my crush." In this letter, there's a sequence special restriction that we talked about before. If you put "I handed him" and "I took it from" both on the left side, then the former has to happen after the latter. because you can't hand the baton over and then have it back again. Right. Furthermore, if you put the gun went off piece on the left side too, it has to appear before the match begins. So there is not another sequence restriction on this plate. No, so there is another sequence restriction on this piece too. All the sequence restrictions are labeled by number. The pieces with smaller numbers cannot be placed after the pieces with larger numbers. Since the aforementioned restrictions only apply to the left side, there is a straight vertical line in the middle of the red diamond. Oh, okay. And the number is marked on the left side of the line.
Oh boy, I'm completely lost.
Oh, that's not at all. You will get used to all of these red signs eventually.
Okay then, I'll try my best to remember them.
Bruh. Immediately when it's like, oh yeah, you know, he put a gun to his head, I was like, oh no, they're definitely gonna use the racing gun. Okay. Okay, so I was so nervous. I had no intention of robbing him for real. Please. Please. What if I just do this? I'm just kind of curious. Okay, this doesn't change, but how does this change? Baton to the next leg. Oh, because if he hands it the baton, then that means he's not the last one in the race. Oh, okay, I get it. If I had to take one more step, I was gonna throw up blood and die right there, right then. Our team was in second place. It was all up to Rocky now. Rocky soon finished the first 200 meters, but something didn't seem right. Had he eaten something bad today? In the end, not only did Rocky fail to pass Class 2, he was eventually passed by Class 4 10 meters away from the finish line. That sucked. Although, being part of this actually felt pretty great. Okay, so... So if we don't have Jimmy take a baton, and he just hands what was... Huh? Okay, wait, let's see what happens if I do this. Oh no, this stays the same. But he just like robs him. Owners was so frightened that he was shaking. He immediately took a few large bills out of the drawer and handed them to me. Apparently he had only heard my threats, not my whispers. Looking upon a 60-year-old man with an ailing wife at home, crying and begging me to spare his life, I could barely hold the tears in myself. Mr. Kwan took the money from my hand with a satisfied look on his face. I was then admitted into Black Dragon game. A few days later in the evening, I took a motorcycle from someone else in the group and came back to the store. I stuffed all the money I had borrowed in the past few days under the rolling door of the store. Sorry and thank you, Mr. Horner. Oh, okay. We don't have to kill him! Good. Okay. What the please? Gun went off. Please? Please? I finally handed the baton to the next leg. If I had to take one more step, I was gonna throw up blood and blah blah blah. Our team was in second place, it's all up to Rocky. Rocky finished, okay, something didn't right, he eats something bad. Oh! That's the please. Let's go, Rocky, go, I'll buy you ice cream. Now that I had participated, I wanted us to win too. I couldn't help but start cheering Rocky on. Many of the people around me were cheering for him too. I never knew that participating in this kind of event could actually feel pretty great. Rocky suddenly sped up. He finally ran past Class 2 with 10 meters left. He crossed the finish line first.
Well done! We were happily hugging and shoving each other near the finish line. My stomach hurt a little. Can we do barbecue instead of ice cream? You're funny. I pushed Rocky aside and caught a glimpse of someone. It was my crush. She was looking at us. And she was smiling. Wow, I never knew I could get this kind of reward by participating in the meet. I felt so happy, so happy.
Jimmy. Do I want to know if I put the gun went off over here? Let's see. Dark red hole appeared in the forehead of the owner. Apparently he had only heard my threats and not my whispers. No matter how hard I tried to signal him, the old man could not get my hints. Just when I had to get off, the gun went off by accident. There was blood everywhere. I ran out of the store, completely forgot about Mr. Kwan, and began running back to the way we came from. Mr. Kwan never tried to catch me. A few people on the street gave me strange looks. They must have thought I was a madman. I wasn't mad. I was guilty. I was guilty of killing someone. I had to confess. I must confess. Before sunset, I was sitting in the police station. There were blisters on both of my feet. Lord, I had to confess. Please forgive me. Bad. Where'd it go? Oh, this just went away. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Bad. Okay.
하나님, 나를 도와주세요.
Who is this?
¿Por qué me pasan este tipo de cosas?
Wait. Is this, what? Oh, I can't see it yet. Is this Benita? Relationship? Or Mr. No, it's not Mr. Kwan, because it's definitely a female voice. Benita? Oh no, it's not. Well, yeah, because the voice didn't speak Spanish.
My name is Park Sun-gun. I'm 12 years old. I live in Korea. My home was on a hill. There were lots of similar old houses on that hill. And the only one that was the highest was my home. There were good and bad things about living there. The good thing was, since our house was so high up, we got to be farther away from the other houses, so we had a big yard. However, I had to climb the stairs for over half an hour every day just to go and buy my dad a bottle of vodka at the convenience store at the bottom of the hill. If I didn't go, my dad would get angry. He would beat me. Oh no. It wasn't just me either. He would also hit my no. I never understood why he did that. I just wished that if we could figure it out, maybe Mom wouldn't have to be beaten anymore. Dad was a road construction and maintenance worker. He used to come back home with mud all over his clothes. But for the past 2 months, he always came home clean. Sometimes he would bring back money and give it to Mom. Other times though, he would take some money out of the pot where we kept our food money. Mom always worked very hard. She had to wash a lot of clothes and sheets during the day for other people. She said she was getting paid for washing them. I really wanted to help Mom, but I was too short. I couldn't even reach the pole where she hung the clothes in the sheets to dry. Ugh. Alex came by today. He lived on the hill too. Alex was Russian, just like Mom.
Oh, okay.
They both had blonde hair and blue eyes, just like me.
Oh, what? I thought her name was Korean. Is her dad Korean?
The other kids who lived nearby didn't like me at all. They always said that I looked weird. Only Sumi from the bakery would play with me. She had once told me that she wanted to open a cake shop together with me, but I didn't like cakes. There was an ant nest in our yard. I was watching the ants carrying things into their nest. I bet they must have a very big house. Suddenly it started raining. A large raindrop almost blocked the entrance to the nest. I went back inside to get an umbrella, then I came back and covered the nest. Mom and Alex were taking the sheets back inside. Then Dad came home. He was Korean. He had black hair and brown eyes. He was back earlier than usual today. He saw Alex there and kicked the umbrella away. Alex left. Mom went into the house with Dad. I followed them inside as well. I'm not saying that. Dad slapped Mom on the face and pushed her to the floor. He took the rope out of the— No! The rope was wrapped around— No! 5 minutes later, I grabbed onto Dad's arm with my whole body. But I couldn't stop him. He was too strong for me. Dad kicked me in the stomach and shoved me off of it. I fell and crashed into the corner of the room. Dad called me that word a lot. I used to ask Mom what it meant. She told me that I had just been a bad child. Dad finally let go. Mom collapsed onto the floor, but she didn't get back up. It was as if she had fallen asleep. I tried to shake her awake. I tried as hard as I could, and I shouted as loud as she could. She would not wake up. I heard a door open behind me. I turned around. Dad had run out. I didn't know where he was going. I held onto Mom's arm and cried. Why? I had always been a good child. God, please let Mom get up. I promise I'll be an even better child. I promise I'll never be a bastard ever again.
Nuts. And bolts. Okay. I've been a member of the Black Dragon game for 2 months. I was still yet to officially meet Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin was the second in command of the Black Dragon game. We met once on the day of the fire at Pit Street 99. Okay. He was also the one who had inducted me into the game. I thought I would be able to get some information about my sister once I joined the game, but soon I found out that everyone in my group, including our leader Mr. Kwon, knew nothing about her. As for Mr. Lin himself, he rarely came to number 99 in person. Still, there were some upsides from joining the gang. At least I didn't have to worry about room and board anymore. My Cantonese was also improving a lot. Besides, not everyone in the gang was as scary as one would expect of a gang member. Ren was one of the nice guys. I belonged to the group loyalty team. The group oversaw the loan business, so we were essentially the loan sharks in the game. Now that I had become a member, I couldn't just coast along without doing anything, but I also didn't want to do wrong things. I had told Ren about my predicament during one of our conversations. Ren then told Mr. Kwon that he wanted to bring me along when he went debt collecting. Every time we went, Ren would whisk the kids of the families away first. Then I would tear apart the old clothes, spill some chicken blood on them, and mail the clothing to the debtors. Once we were sure that the debtors had received the bloody clothes, Ren would then make a phone call. Hey, you've got the package, right? I'm giving you 3 days. If you still don't have our money, you will be getting more than just clothes next time. He sounded like Uncle Wong, the big butcher on the street corner with a violent attitude. The afro on his head would bounce 3 times with the rhythm every time he yelled at his customers. As soon as he put down the phone, he would immediately turn into a preschool teacher and go play with our hostages, who were wearing the new clothes we had just bought them. Ren would get scolded by Mr. Kwon every once in a while. He said Hong Kong was too small of a place. If everyone learned how group loyalty handled the business, it would be more and more difficult to collect the money. But Ren never took it seriously. Ren knew that I had come to Hong Kong to find my sister. Even though he couldn't help much, he would always allow me to go out and look for her whenever there were any assignments. Every time Mr. Kwon asked about me, he would also cover for me. Aw, Ren's such a homie. What? Just like today, I had been out asking about around the whole morning, but I still got nothing. When I got back to 99, everyone in the group seemed to have a strange smirk on their faces. Oh, what? Ren said they were gonna go and get a massage, and they had been waiting for me to come back so they can put me on watch duty. Oh, okay. I was like... I thought it was like a real legitimate massage. I was like, what? What? Yeah, I'm gonna go get a massage with my bros. What? I laughed knowingly. Help yourself to the beer on the table. I pay for those. We're off. Oh, and I almost forgot. There is someone in the room whom Mr. Kwon had told us to keep an eye on. Don't let her get away. Then they left. A girl was tied to a chair in the corner of the room. Although there was cloth stuff in her mouth, she still seemed very pretty. She looked Asian, but she had dark skin like mine. Her eyes were thin and curly, like a pair of new moons. Her shiny black hair draped down from her head like a dark waterfall, and she was wearing a purple short skirt. It looked like the skirt had been torn on the side. Well, if Mr. Kwon wanted her watched, then I should just watch her. No need to think too much about it. I slapped my cheeks to keep myself alert. I raised a bottle. Then a rope snapped. I was reading the labels on Ren's beers when I heard the sound of a rope snapping. Before I can turn around, I felt a hand strike the back of my neck. I blacked out. I didn't know how long had passed. A bucket of cold water was thrown in my face. I woke up with a shudder and opened my eyes. I saw Mr. Kwan standing right in front of me. Everyone's back in the room. They all had terrible look on their faces. I looked in the corner again. The chair was still there, and there were 2 halves of a rope on the floor. The girl was gone. Oh crap, I had made a terrible mistake. Ren tossed a knife over to me and looked away. I had not been in the group for long, but I knew the rules. If I wanted to stay, I had to do this. Yeah. No, not the finger. I bit my lip hard and cut off my left pinky finger. Half of the bloody fingers dropped to the floor. Blood was still gushing out. It hurt like hell, but I was a man. I didn't make a sound. Who on earth was that girl? If only I had been more alert.
Why did he cut off his pinky finger?
It's a ritual in the Mafia in some gangs. If you make a mistake, you must cut off your own pinky finger. Some gangs might even make their new members cut it off before actually joining.
What? That's so scary.
Yeah, people are wild. Okay. Okay, so... slap my cheeks to keep myself alert. Raise the bottle. Raise the bottle? That's where I was confused. I was like, how did he take his eyes off of her when he raised the bottle then? Or we can just get this up. Choked around it, then a rope snapped. He took the rope out of the cabinet and then snapped. Okay, we don't want to choke this girl, right? So if we keep this here and then have the rope snap, then the mom should be okay, probably? And then the girl in the chair wouldn't have escaped.
The rope fell out of Dad's hands. He was about to pick it up when the doorbell rang. Dad went into the yard. It sounded like Alex brought some people over to intervene. He had once tried to do it himself, but he was badly beaten by Dad and kicked out. He never dared to come back on his own since. When Dad returned from the door, he seemed to have forgotten about what was going on. He just gave me a kick when he walked past me and went straight to bed. Mom sat on the ground and cried. I climbed over into her arms just like I always did. Every time Dad lost his temper, we would huddle together like this. It was the only way we could make ourselves feel better. We were lucky enough to get through it this time. But what about next time? How long do we have to keep living like this? I hated to be scared all the time. To be so scared all the time. I wish I never had a dad like him. Mr. Kwan had come back. He pulled up a chair in front of the girl and sat down. He began asking her questions. The others had come back from the massage as well. They were all standing next to the wall. No one dared make a sound. From Mr. Kwan's questions, I learned that the girl's name was Yi. Mr. Kwan had only met her recently. Mr. Kwan had even bought her an apartment. Mr. Kwan was a tough man, but he had always been very gentle to women, and he had never slept around either. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate being betrayed by his woman. A few days ago, he found out that Yi had been hanging out with people from the Blood Gang. He began to suspect that she had been approaching him with other intentions. He decided to find out the truth. Mr. Kwan dumped a bucket of ice water on her head. The air conditioning had been set to max power and at 16 degrees Celsius, and it was blowing directly at her. Oh no. Every time she would not answer a question, he would cut off some of her hair and slap her in the face. Yi was tough though. Her mouth started bleeding. Almost all her hair had been cut off. She hadn't spoken once. But Mr. Kwan was tougher. He sent Ren to fetch him a bottle of white flower oil. Oh gosh. He twisted off the cap, forced Yi's eyes open, and was about to drop it into her eyes. Yi was shaking uncontrollably, the tears welling out of her eyes. She was finally broken. Mr. Kwan was right about everything. Yi was not just a member of the Blood Gang, she was also the niece of their big boss, Mr. Chang. But that wasn't what angered Mr. Kwan the most. Yi hadn't seduced him to infiltrate group loyalty for a loan business. She was only trying to get closer to the other groups of the Black Dragon Gang.
She had chosen Quan because he was single, and therefore an easier and more convenient target for her. The Blood Gang had never cared about the loan business at all. Get closer to other groups. Mr. Quan was outraged, feeling incredibly insulted. Carlos, take care of this bitch. Never let me see her again. Okay. So as long as the girl doesn't escape on Carlos's side, it should be fine. So honestly, probably doesn't need the bottle. Right? So, and the story with the girl on the side seems to be like they're implying that like the dad should die. So maybe we have her hit him on the head with the bottle. But if we hit him on the head with a bottle, see, if the girl does that, I don't think it's gonna make much of an impact. Because she's only 12. Five minutes later. Maybe raise the bottle after 5 minutes? Let's see. I must stop Dad. Oh! I climbed onto the table and smashed the vodka bottle onto his head. He suddenly stopped and fell to the ground on his back. Something dark and red was coming out of Dad's head onto the floor. Mom sat back up. Her face was pale like a piece of paper. She coughed violently for a while and cried. I carefully climbed off the table and ran into her arms, just like I always did. Every time Dad lost his temper, we were huddled together like this. It's the only way we can make ourselves feel better. I didn't know what Dad would do to us when he woke up. I wish I never had a dad like him. Parks and Goes study's so sad. Why is his father so cruel? This is a boy? That was a girl. Sorry. Why would someone kill his own wife? Thank goodness we can help him.
Who knows? Maybe his father is mentally ill. Humans are easily stressed. Some people would ease their stress by exercising, overeating, or smashing things. Some people, however, become twisted.
He was so young. If only he didn't have a father like this.
Haha, if he never had his father, he would not have existed.
You are right. Does that mean I have a father too?
You are a god, so of course not. Don't overthink it. Get back to work. Okay, well, I guess that works. Ding ding! Letters! Oh my god, it's the cat! It's the cat! It's the cat! Oh my god, I'm so excited! Oh yeah! Meow! 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 It's just meow meow.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Soap opera. Oh my god. Whose cat is this though? Do we get to see the owner too? Or is it like just the cat? Hang on.
I was a stray kitten. Okay. I was a stray kitten. Daddy called me Sprouty. Daddy was like a daddy to me. He was an older, homeless cat who was always taking care of me. Ever since he found me, he would always bring me with him wherever he went. He had given me a name too. He had told me it was because of the yellow spots on my tail. Whenever he found some groceries, Daddy would always let me have the first bite. He would stroke my head and tell me, "Kiddo, help yourself." Oh wait, this would be a dad word. "Kiddo, help yourself. You understand myself. You need more food to grow up." I was like Daddy the best. Today, Daddy was going to take me to a hill and catch some birdies, but it started raining heavily. Daddy said that because of the rain, the birdies wouldn't come out for the sunbath today. so we had to go back to the street like yesterday and look for some goodies to eat. I hope that we can find some tasty chicken legs and fish sticks, meow. Unlike in the wild, there are many two-legged animals walking on the street. Daddy told me they are called humans. Because of the humans, the street is always very crowded, all day and all night. Sometimes when we came to a place where there were a lot of humans, a few female humans would excitedly meow at me. What a cutie! And I would let them touch my head with their paws, and I could often get some goodies too. But Daddy always warned me to keep my distance from them. Daddy said that humans are not to be trusted. The street was just across the road. I could see it stop with the fish sign from there. we had to wait for the light to change. Daddy explained that the traffic laws in Korea are very strict. The fine is over 200,000. If we were caught, then even if we turned in all of our hidden dried fish treats, it wouldn't be enough. But also you are cats, so how does the law apply to you? And then there were many iron beasts running so fast in the streets. Daddy said that those beasts are made by humans and they are called cars. They are very dangerous and we must be careful not to get hit. So we must obey the law, meow. The light finally turned green. I sprinted a little and went ahead. Daddy followed me slowly. He was a little old and he had been injured before, so he couldn't see very well. The beast nearby suddenly let out a huge roar of pain and smoke came up from under it.
Girl?
Cats, do they have pointy ears and a long tail?
Yes.
And they know how to watch traffic lights?
Yes.
Then they know how to write letters too?
Good question. Maybe they can write their own language. We are gods, so we will always receive the translated version of their letters.
That's fascinating. I wonder if what the original letter looks like.
It's just a bunch of meows of different lengths.
The beast seemed to have suddenly become slither, and it was turning directly towards Daddy, squeaking and screaming. But it was a green light, meow! The ground was covered with water and was very slippery. I heard a sound like slip. I looked back, he had slipped. I went over trying to grab him.
Oh no!
The beast ran over Daddy in an instant. Couldn't stop it until it was almost at the crossing. A human kid opened the door on the beast and ran toward me and Daddy. Please help, Daddy. I yelled at him for help, but the kid tripped just a few steps away from us. I recognized him. His name was Park Sang-gil. He lived nearby. I often got goodies from him. He was a good kid. He would help Daddy for sure. I kept yelling louder and louder, and a few more adult humans in white coats followed him out of the beast. I thought they were all coming to help me and my daddy, but I stopped at where Sang-gil fell and pinned him on the ground.
What?
While they were trying to drag him away, I saw a big dark red scar on the back of his neck. I'd seen people in his home beat him. I didn't know he had been hurt so badly. Sang-gil was dragged away by the white-coated humans and slowly said the beast once again. And then the beast just went away. The whole time, nobody even heard me shouting for help.
Oh no! Oh my god!
I saw Daddy lying in his own blood. I almost couldn't break his when I cried. Please to Daddy's hospital. Please, someone. Humans walked by, glanced at us, kept walking. It was like they couldn't even see us or hear us anymore. Some humans covered their noses as if they had seen dead rats. They were not like this before. They like touching our heads in with the paws. Why? Why was Daddy right? Were humans really not to be trusted? God, please help Daddy.
Spotty. Spotty! Oh my god. So, we gotta get this guy to notice the cat. I thought that the lieutenant would command me for resolving a crisis on my first day. Instead, I was scolded in front of the entire office as soon as I got back from the scene. I was even told to write a discipline report. And it had to be at least 10,000 words long. What's with this police department and writing reports, like, of specified lengths? Sorry. I had always hated writing. I'd rather run 100 laps on the field. So I decided to simply Google similar reports online without the lieutenant noticing. No, bruh. After lots of copying, pasting, and rearranging, I finally completed the 10,000 word report. I felt exhausted afterwards, so I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I could still feel the impact to my organs after falling on the cushion. Fortunately, I was fit enough to endure it. A regular person probably would have stayed in the hospital for a few days. I looked in the mirror and saw the band-aid on my face. I gave myself a proud smile. I was just getting out of the bathroom when I witnessed something incredible with my own eyes. Lieutenant Khan was holding a folder in front of him. Even though his face was mostly hidden behind it, I could still clearly see his expression from where I was. The cigarette he had in his mouth was slightly twisted. Some watery stuff was coming out of his eyes. They were, without a doubt, tears! Is this really the eccentric dictator that I had been hearing about? And should I leave the room now? Should I? Should I? Officer Min-jun had left the office a while ago. The lieutenant must have thought I had gone home too. If he saw that I was still in the office right now, he would kill me for seeing— would he kill me for seeing all that? I was still struggling with the most difficult decision in the history of mankind when Lieutenant Khan closed the folder. I quickly hid back in the bathroom and didn't come back out until I heard him walking out of the office wing. I looked around the office and realized that I was alone. I couldn't help but start walking closer to Lieutenant Khan's desk, without even realizing it myself. The folder was still on the desk. It was a red folder. It said Archives of Criminal Investigation Unit 2 on its folder. Unit 2. I heard that a few years ago, the entirety of Unit 2 had been killed in a violent incident. Afterwards, Unit 2 had become the only unit in Busan Police Criminal Investigation Department that had a designation but no members. Some people called it a ghost unit. Due to the severity of the case, no one in the station would talk about it, especially the older officers who had been at the precinct when it happened. Why did Lieutenant Khan care so much about Unit 2? Had he lost some colleagues during the incident? Wait, why did I care? It had nothing to do with me. I should just mind my own business. I went back to my seat. I created a new document on my computer. Then I typed the title, Unit Transfer Request. But I couldn't think of another word afterwards. My brain was totally blank. I must have been worn out after writing that damned report today. I was straining my brain to figure out what to say next when a big hand slapped my shoulder. Yo! The new guy at Unit 4 is working hard. I wish my people could be half as diligent as you. The voice sounded loud and powerful, like as a booming bullhorn. I almost jumped out of my skin when I suddenly heard it behind my back. I turned around. It was Lieutenant Kim Jong-ho of Unit 3. I stood up from the chair quickly and gave him a salute. He waved his hand. Young man, there's no need to be so formal. Go take a bath and rest in the spa. Don't work too hard. I checked the time. I didn't even realize it was almost 11 p.m. A spa room inside the precinct. It was even bigger than my apartment. It was incredibly clean. Why is there a spa room inside a precinct? Okay. It would be incredible to finish the day with a hot bath. I breathed in the steam, looking forward to a relaxing evening. Then I took off my clothes and stuffed them inside a locker. I closed the locker door and turned around. Lieutenant Khan was right there. He just got undressed. He was in great shape, with lean muscles all over his body. Oh yeah, do tell. I didn't want to admit it, but when he was not screaming at me, Lieutenant Khan was actually a rather handsome man, despite being a little disheveled. I used to hear a rumor that despite his particular personality, he was still able to keep his position in no small part, thanks to the solid support from the female police officers in the Criminal Investigation Unit. I guess that makes sense. I had already witnessed the female officers from other units smiling at the lieutenant in the hallway quite a few times on my first day alone. Why didn't anyone smile at me? Speaking of which, not only was Unit 4 a small team, it was also a sausage unit. If only we had an awesome female officer in the unit as well. I hadn't talked to Lieutenant Khan after he yelled at me that afternoon. Yet now we were standing in front of each other, completely naked. This is not awkward at all. We got in and out of the hot tub after a spa session that seemed to last forever. Then we went back to the locker room. We put on our clothes and we were about to leave. We never said a word to each other the whole time. I was hoping that I could relieve some tension between us.
May I write a letter to him?
Why?
I want to ask for a picture of his boss next time.
We know what his boss looks like. Myth, are you dumb? I suppose I was too naive. A piece of soap appeared out of nowhere and stopped near us. He reached out. I was taking my clothes out of my locker when I heard the noise. I turned around and saw what just happened. My eyes involuntarily looked down. I looked back at myself. Then looked at the lieutenant again. This time our eyes met, and I could see something menacing in his eyes. Oh my god! I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't even see anything. Okay, fine. I actually did see something, but I really didn't mean to. I was so screwed. Even if my request was approved, what? Even if my request to transfer was approved, I wouldn't be able to get out tomorrow. Maybe tonight. The lieutenant would just kill me. Please, Buddha. Please tell me what should I do.
What exactly did he see?
I have no idea. Oh, wait. There you go. I love how the text got smaller. It? Wait, what did- wait. It? You know, I'll just shut up and be like, yes, I know what was happening in that sequence. Okay. A piece of soap. A piece of soap? What? Whatever. You know what? I'm just not gonna think about it. We'll just yeah, okay. Anyway. Okay, so prevent cat dad from dying. Okay, so oh my god. We have him slip? He slipped. I ran over trying to grab him. Lieutenant, I'm so sorry. Lieutenant Gonslov rolled his eyes at me and stood back himself. He slipped down and then he was like, oh, you know, let me help you back up. He refused the offer. No. And he got dressed and left the locker room. I froze and stood there like a statue. If only I'd reached out and grabbed him sooner. No. I should have gone and picked up that soap. Oh boy. Was my career over? Oh my god.
Daddy dumped the head just in time that the beast missed him. Lucky. The beast kept running with snow coming out from under it. Went straight into the next crossing. It was another red line. I saw the beast and another smaller beast. The smaller beast was knocked off his path and hit a third beast. Soon the crossing was filled with all kinds of beasts, every one of them barking loudly. Daddy and I turned away and kept walking towards the street.
Okay. So, Dad's alive. That's good. I don't know if this was this is better or worse. Okay. What if we... Okay, but what if, like, what, a piece of soap on the street? What do you mean? Okay, let's see. Oh wait, this is the same. No. Or did I just forget to do something I should have done? Oh my god, I have no idea which one it was. Oh boy, was my career over? The brown feet of the beast happened to step on some soap. The beast suddenly turned to his side like he was drunk. Daddy dumped ahead just in time and the beast missed him. Lucky you. But the beast had run into the woods not far ahead and finally stopped on the grass. Soon the human walked out of the beast. He seemed to be okay, just started yelling while checking the beast's ground feet. I looked at the beast. His body had some words on it, but I couldn't read. But I had seen the sign next to it before. I used to go hunting birdies with Daddy in a place far, far away. It was deep inside the mountains, but on top of the hill, there was a building that smelled like drugs. Daddy told me that it was a hospital, and it had the same sign as the one of the beast. I remember thinking the hospital was a little strange. The humans inside didn't look hurt at all to me, but none of them were smiles. Some of them were bursts of laughter and tears all of a sudden. They all looked a little strange, not like the humans we meet in the city. Humans were so strange. Okay, so the soap was the right answer. Okay. Very slippery. Okay, so how do we Oh wait, no. He slipped, he reached out, and then you grab his hand. No! Oh no! Lieutenant Khan, please give the boy a chance. He's just trying to help you from falling. The ground is covered with water. It's very slippery. You just grab him with nothing, and with no reason at all. No. Whenever we were trying to help him, he reached out. I pulled the okay, there we go. I pulled Lieutenant Connor off from floor. Well, should I say something? Did that hurt Lieutenant Khan? That doesn't sound appropriate. I was still thinking when Lieutenant Khan swept away my hand. He mumbled something, then turned back to his locker and got dressed as if nothing happened. I went back to my locker in silence too. What did the lieutenant just say? I could see that his face was all red, maybe because of the heat. Perhaps he was just saying something like, "Shit, it's so fucking hot in here." That must be it. What is the purpose? What are we trying to accomplish? Hi. I'm so confused. Oh my god. Okay. I'm doing fine. It's going okay. It's a lot of fun. I ran over trying to grab and reached out. Would this change it? No. Yeah, no. Yeah, see, if I put I look back, then it wouldn't have him help him up, which is what we want. Oh, but that sounds sus. Not at all. Should I add more to the cat one? No. I don't want to ruin the cat one that's already doing good. Ground was covered with water is very slippery. Maybe this works? I grabbed Lieutenant Khan and tried to pull him up, but I slipped and fell too. We had to go back to the hot tub and take another bath to clean ourselves. The water was still very warm, but I was already used to the temperature after the first time. Lieutenant Khan wrapped his towel around his neck again. He didn't close his eyes this time though, he just seemed to be staring blankly ahead. It was only the two of us in the spa room. It was so quiet again. Nothing else was in the air except for the steam from the water and the awkwardness. Maybe it was my imagination, but Lieutenant Khan almost looked like a normal, accessible person for a while. I was almost going to ask him something, but eventually I decided to let it go. It was already after work. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it. So being silent is the right answer. Great. So this one was... what was the difference? He had slipped. Ground was covered in water. Tried to grab him, he reached out. Tried to grab him, reached out. Look back, he has slipped. Okay. Okay. I think maybe I'll do one more round of letters and then wrap it up. Or just keep going until I pass out. I mean, either option I'm kind of into it. Park Sun-kyo. So the... oh wait, we can see Spotty! A noble stray cat from Korea. The fish! Meow. Meow. Okay. Okay. Letter.
Te extraño.
Aw.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Cargo shirts in the beach shirt. Okay. Alright. Pass out stream sounds nice. By the way, if you don't know what this game is, it's kind of like it's a puzzle game where you play God, and a lot of people in the world who have very big troubles and pray to God send you metaphorical letters, and then you can rearrange the words for them in order to make it better, in order to make the situation better. Yeah. Or you can make it worse, but we're not that type of person. Okay. Hong Kong was a strange city. It was quite small, but it felt like such a big city. While it was busy and rich, there were also many poor people, including numerous homeless people wandering the streets. Weird asking. I had hoped to go to America, but I ended up being kidnapped and brought to Hong Kong. I didn't have any money on me. I didn't know if I could even survive here, not to mention go to America. I began to look at the hiring flyers on the walls. Teamsters, engineers, masseurs. A lot of places were hiring, but I didn't know how to do any of the jobs. But one day, I saw that there was a nightclub looking for a pub singer. The club was called Melody Hall. It sat in the middle of the most popular location on Portland Street in Mongkok. The club was huge, and all the guests were dressed like royalty. Everyone that came to audition for this job was sitting in the lobby, waiting for their turn. Several middle-aged men were sitting below the stage, looking terribly bored. Oh, pretty! I chose to sing one of my favorite songs when it was my turn. It was a folk song from my hometown. It's called Little Lamb Billy. After my parents passed away, my brother and I were soon sent to the orphanage. For a long time afterwards, Carlos seemed to have it shut down entirely. He could sit there for an entire day without saying a single word. He was only 3. There was nothing near the orphanage but hills and mountains. I liked to take him hiking and would talk to him on the top of the mountain or sing to him. We would stay there for a whole day sometimes. However, he still wasn't talking. One day when I was singing, I suddenly thought to myself, was this going to last forever? Would Carlos never talk to me again? I had to stop the song. I couldn't stop myself from thinking depressing thoughts. I cried. Why are you crying, Alicia? Carlos was pulling on my arm, and I saw him looking at me with his clear eyes. That day, he finally returned to me. The song I had been singing that day was Little Lamb Billy. I stood in front of the elevator. I was thinking about the song that I had just sang, in the days when we had lived in the orphanage. I couldn't help but hum the song again. I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. It was one of the men who had been sitting below the stage earlier. Miss, there is something that you need to know. His eyes were almost shut as he smiled at me. It is quite a hassle to hire a foreigner like you who has no papers. You won't be able to find another job in all of Hong Kong. However, I think you are really terrific. I would love to hire you as long as you... As he was speaking, his hand was moving down from my shoulder along my back, and it kept moving down even further. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Brr, 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 brr. Call the police! I was taken aback and tried to move away, but he grabbed my wrist. I had never been in a situation like this in my entire life. I was horrified. I tried to shake him off with all my strength. I scratched his face with my nails, leaving a red mark. He felt his face with his hand as I was running away. You grateful little bitch. People, go grab her. I ran into a small alley and hid behind the dumpster. After what seemed to be an eternity, I can no longer hear the people who are running after me. Aw. I fell to the ground. I felt violated and ashamed. Tears were rushing out of my eyes, as if all of my suffering had come back to haunt me. Carlos, I miss you so much. Alicia. Aw? No, I thought she was gonna get the job. Man, why'd that guy have to be a dickhead? What's the other letter? Oh no. Okay, time for a change in mood. I've been assigned here for a week. For the past few days, I've been trying to find an opportunity to write my transfer application and submit it to Lieutenant Cohen. Yet every time when I sat down, I tried to fill out the form, Lieutenant Cohen would throw a bunch of paperwork at me and make me file them. It was almost like he knew what I was up to. None of this made any sense at all. As a police officer, shouldn't I be patrolling the city to stop crimes and helping people with everything I had? Even be ready to sacrifice myself for justice at a moment's notice? But this was so boring. Thank God I could still sometimes chat with Officer Minjun, a more senior officer in uniform, or I would have exploded out of boredom by now. Usually at this point, Minjun would say, "I'll lend you a grenade then." Minjun liked making those kind of morbid firearm jokes, although I rarely found them funny. Life sucked. I poured myself another glass and chugged it. I was at a bar called Crash, where I would always come whenever I was feeling down. Every day after midnight, the bar would turn into a carnival. But around sunset, the atmosphere here was actually really nice, and it was the best time to come here and drink alone. I was sitting by the window and staring at the street blankly. Some words from the conversation at the next table suddenly caught my attention. A bald man in a Hawaiian shirt raised his bottle and said, "Bro, have you heard about what happened to the group Gamma a few days ago?" His buddy, who was wearing a pair of beach shorts and sporting the most ridiculous hairstyle, laughed. "Of course, it's that other group you saw. That was really brutal of them to blast. Only Bakia has the balls to do that." My ears perked up when I heard Lieutenant Khan's name out of the blue like that. The bald man continued. I think it was pretty rad. The man's phone is fucking annoying. He would come to our term all the time and look for trouble just because it's so daddy. The best fumbler in the game. The crazy hair guy interrupted him. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. Don't let anyone hear you say that. You're gonna get busted in so much trouble. The bald man immediately concurred. Oh, sure. By the way, I also heard that Cho Yohei is setting up the track for Kambakia. It's gonna be epic. The crazy hair guy sounds surprised. Hey, watch it. Don't get so close to me. Wait, what did you say about setting up a trap? The bald man explained. I heard that they said something about they had something on Kambakia, and they'll use it to force him to turn himself over. You can guess what they're gonna do to him next. I think it's supposed to be going down tonight, or the warehouse is about to port. The crazy hair guy didn't seem like he was buying it. Really, you think that would work? Khan's tight enough to take the whole team on his own. The bald man got excited. We'll find out. Apparently they've put barrels in concrete. I feel something about a big surprise. Anyway, no matter which side loses, a Master will be happy either way. I bet he's been looking forward to this day for a long time. I sobered up completely. I quickly checked my cell phone. It was 9 p.m. Now that I thought about it, Lieutenant Khan had gotten the delivery earlier today, and he had left the office soon afterwards. Did the delivery have anything to do with the trap? I knew I didn't quite get along with Lieutenant Khan, but no matter what, he was on the side of justice. This guy. Now that I knew he was in danger, there's no way I could just sit aside and let it happen. I sneaked into the bathroom and immediately called the lieutenant. Nobody picked up. Then I called the police station. Someone told me that nobody from Unit 4 was available. I had a really bad feeling. If I didn't get in touch with the lieutenant as soon as possible. The door opened and a person walked out. My reaction had been slowed down because of the alcohol. The young man who had just come out of the stall grabbed me by my hair and slapped me. Clearly understand and agree. The young man who had just come out of the stall grabbed me by my hair and slammed me into the mirror above the sinks. Clink. The mirror was smashed, and there was broken glass all over the ground. Just before I passed out, I heard someone say, "You dirty cop. Are you trying to snitch on our own turf? Screw you!" When I woke up, I found myself lying in a big, empty warehouse. The gate was locked from outside. I could see the evening stars through the windows, high above the wall. Oh man, how long had I been out for? Was Lieutenant Khan already at the port? Chong Kyo-min. Okay. Oh. Hum the song again. Oh, let's have a person walked out. Maybe it's better if we just if we just switch the two. It's okay. Why skip? What? What do you mean? Okay. Let me drink water. Hydrate. Don't forget to drink water. Have you drank water today? Okay, so I hope that instead of the sudden tap on her shoulder and leading to that, door opened and a person walked out, maybe it'd be like, "Oh yeah, you sing so beautiful. I would love to hire you and pay you $1 million and help you find your brother." So yeah, let's go. Go drink water if you haven't. I turned around. It was Officer Minjun. Oh hey. The tap on the shoulder was good. Thank God you were here, sir. Minjun seemed shocked after I told him about what I just heard outside. He said that the lieutenant might still be at his own place. It wasn't too far from here. We should hurry over and see if we can catch him in time. With Minjun leading the way, we were running as fast as we could towards Lieutenant Khan's home. Then we came across a small dark alley without any lights. Minjun seemed to be out of breath when he slowed down. He pointed at this 2-story apartment building not too far in front of us and told me that it was the lieutenant's building. I decided to keep going ahead. But before I could run more than a few steps, I suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of my head. Oh no. I felt dizzy and lost my balance. I couldn't even see the road anymore. I fell to the ground and blacked out. When I woke up, it was almost daylight. Officer Minjun was lying next to me. Neither of us seemed to have our wallets. Oh god. Oh boy, how did this happen? Was Lieutenant Khan already... Someone unusually tall had walked out of the elevator wearing an even more unusual ensemble. A pair of red high heels, a pair of tight black leather pants, a lavish fur coat. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I walked past this person into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The person kept walking into the lobby. Okay. So maybe instead of... Okay, well, a person walked out, and then there's a tap on her shoulder. So this androgynous person tapped her on the shoulder? Maybe? Let's see. It was one of the men who had been sitting below the stage earlier. Miss, is there something you should know? Says, no! No, we don't want this again. We want not this. We do not want this. No. Police! Where are the police? What? Look to the lobby. I can no longer see the person who had just come out of the elevator. No! We have to switch it around, I think. I've never been in this situation. Okay. Yeah, run away. Fuck that guy. Run away. But I think not having anything on his side is a good idea. So I just switch the order of the other two, maybe. It wasn't safe to go straight to the port, as I didn't know how many people the enemy had. I hadn't received my weapon yet, as this was only my first week. It wouldn't be terribly useful for me personally, but it would still be better than nothing. I should at least go back to the station and check out a gun. Perhaps I can even find some backup. I hope I can make it in time. I left the bar. A cold breeze blew over my face. I shuddered and felt myself sobering up a little more. I hailed a cab. I kept urging the driver to speed up. In the end, it took me 30 minutes to arrive earlier than the... It took me 30 minutes to arrive rather than the usual 60. Oh no. As soon as I opened the door, I threw up all over the ground. The old driver looked at me emotionlessly and handed me the bill and the napkin. He's like, oh yeah, this shit again. I just ran through 3 red lights for you. I'll give you a discount for being a police officer. Aw. Bad. Okay. So it's good to not have anything here. So, okay, so we'll do send a tap on her shoulder instead of freaky guy. But then the person walks out of the door and stops him. Mister, something you should know, blah blah blah. I tried to shake him off with all my strength. I scratched his face with my nails, leaving a red mark. He let go of me and felt his face with his hand. You ungrateful bitch. You... Huh? Hey, that was embarrassing. Someone who just got out of the elevator stood in front of me. A pair of red high heels, a pair of tight black leather pants, a lavish fur coat. If it weren't for the voice, no one would have guessed that it was a man wearing them if they saw them from behind. For the minute, I don't know if I can do this. For the manager of Motherly Health to dare do something like this in public, what would your big boss say if he heard about this? Fine, just not my lucky day then. The manager shot me a stern look, turned around, and walked back into the lobby. The cross-dressing man turned to me, smiling wildly. Hello, pretty girl. Would you like to get a drink at my place? Great, alright, done. Deep breath. You asked me how deeply I love you? What on earth are you doing? I'm singing. Oh, huh? I didn't know you sang. What's the name of the song? The moon represents my heart. How does she still know this song? I thought I had... What are you mumbling about? I mean, of course, the song. Everyone in China knows the sound. Huh? Why are you suddenly in the mood to sing? When I read Alicia's story about her singing, all of a sudden a lot of music just popped into my head out of nowhere. So I was thinking, maybe I was a singer before I died? Before you died? I've heard stories about how some people become gods when they die with unfulfilled wishes. That must be why I know these songs, right? Aren't those usually ghost stories and not god stories? Although, if that had been the case, wouldn't my power have something to do with singing? What do you mean? For example, what if my singing has healing powers? Or maybe my song can bring peace to people at war. How imaginative. We've been alive for a long time. There's nothing strange about us knowing some songs. Gods are supposed to know everything. If it weren't for your memory loss, I'm sure you would remember even more. Well, that makes sense. I guess I was never a singer. Now I feel sad. I didn't know you wanted to be a singer so much. Look, I made you some osmanthus cake. Wow! Nothing's more powerful than sweets. Enjoy the cake. Remember to do your work after you finish your snack. I'll see you later. Wait, I haven't heard you sing yet. Before you go, sing me something. I will not. Mumbles with mouth stuff. You must say you swear to say no to my request. No. As your servant, my duty is to supervise your work, and saying no to you is one of my rights. Well then, what if I serve you some tea? I made the tea. How about I wash your feet? I just washed them myself. Well, would you like me to comb your hair? What is this? What are the eyes? What? Huh? What? It's so out of... What? What? Hold on. Let me screenshot this. This is very important. I have to save it and keep it forever. Okay, great. What would you like to hear? Name it. Your face looks almost twisted. Well, let me think. The moon represents only Kira's sweetest. Does it matter? No. How about I only care about you? These are all songs about of Teresa Tung. Why wouldn't you pick something more exciting, more hardcore? To be fair, you've liked her music ever since you were little. Since I was little? Oh no, I mean, you've always liked her music. The eyes. Anyway, I happen to know this one. Listen up, I'm going to sing now. If I never met you, where would I be? My darling, can you hear me? Please don't leave me. Without you nearby, I know if you love it. I don't know how the song goes. What do you think? Satisfied? I've been curious. Why is it the only sound we make when we sing? When we talk? Why is it that the only sound we make when we talk is a single beep? Even the tone is always the same. This is breaking the fourth wall. Myth, please, you're too meta. Even when we are singing, it's nothing more than some rhythmic beating. You are only now noticing that. Huh? Well, we are gods after all, not humans. We have our own unique qualities. We should focus on them. Speaking of which, how's work been recently?
Oh, it's been going pretty well. My only complaint is that there are so many letters. I've been pulling a lot of all-nighters to finish them.
You don't have to work that hard. We're not on the same timeline as humans. It doesn't really matter to them when we handle the letters. The most important thing about being a god is to enjoy yourself.
That's okay, I'm enjoying myself. It feels so great to be able to help people. I am really happy.
Okay then, as long as you're happy. Oh, by the way, haven't we forgotten about something important?
What important thing?
Com?
Oh, there are new letters here, I need to start working.
I knew it. Oh. He didn't get his fur combed. Oh no. Poor dog. More letters.
没有搞错。
VR rules.
진짜 어떻게 이럴 수가?
Oh man, another blazing
Dios,
gun.
¿qué hice mal?
Oh, Alicia has a portrait now, yay! Alicia, yeah! Oh, look, she's so pretty. Oh, she did. She did on purpose. Is this connected to anything? Oh man. Oh. They're gonna. Okay. That's terrible. Sorry, I had to cough and it was loud. So, okay.
Hey, I just noticed there was a cat on the letter. This is the first time I had seen something like this.
Oh, this must be a doodle that Jimmy sketched on the leather. If the doodle is very obvious, it might show up on letters we receive. Okay.
What is this that he drew?
I think it's a cartoon cat called Sir Spotty. It was pretty famous in their world. We also have it in our dictionary.
Well, I didn't know he was a painter too. That's impressive.
Something like this barely qualifies him as a painter. Jimmy!
Today was
Oh wait, no, that's not right.
Today was Sunday. I climbed out of bed a lot earlier than usual. I wanted to try my brand new VR game before Rocky woke up.
Virtual reality. Okay, we all know what VR is.
There were all kinds of games available now. FPS, dancing games, even X-rated ones. The VR gear was the VR gear was the big thing these days, and the good ones were all so expensive. The one I got cost almost 10 grand. If I hadn't told my dad that I was buying this for research purposes, which technically wasn't entirely untrue, there was no way he would have bought it for me. I put the gear on. It was more like a helmet, really. It was quite heavy. However, wow, did it feel quite realistic. It was as if my body had entered a virtual world. I changed my position. That felt so good. I tried all the tricks that I could. I was exhausted. I took off the gear and realized that Rocky had been up. He was wearing the smart glasses that I bought a while ago, and was looking right into my direction.
Smart glasses? What, like Google Glass? What? Huh?
My eyes widened in shock when I noticed the recording light blinking on the glasses.
Oh my god, no!
Rocky, what are you doing?
The way you were playing looks so funny. I decided to keep it for posterity.
Record my ass. The automatic streaming option was on.
Wait, what? Streaming?
I hurried over to my computer, logged into the streaming website and checked my channel. Oh my gosh, everything had been broadcast. There had been over 5 million viewers and it went straight to the top of the rankings. The commenters had gone berserk. Everyone was screaming pervert, 10 in the pants. Somebody even said they would dox me. I was so screwed.
The face. Jimmy! Oh god. I had to okay. Shifted mindset. It's way too different. 11 p.m. Warehouse 27, Port of Busan. The warehouse was half full. There was a asphalt barrel in the middle of it that did not seem to belong there. I walked towards it to check its contents. As I expected, it wasn't filled with asphalt. A person had been stuffed inside. It was a very muscular man. He was barely breathing. This morning at work, I received an express delivery. There was nothing but a photo in the envelope, with a time and location written on its back. The same barrel was in the center of the photo. It was the exact same spot that I was looking at right now with my own eyes. Then I heard scurrying footsteps near the gate of the warehouse, and the clanking sound of guns. Warehouse 23 belonged to the Musun gang. It could not have been more obvious that this was a trap set up for me by Choi Yohan. Yet I had to come. 20 minutes later, the muscular man and I were tied together, sitting on the ground with our backs against each other. The two guards who were in charge of watching us had been waiting for their replacement, but they were so sleepy that they could barely keep their eyes open. It was pretty late after all. Anyone who had to watch two middle-aged men like us would get sleepy. I quickly cut the rope with a razor blade glued to my sleeve while the guards were dozing off. Then I grabbed the Glock 43 that I had hidden in my pant leg and covered it with my palms. Yes. Gun. After years of police work around here, I knew every single warehouse at this port like the back of my hand. All of the warehouses from number 15 to number 25 were large-sized ones. They were usually filled with lots of huge cargo containers. If there were some reinforcements outside to distract them, I should be able to defend myself inside, even with only 6 bullets. They were not the only ones waiting for their prey tonight. This was all part of my plan. There was a shoddy clock on the wall of the warehouse. It made a ticking noise every time a hand moved. The hour hand was almost on 12, and the minute hand was 10 minutes away from it. I gave the muscular man a signal in his palm behind my back and waited patiently. I handed the gun to him. Lots of noises were coming from outside the warehouse. It sounded like a lot of people in cars. At the same moment, the minute hand also hit 12. We both stood up and ran towards the back of the warehouse. However, I didn't expect the muscular man to suddenly trip and fall, only after a few steps. His legs were presumably numb and stiff after being cramped up for so long. Those two guards were wide awake now. Multiple gunshots echoed inside the warehouse. They never intended to let us get out of here alive, and there was certainly no reason to hold back anymore. And then I saw holes exploding all over the muscular— No, not the muscular man! All over the muscular man's body right in front of me. Fuck you all. You monsters, bastards, motherfuckers. Go to hell. I turned around and raised my gun. In the chaos, a bullet hit my thigh. Suddenly, all the other bullets still flying in the air seemed to be moving in slow motion. Oh man, Matrix. They were so slow that I can even see the rotation of the vapor trails after them. I realized that he had woken up. Oh, okay. Right, so like this guy, he like, when he's in danger, he like, I don't know what exactly it is, but he gets like possessed by like some, alter ego? And then like, and the alter ego's like really good at fighting, but he blacks out. Alright, so when I woke up, I was living in a cheap motel somewhere. I had changed into some clean clothes. There was a half-eaten sandwich on the glass of orange juice on the nightstand next to my bed. I opened my left fist. I suspected there was a note, with a message that looked like it had been written by a child. He sold his soul to the demon. These new clothes cost $50,000. Why'd you buy such expensive clothes? I survived, but Choi Yohan had got what he wanted to, again. I had lost another important person in my life, again. Not the muscular man. Why is there the option to change this one? No, what is this? What would be the result of moving this over here? Oh my god. If we put the gun thing over here though, it would change the fact that he's playing a porn game, right? So, okay, maybe I'll just... Huh, I really want to see what the story is like with just this. Oh gosh. Perhaps they were desperate to stay awake. The two guards even started watching porn together on their phone. Lots of noises were coming from outside the warehouse. It sounded like a lot of people in cars. Same moment, the minute hand also hit 12. We both stood up and ran towards the back of the warehouse. So this, so he's still tripped, but it's not in red anymore. Oh. The sound of us falling alarmed the guards. They never intended us to let us get out of here alive, and there's certainly no reason to hold back anymore. Multiple gunshots echoed inside the warehouse, and they saw holes exploding. Okay. This is still the same result then. At least the ending, yeah. Yeah.
This game was so nauseating. I made the right decision to have my partner carry the gun. I was so wise. But the game felt super boring if you weren't actually shooting something. I took the 10 grand helmet off and threw it back into the drawer. Rocky was still snoring in his bed. He had probably stayed up late last night again for a soccer game. Never mind him. I was gonna head out and roam the streets now. I put on the smart glasses I had bought a while ago and snuck out of the school into the real 3-dimensional world. Congrats. Okay. Honestly, okay, so this one just has to have the gun handed, right? So I don't know. Okay, so this is basically indicating that the guards are watching porn. If the guards are watching porn, then they're distracted. And then... not sure what this will do. Perhaps they were desperate to try to stay awake. The two guards started watching porn, just in case their legs were too stiff to run. The muscular man and I quietly shifted around a bit just to loosen up our legs. Okay. Lots of noise were coming from outside the warehouse. It sounded like a lot of people in cars. At the same moment, the minute hand also hit 12. We both stood up and ran towards the back of the warehouse. By the time the two guards noticed we were gone, we were already taking cover behind the cargo containers. Any time now. Just a little longer. The guard with a gun was walking towards the back of the warehouse, and the other one was behind him. I needed to stall a little bit longer. I couldn't let them come any closer. I stared at their stretched shadows on the ground, and the barrel of my gun peeking out from behind the containers. Then I pulled the trigger, and my first shot hit the right hand of the guard in front. Seeing their partner hurt and screaming in pain, the other guard stopped moving towards us out of fear. And then the garage gate slowly opened. They were here, right on time. Hey! Who was the other? Oh, Alicia, Jack. There was a quiet street in Hong Kong. There was a quieter alley on the quiet street. And at the end of the alley, there was a coffee shop with a sign in the shape of a maple leaf. Inside the shop sat its owner, who had a peculiar tasting
who had a peculiar taste in clothes, at least in the opinion of many. I still vividly remember the first time I had met him. He was wearing a pair of red high heels, okay, I feel like I've read this like 3 times, a lavish fluffy fur coat. He had always told us to call him Mama. He still identified as a man, but preferred dressing as a woman. Yes, this is drag. We all make our choices, and he understood more than most that being different need not lead to loneliness. Mama had saved my life. Not only had he saved me when I was being harassed by a pervert, he even let me work in his coffee shop. And he paid me 3,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. It wasn't much in Hong Kong, but I got to live in the coffee shop so that I could save up most of my salary and send it back to my brother back in Mexico. I hope it could help him. I hoped it could help pay for school. There were a few other misfits like me who Mama had taken under his wing. Hong, who could never tell ketchup apart from jalapeno sauce. Okay. Raja, who couldn't help singing whenever he picked up a goblet. Jack, who would always wipe the table twice. We all had different colored skin, and we didn't speak each other's languages, but we had all been learning from each other as well. We would often talk to each other in English, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Spanish all at once. Miraculously, we usually managed to understand each other pretty well. We always had a great time together. We shared the same bedroom, with 2 bunk beds. Jack slept on my top bunk, and Hong and Raja slept in the other one. Jack was only 15. He had curly blonde hair and a pair of clear blue eyes. Carlos was a few young. My voice is dying. Carlos was a few years younger than him. When we had been in the orphanage, he and I slept in a bunk bed like this too. That was why I liked to stare at the top bunk before I fell asleep. Imagine that it was a 15-year-old Carlos sleeping up there. However, the peaceful days did not last for too long. Only Jack and I were in the shop that day. He had just taken the trash out of the back door. Moments later, I heard the muffled sound of fighting and yelling in the back. I ran out of the back door and saw a couple of tall, strong men pinning Jack to the ground, tying his hands and feet behind his back. Jack's lips were bleeding, and he seemed to be unconscious. I wanted to run back upstairs to find Raja. I knew he was sleeping in the bedroom. But before I could, someone had caught me from behind. Then my face was covered with a foul-smelling piece of wet cloth. When I woke up, it was already deep into the night. Jack and I were locked inside what seemed to be a small warehouse. Jack woke up at almost the same time as me. We both looked out the window, and we could see the blinking neon lights of a busy Melody Hall. If I remember correctly, there was an auction house opposite Melody Hall. Mama used to tell us that the auction house on this street was not really legitimate. Legendary paintings that had gone missing. Rare ore that had been illegally smuggled in. The frozen sperm of dead movie stars. Ancient mummies of an undetermined age. Panda bear. Why is panda bears in our dictionary? Oh man, panda bear. Oh, I'm so glad I know what that is now. Even exotic looking young boys and girls. As long as there was a buyer, there was nothing they wouldn't sell. We couldn't stay here. I had been through this once. This time I felt calm. I had to get myself out of here, and I would take Jack with me too. There was only one guard in the hallway. I slammed on the door to get him to come over. I told him that Jack had stopped breathing. He didn't think too much of it. Perhaps he thought that we were just a couple kids. So he opened the door and crouched down next to Jack, who was playing dead. When he reached out to feel Jack's breath, I pulled the gun out of his waistband and pushed it against the back of his head. Then we gagged his mouth, tied his hands and feet behind him, and locked him inside the room before we snuck downstairs. We didn't run into anybody on our way down to the reception decks. Just when I was about to celebrate our good fortune, someone yelled at us from behind. I turned around and saw a sleepy man who was holding a mug. He rubbed his eyes and slammed the mug onto the reception desk when he saw our faces. The alarm went off. I grabbed Jack's hand and we started running towards the port as fast as we could. 4, maybe 5 guys came after us from the auction house. There were lots of warehouses and small roads near the port that made up a complex maze. We had to play cat and mouse with our chasers before we could find a secure hiding place. At the southwest corner of the port, there was a recycling center. The center had a fenced-in lot that had piles of garbage in it. Only a couple of overtime workers were operating the crane. They would lift a dumpster high up and then dump everything into the lot. There were many extra large dumpsters outside the lot. Jack and I had split up earlier, and I waved at Jack from a distance to come over. The dumpster was empty.
Stop hiding, we saw you.
I'm over here! I tried to draw attention to myself. They opened the cover of the dumpster. I walked out from the cargo container not too far from behind them. I tried to distract them. However, they had already opened the dumpster cover and seen Jack hiding inside. Okay. They didn't tie us up to avoid attracting too much attention. Instead, they surrounded us and marched us towards the auction house. If we didn't follow their orders, the guns in their waistbands would make us regret it. I fell into deep despair. Jack must have been so frightened too. I looked at him, but for a moment I thought I must have been mistaken. I thought I had just caught him smiling. Okay. We were close enough to see the auction house, when one of the guards' phone rang. Everyone was temporarily distracted by the phone, including me. But a gunshot interrupted the ringing. A guard had already fallen down. A bullet had just gone through his head. Jack had shot him with a smile. Jack! He had somehow taken a gun from one of the guards. Then he turned around and shot the second guard right in his chest. He didn't waste any of the bullets. It was almost like magic. Soon, all 5 guards were lying on the ground. Jack looked at me with a casual expression on his face. Alicia, let's get out of here. I was still in shock at what just happened, and before I could say okay, I heard another gunshot from far away, and then a splashing sound nearby. No, Jack! Jack dropped to his knees and slowly collapsed. Bright red liquid was oozing out of a small hole in the middle of his forehead. The young man with the mug was standing behind us at a distance. Only this time he was carrying a gun instead of a mug. He started walking slowly towards us. I held my hands to my head and dropped to the ground sobbing. Heavenly Father, why on earth do you let this happen to us? What have we done wrong? Jack! How does changing the fact that they saw Jack hiding inside? Oh, wait. Okay. Because then Jack probably got the gun from this, right? So if they opened the cover to the dumpster was empty, then Jack's not there. Let's see. I walked out from behind a cargo container not far away and tried to distract them. However, they had already opened the dumpster cover. There was no one inside. You fool, go get the girl! They tied me up again and went back to look for Jack for a long time. They couldn't find him anywhere though. In the end, they decided to just take me back first. On the way, I saw a shadow from the corner of my eye. I looked up. A huge dumpster had been lifted up and emptied into the lot of the recycling center. I also noticed a small body roll out together with the garbage. None of the guards were aware of it. They never realized that the person that they had been looking for was right under their noses. Jack had always reminded me of my brother. I would also often change my shift to the same ones as him. Unlike Carlos, Jack never talked too much. However, I was still trying to chat with him. After a while, we started to talk more and more with each other, although he rarely mentioned anything about himself. Once, I accidentally saw a horrifying burn scar on his back when he was changing. He must have a story that he didn't want to think about. Another time, I asked him what he would like to become when he was older. He pondered for a while and said, a policeman, or maybe a doctor. The look on his face was almost like he had been looking at an ocean of blossoming flowers, and he had been enchanted by the hypnotizing scent of the flowers. The warm summer breeze was kissing his exquisite blonde hair, and glowing sunlight was shining inside his sky blue eyes. He almost looked like an angel to me at that moment. I knew that he was not just saying that. He had a lot of books. When he wasn't working, he would always be reading in the bedroom. Even when he was on a shift, he would sit behind the bar and read when there was not too many customers. He spent all his earnings on books. Although I didn't think one could be a policeman or a doctor through only self-learning. Still, I believe that Jack, my little angel, would be able to do it. Because I believe that if he did his best, his dream would come true. Oh, this is S. First try. I'm so good at this game. Let me drink water. The cough and throat is not from allergies, it's just because I've been talking for a while. Okay. Head on. I'm gonna eat a thing. Give me a second. Food. Okay. Alright, more letters!
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
I need a gun.
젠장, 어떻게 이럴 수가?
Oh no, they're connected, aren't they?
是不是我做错了什么？
Longest class.
Dios, ¿qué debería hacer?
Pretty girl. Okay. We haven't heard from Li Wen in a while. The simulation exam's right around the corner. Everyone was busy preparing for it today. Mr. Wen hadn't mentioned anything about canceling the class, however. Besides, I was still his assistant to an art class, so I went along. However, the room was empty. There was no one there, not even Mr. Wen. I felt a little disappointed. Just when I was wondering whether I should go back and study for the exam. Sit down, time for class. Mr. Wen walked past me, took off his coat, and laid it on the back of the chair near me. Why are you the only one here? It's the simulation exams tomorrow. Everyone is freaking out about them. I grabbed a chair and sat down. Mr. Wen seemed a little unhappy. Was he going to cancel the class today? I suppose I should get ready and go back to study too. What would you like to draw today? Mr. Wen abruptly asked. Well, what I would like to draw? It surprised me that I was hearing this question coming out of his mouth. Something more difficult? I said, hoping that it would make me appear more motivated. Then draw me. But you would have to pose for a long time. That's too much for me to ask. I honestly didn't want to do that. If I messed it up, when I messed it up, he was going to tear me, not the drawing, into pieces. He was gonna tear me, not the drawing, into pieces. Don't overthink it. Mr. Wen took out his kit, set up the easel, and continued. I'll do a sketch too. I'll draw you. After making sure that my ears weren't lying to me, I sprung up from my chair. Wait. Let me go and change first. I sprinted out the classroom. I was still sweating and smelling from playing tennis earlier, and I was wearing a sports jacket that was one size too large because I ordered the wrong one. It would be so embarrassing to be drawn like this. Furthermore, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like this was some sort of trap. If I draw him badly, no, not if, when, with his temper, he would almost certainly not let me off the hook easily. Well, I felt like I had turned into a dried fish on a cutting board waiting to be cut up. I opened the locker and picked out the dress that Jean had bought when it was on sale a while ago. She had bought 2 of them and given me one as a present. I had never tried it on before. My school uniform was still drying off at home after laundry day yesterday, so this would have to do for now. I put the dress on. It fit well, size-wise, but maybe it hadn't been washed. I felt a weird itching once I put it on. Mr. Wen showed no reaction to my new outfit, so we began sketching our sketching practice. Drawing a portrait was so hard, and my back being itchy kept distracting me. By the time the bell rang, I had barely drawn a rough draft. Mr. Wen put away his sketch, yet he didn't ask to see mine either. He was about to leave the classroom when he stopped at the door. He looked at me and opened his mouth. He looked like he was going to say something, but didn't. Eventually, he left with a look of disappointment on his face. What the hell was wrong with him? What did I do to him this time? Oh my gosh. Li Wen. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so Carlos... Okay, Yi is the person who was dating. Who was, in quotes, dating. She was seducing Carlos's boss, who was the... I forgot his name. What, Mr. Kwon? I don't know. I brought Yi back to the auction house. She's still burning up and barely conscious. I handed her to the boss there, a middle-aged fat man named Lucky Zhao, who had a full mouth of gold teeth. Usually when the game mentioned taking care of someone without additional instructions, it meant to bring the girls to the auction house. Basically, I was only asked to do the legwork. As for the girls who had been taken care of, they had probably all been sold to people abroad. I had heard rumors that besides the legitimate auctions, the house conducted illegal ones in secret too. There were many kinds of outlandish merchandise in this building, and that included humans. Just as I was about to leave, I couldn't control my curiosity anymore. I asked the guy at the front desk, "Hey man, where do these pretty girls get sold to?" The guy put down the stainless steel mug in his hand. The people brought here by the Black Dragon game? Well, those girls are usually sent to Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Why there? Are they sent to be housemaids? Are you stupid or something? Housemaids. Your gang always told us these girls. Your gang always told us these girls are being sent to become human sticks. The fuck? I kinda don't want to click that. Have you ever seen a freak show? They have no tongues, arms, or legs. They have nothing but their torsos left, and they're locked in a cage. Well, I'm glad I didn't click that. I almost threw up. This is the first time I ever heard the phrase human sticks, and I eventually figured out what it meant based on his descriptions. I would rather die than live like that. As a Catholic, I had always been taught to do good deeds so that I could be absolved of my sins and go to heaven. After joining the gang, I had done many bad things, but I could never be involved in something so evil. No, I couldn't just let Yi suffer like this. Damn it. If only I had brought her here, these people would never willingly let her go now. I had to get her out of here, and then try to explain to Mr. Kwan. Hey, I just remembered, Mr. Kwan wanted me to tell the girl something. Oh, what for? She's on the 4th floor, make it quick. The front desk guy picked up today's Mingpao newspaper and did not look up again. Okay, Chinese language newspaper in Hong Kong, okay. As I was climbing the stairs, I thought I heard people crying. Were those the girls who were going to be sold? A strange thought suddenly hit me. Could it be possible that Alicia had also been sold here, just like these unfortunate people? The thought had come out of nowhere, but I felt extremely unsettled. Yi had been locked in a room at the end of the 4th floor. The guard had stepped away for a moment. Her entire body had been burning up. I woke her up and helped her into my own clothes, shorts, and shoes. I kept reminding her to be careful while we snuck out of the building. Poor girl. With a fever like this, she would probably die on the way to Southeast Asia if I didn't help her. I thought she was ready to go when she turned around and hugged me. Did I forget something? Oh, right! I pulled the brim hat off my head and put it on her almost bald head, which had been shaved by Mr. Kwan. It was a real shame that he had done that to her. She looked really pretty with her long hair. Yi tried her best, got herself together, and left the room. Well, that was the difficult part. The auction house was quite big. Not only would it take a while to exit the building, even if she got out, the guards could easily catch up to her while she was still nearby. I had to get her more time to escape. I scoured the room. I couldn't find anything I could wear. Nothing but a long wig. I had never seen a wig before. I found it a little amusing. But there weren't any clothes. I couldn't just be naked, could I? I picked up her dress. The dress ripped in the back. I sat down with my back towards the door. I loosened the hair and let it down. I sat down with nothing but my boxer shorts on. I tried my best to keep calm. Oh man, Carlos. There's no other way. The dress ripped apart the moment I put my legs in. Oh no! Why did I even try it? I knew it wouldn't fit. I should have kept it intact as a memento. What an idiot I was. I heard footsteps getting closer and closer to the door. I swallowed nervously. I saw the guard's shocked expression through the small window on the door. I heard him scream. Then I heard the alarms. Yi had not been able to leave the building yet, and she was soon brought back. I was thrown out onto the street with nothing but my boxer shorts. Carlos! Damn it! I couldn't just do nothing and let you be sent to living hell. Lord, please guide me. Carlos. Okay. So what? Carlos is gonna do a swip swap with you? You sure about that, bro? I put the dress on. Oh, the dress ripped in the back. Okay, so that way it won't be itchy. Okay. It's mad crazy. The dress was really tight. I looked down at the dress that was wrapped tightly around myself. I could still feel the warmth of Yi's body and the smell of smell a faint trace of her scent. I had never worn a girl's clothes except for my sister's. I felt my face starting to blush. I heard footsteps coming closer to the door. I swallowed nervously. Was her hair this long? Oh no. It's the hair. The alarms went off in the auction house. All the gates were closed immediately. He had not been able to leave the building yet, and she was soon brought back. Oh, wait, I have to change to let her hair down to Li Wen, so that her long hair would cover the ripped back of her dress. Oh, okay. Damn it. I couldn't just do nothing and let Yi be sent to living hell. Lord, please guide me. Okay. I thought about it for a while and decided it was too embarrassing to change into a dress just for a sketch. I might as well just stick with the oversized jacket. Oh, okay, the dress ripped, and so she just didn't wear it. Okay. I was still feeling a little warm from tennis earlier. Sweat kept dripping down my forehead. I had to wipe it off constantly using napkins. Fortunately, the sun was already setting, otherwise it would have been even warmer. When the class finally ended, I looked at my sketch and sighed. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Wen tore up my sketch once again. I had lost counts of how many times he had torn up my drawings. Besides, I was actually pretty bad at this. I did wonder how I looked in his drawing. Before I could ask, he seemed to know what I was going to say, and he quickly left with his belongings. Oh well. Bad. Okay, so we need to... So yes, he has to sit with his back towards... Wait. What did she say? With her back towards the door. I kind of want to see what happens. This would probably... Carlos' side would probably end the same way with the alarm sounding. But... Li Wen just sits towards the door. Teacher's like, the fuck? Dress was really tight. Okay, never one of goes clothes except for faces. Okay, embarrassing, yes. I sat down facing the door and lowered my head. I heard footsteps getting closer and closer to the door. I swallowed nervously. I saw the guard's shocked expression through a small window. Heard him scream. Alarms. How did he know? Was it because my chest was too flat? Sorry. Here's what you do. You need to get the wig and then like shove it into your chest area. There we go. I thought about it for a while and decided it was too embarrassing to change into the dress for a sketch. I might as well just stick it out with the oversized jacket. The golden sunlight from the sunny sun shone down upon Mr. Wen and me. It felt warm, but not too warm. Mr. Wen's sketch paper rustled lightly in the breeze, as did his hair. He looked so focused that I found myself staring at him without even realizing it. Mr. Wen looked up. Eyes... Sorry. Big IQ. Our eyes met silently. When I finally came to my senses and lowered my head, my heart had skipped a few beats. The bell rang. I reluctantly handed my sketch to him. If you want to tear it up, go ahead. I lost count of how many times he had torn up my drawings. Besides, I'm actually pretty bad at this. Mr. Wen handed me the sketch. It wasn't mine though, it was his. Was that really me? I was speechless. I couldn't find a word in my vocabulary to describe it other than beautiful. I could have never imagined that a person who was always so cold and distant would be able to create something so warm and intimate. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I held the sketch up to his face and pointed at a random spot. There's a serious problem here, haha! Mr. Wen looked at his sketch puzzled. Before he could take a good look, I took the sketch back. I will not tolerate this kind of thing in my class. I imitated his tone, oh my god, she tore it up! I imitated his tone, took a few steps back, then tore up the sketch and threw the pieces into the trash. historical moment. I finally turned the tables on him. I quickly ran out of the classroom. Thinking back on how many sketches he had shredded, I felt great about getting back at him. Okay, so basically sitting with her back towards the door actually doesn't do anything because this is before she even gets back into the classroom. This is at her locker. So this can stay here. And then, yeah. Okay. Big IQ. Big brain. Okay. Oh my god. What? They drew it! Carlos. Getting closer and closer to the door, but then they started moving away. A few minutes later, I saw Yi leaving the building through the window. She walked out of the gate, turned to her right, and slowly walked out of my sight. If she kept walking that direction, for another couple of kilometers, she would be on the turf with the Blood Gang. I finally felt relaxed. May the Lord bless you, Yi. Now that Yi had got away, I didn't need to worry about my own escape. When I was at the orphanage, I had always been the fastest kid. We used to go up on the hill to hunt rabbits. The other kids would take a whole day, but I only needed 3 hours. Yes, we know what a rabbit is. I ran out of the room and sprinted towards the stairway. The guard noticed me, but before he could make a sound, I had already jumped down an entire flight. I was able to go down to the first floor with just 3 jumps. I ran past the front desk so fast that the newspaper was blown out of the front desk guy's hands. By the time he realized what had just happened, and who that had been, I was already long gone from the auction house. So, what should I tell Mr. Kwan? I wandered around the streets, when I finally noticed people giving me strange looks. That was when I realized I was still wearing Yi's dress. Oh my gosh, that was so embarrassing. I lowered my head and walked quickly towards the less crowded part of the street, afraid of being seen. I found myself in a strange alley that I had never been before. At the end of the alley, there was a small coffee shop. The sign looked like a coffee shop? Could it be the same? I don't remember the name. Could it be the same one Alicia is working at? I was stunned. I seem to remember that Alicia had mentioned a place like this in her first few letters. Yes, she used to work here. Since Alicia had never mentioned the address of the coffee shop, I had never been able to find it. Yet here it was, right here. Finally, I was out to find my big sister, Alicia. I ran up the stairs of the coffee shop, filled with all the excitement in the world, but somebody grabbed both my arms from behind. It was a policeman? Oh no, because he's wearing the dress? Oh no, Carlos. I pray for you. Wait, I'm gone. I can't shit. Okay. These two guys. Oh man. It was 10 p.m. There weren't many people in the station. I ran down to the basement, pushed open the door to the armory and yelled, "Excuse me, I need to check out a handgun." I had been assigned to this position for quite a few days, but I still haven't received a firearm. I had heard that the office was very bureaucratic and inefficient. I suppose people had been telling me the truth. The custodian in charge of the armory slowly turned his face towards me. It looked like he hadn't shaved his wrinkled face for a long time. All of his facial hair was wet with tears and snot. Is this guy okay? I noticed the TV behind him. Oh, he's watching a very popular TV drama, The Descendants. I had to speak at the top of my lungs to tell him that I needed a gun, trying not to be drowned out by the hysterically bawling heroine on the TV. Although he was still quite invested in the show, the old man hadn't forgotten his duty. He then explained the rules while holding back his tears. To check up on including 2 guns, please fill out the green B2 form and have it signed by the lieutenant of your unit. The firearms will be available immediately. To check out more than 2 guns, please fill out the pink C-15 form and have it signed by the captain of the station. The weapons will be available in 5 hours. I took the form. I tore the pink C-15 form into pieces. Sir, you've got to be kidding! You idiot!
5 hours? It's really a matter of life and death. I just need a tiny, tiny, tiny handgun. I slammed my fist into the desk out of frustration.
Don't slap the desk. The custodian pulled 2 napkins out of a box and then blew his nose and wiped his tears away. He turned around and refocused on the TV screen, with the box of napkins still in his hand. The heroine had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness. It was the hero's turn to bow hysterically. I squeezed the torn pieces of paper in my palm and tossed them in the trash bin by the door as I stormed out of the armory. I let out a sigh. Fine. It should be okay if I just go without a gun, right? I rushed out of the building, hailed a cab, and headed towards the port. Buddha would surely bless me. Oh, I don't know about that one, man. It was 5 past midnight. Warehouse 23, Port of Busan. I realized I had been backed into a corner, because the people who had come in from the gate were not Lieutenant Kim Jong-ho and his men from Unit 3. Lieutenant Khan, long time no see! It was my old rival, the leader of the Ganman group of the Musun clan, Choi Yohan. The drug cases around the area had always been handled by Unit 1 and Unit 4. Drug smuggling was one of the main sources of income for the Musun clan, so Choi and I had handled plenty of deals with each other. Long time no see. Long time, no see. I did see your son a week ago. He looked pretty good. Oh, by the way, I heard that you have been in a bad mood recently. Would you like me to get you some antidepressants?
That won't be necessary, but you were right. I haven't been doing too well. That's why I brought myself some new toys to cheer myself up. I want you to share the fun with me, Lieutenant Kong. What? Are the gunshots gonna ever stop? I guess not. Everything went quiet for a brief moment. Suddenly a loud orchestra of metallic noise erupted in the warehouse. I could see that the containers were riddled with bullet holes. There was even rice pouring out of some of them. An M134? Choi Yohan, that was indeed impressive. Oh, okay. Okay. He was my son, my lovely son. And you fucking blew off half of his head. Today I'll blow your entire body into fucking smithereens. I crashed down on the ground and covered my head with my hands. My Glock 43 had run out of ammo earlier. This couldn't get any worse. There was a toy gun on the ground. Where did the toy gun come from? A toy gun against the M134? Haha, I can't help but chuckle at the ridiculous thought. But apparently someone else had come up with the same idea. The muscular man picked up the toy gun and came out from behind the containers. I didn't have a chance to stop him. Everything happened so fast. The toy gun couldn't possibly take on the M134. I saw numerous bullets fly into his body. Oh no, muscular man! The ground behind him was quickly covered in a bloody red mess. No! How did it end up like this? Oh my god. Okay. Oh. X? X means I can't move it over here? Wait. Then what? I only have one choice then, which is just to move this here. I can't move it here either. Because I literally can't move this anywhere else. Oh wait, I can switch these two though. Oh, so which form he takes. Check out more than 2 guns. Checked up to and including 2 guns. Oh, okay, okay. This will probably be fine, right? Because, okay, at least his side should be fine, because there's really only one choice I can do there.
The machine gun slowly stopped. I heard lots of people yelling outside. I peeked out to take a look. Some men from the Ganbun group were holding down a pretty buff young man, pressing his head to the ground. His head was already covered in blood. Choi Young-han grabbed his hair and pulled it back violently. I finally saw his face. Oh no, he's here! Yo, if I remember correctly, isn't this the new guy in your unit? Why does he sound like a Valley girl? If I remember correctly, isn't this the new guy in your unit, Lieutenant Khan? What a cute and silly one he is. He came all the way here to save his precious lieutenant, without even bringing a gun. Who do you think is cuter, him or my son? Lieutenant Khan. Fuck you. The kid's nose and mouth were bleeding heavily, and he kept mumbling through the blood. Lieutenant, don't mind me. Choi fired the machine gun once again. The kid's fragile flesh was torn into pieces and pounded in I didn't fucking want to mind you. What the fuck were you doing here? Didn't you know I meant to not fucking tell you about our mission at this goddamn place? You idiot. You didn't even bring a fucking gun? How could you defend your precious justice? Justice. What was the fucking point? Now that you're dead. Eh? Wait, then how are we— wait. Have it signed by the lieutenant of your unit. Looked down at the green B2 form in my hands, and I had an idea. I clutched the form in my hand and ran back to Unit 4, stopping at the lieutenant's desk. I put my hand on the handle of the drawer, and my heart was beating rapidly in my chest. This would be a huge mistake. Forging the signature. In all seriousness, this would be a crime. But, for some reason, middle schoolers do it with their permission slips all the time. What the hell was wrong with me? Calm down and think. There must be another way. Speaking of which, I remember seeing a toy gun at the custodian's desk earlier. Could that be useful? Something was definitely wrong with me. I let out a sigh. Fine. It should be okay if I just go ahead without a gun, right? Okay, so we need to change that thought. Because Buddha will not bless you. Okay, but I can't— oh, okay, so I can't change the position of this. So really the only thing I can do is change this again? I looked at the toy gun as if it was mocking me. I tore the pink form into pieces in a rage. The goddamn rules! Were these stupid rules more important than a human life? The custodian was staring at the TV, and he paid no attention to me. I squeezed the torn pieces of paper in my palm and tossed them onto the desk. And I stormed out of the armory without looking back. I let out a sigh. Fine. It should be okay. No, it's not okay! What? Is this the only thought that he has? Like, what? Bruh. Buddha would surely bless me. No! What do I do? What? Oh, wait. No, I can't put this here. History. It says there's different— it's 2 other versions. But what else can I do? I can't— I'm not trying everything because I want to. It's because there's literally— I can't do anything. I can't move this here. I can't move this here. I can put this back with the toy gun. But wouldn't this just be how it started out? Yeah. Okay, maybe I just switch these two then? Keep the toy gun? Does this change anything? No, the other side would still be bad, though. Have it signed by Lieutenant Unit. Look down and be had an idea. Okay, so he's gonna forge the signature here. Forging the signature. In all seriousness, this would be a crime. What the hell's wrong with me? What happened to justice? Oh, it's fine. Fine. Should be okay. Okay, no, this is just all sorts of bad. It's still bad. What? 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 Toy gun underground. Toy gun underground. Took the form. What? Brain malfunction. No, this is I'm perfectly fine. I'm just confused because there's so many restrictions. Where's the dog? I need to talk to him. What the fuck is this? So I can't put this here or here or here. I literally can only put this here, right? And I can't put this here, and I can't put this here. So what the fuck? Oh wait, eh? Wait. Wait. I just realized. This is not the last one. I can put this behind here. Okay. Never mind. We're all good. Dog doesn't need to come out. Okay, let's see. Perfectly fine. Yes. Okay. The M134 abruptly stopped firing, then I heard the sound of metal hooking hitting the ground. I peeked out to see that Choi Yo-han had dropped the machine gun and he was covering his abdomen with his right hand. Fuck, there were other people here, you morons! Find them! Soon I hear the sound of people fighting. Yet Choi Yo-han held on to the machine gun again and pointed it right in my direction. He kept staring in our direction like a hawk. He was not going to let us out of here alive today. About 20 minutes later, some men from the Gammon group were holding down a pretty buff young man, pressing his head into the ground. His head was already covered in blood. Choi Yo-han grabbed his hair and pulled it back violently. Finally saw his face. Yo, if I remember correctly, isn't this the new guy you're attendant? What a cute and silly one he is. He came all the way here just to save his precious yeah. Wait, he still didn't bring a gun. You idiot. What? Then don't mind me. No, this is the same result. Same result with Justice Boy being killed. What the fuck were you doing here? You didn't even bring a fucking gun? Have it signed by the lieutenant of your unit. Looked down at the green pea and had a faint idea. Clutched the form in my hand, ran back to Unit 4, stopping at the lieutenant's desk. Put my hand on the handle of the drawer. My heart started beating rapidly. This would be a huge mistake. Forging his signature. In all seriousness, this would be a crime. What the hell's wrong with me? Okay. There's a toy gun on the ground. I picked up the toy gun. Could this be useful? Whatever. It would work better than nothing. Okay, so he used a toy gun this. With only a toy gun on me, I headed towards the port. It's rank A! What do you mean rank A? He literally gets killed. Okay. So. Can I put this behind here? No, I can't change the. I can't put anything before or behind. Okay. So I guess I'll just switch these two. Because there's literally, this is the only other possibility. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to click done. Go! Okay. Toy gun. Okay, retry. Like this? Okay, let's see. I don't know, I'm lost as fuck. Okay, here we go. This should be the right one because there's literally no other choice. I felt blood rushing to my head and I picked up the gun. I turned back to the armory and slammed it on the desk. Thud. I dropped to the ground on my knees. Sir, I have to tell you something. Becoming a police officer has always been my dream ever since I was a kid. I've always thought that one day, when I finally become a police officer, I would be able to defend justice and help people who are in need. Even though Lieutenant Khan has a lousy temper, loves smoking, is often mean to me, always has me doing paperwork, and likes junk food. But as a police officer, a defender of justice, I can't just let him be in danger without doing anything. And sir, if you don't loan me a gun right now, it'll all be too late. The custodian turned his face back again, looking at the top half of my head behind the desk. While tears are welling up in his eyes, it was nothing compared to the river coming down his face. Silence. I stood back up and dusted off my pants. Well, I tried. Wait. The custodian wiped his face clean and put on his jacket. I can't break the rules and loan you a gun. However, I'll come with you. Oh, by the way, bring this along too. The custodian stuffed a toy gun into my hand. A toy gun? Are you kidding me right now? However, the old man seemed dead serious, so I tucked the gun into my waistband. Still, as a rookie cop, all I had right now was a toy gun and the custodian of the checkout counter for the armory. I was beginning to feel uncertain about this rescue mission. The M134 abruptly stopped firing. Then I heard the sound of metal hitting the ground. I heard lots of people yelling outside. I peeked out and saw that Choi Johan was lying on the ground unconscious. Oh. His lackeys were completely frantic and running around hysterically. I didn't know what exactly had just happened, but it was my only opportunity. I charged into the crowd and took a gun from one of the mobsters. However, even with a weapon, I was still outnumbered. Just when I was about to be swamped, I saw a shadow running behind those bastards. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then the bastards suddenly began falling to the ground, one after another, and a familiar yet annoying figure jumped up onto a huge cargo container. With his left hand behind his waist, and his right hand waving some kind of strange white cloth, he shouted to the entire warehouse. "Listen up, you evil bastards! Today is the day that you're going to see justice being served by me! I'm gonna arrest every single one of you and bring you all to the police station!" I was 100% sure now. The only person who could say something like that, like this, without any irony was him. Who knew that the kid had some talent, despite always seeming a little off? Thanks to him, half an hour later, the only people still standing were all from our side. I tossed another empty gun on the ground. One of those bastards was lying near my feet, and I saw half of a pack of cheap cigarettes. I wasn't feeling picky at the moment, so I lit one for myself. It seemed to help with the exhaustion a little bit. What a night. I would need a beer when I got back, before I went to sleep. I sat down with on the bottom of a random body nearby. I felt like I never wanted to get back up again. And then I looked at Chang Gyeomin. He had been jumping upside down. What? He had been jumping upside down for half an hour, doing his weird karate, but he didn't seem tired at all. Young people. You're operating without authorization, you know that, right? Yes, sir! This is me defending my justice! Yes, sir, my ass. Look at that grin of yours. And what was the deal with your voice? It was so loud that it hurt my skull. Well, whatever. We did it! We did it! We got all the endings because I couldn't figure it out. Great. Typing. Ooh, sus. All the options. More, oh my gosh, more mail.
这都是我的错。
So far yet so close.
Dios, ¿qué hice mal?
What have I done wrong?
하나님, 나를 도와주세요.
Oh boy.
부처님, 도대체 제가 뭘 어떻게 해야 되죠?
Shaking. Okay. Okay, seems like Licia and Liwen are linked. Yeah. And then Park. Oh wait, no. No, they are linked. Okay. Okay. Secretly a rabbit hole. Well.
The simulation exam was only hours away, yet I had been lying in bed all night, unable to fall asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the sketch that Mr. Wen had drawn of me earlier. It was so beautiful. I thought I should go to school earlier to try and find it in the trash can. I got out of bed, walked across the living room, and grabbed a box of chocolate milk that Rocky had paid me. The moon seemed especially round tonight. I leaned on the railing at the balcony, watching the moon and drinking the milk. Mr. Wen's place was to my right. The light was still on. Ever since I learned that Mr. Wen lived next door, I would often involuntarily wander onto the balcony to watch the view outside. However, I had never seen him out here even once. The curtain was always closed behind the glass door to Mr. Wen's living room. I couldn't see anything inside, except to tell whether the lights were on or not. It was almost 1 a.m. The lights were still on. I didn't think that he would be up so late, despite his lights usually being on when I had gone to bed in the past. What was he doing at this hour? It couldn't be because of what had happened earlier today. Ugh, it had only been a joke. I suppose I should go and apologize tomorrow. I suddenly hear a muffled sound. Then I noticed that his curtain moved slightly, and I saw a hand appear at the bottom of the glass door. It was Mr. Wen's hand. Murder? Oh my god, why do you think of this immediately? No! Shut up, what was I thinking? I immediately called for an ambulance. Oh my girl. But nobody answered. What? Oh, no, I immediately called for an ambulance while I locked on his door, but nobody responded. I thought she called for an ambulance and nobody answered. It's like, what? That shouldn't be right. No one answered the phone in the manager's office either. I heard that people could pass out for many reasons, but the best opportunity for first aid only lasted for the first 5 minutes. It might be too late to wait for the ambulance to arrive. I grabbed a rope on the balcony and tied one end around my waist. I tied the other end to the railing. Finally, I climbed out on the railing and stood on top of it, shaking. Girl? Mr. Wen's balcony was approximately 1.5 meters away. My own record in long jump was 1.72 meters, if I remembered correctly. Haha, haha, I should be alright then. 1, 2, 3, jump. The slipper had been tossed on the ground earlier. Damn it, I was so close to reaching the pipe on the other side. I was hanging between the third and fourth floors. Oh my god. The rope tightened around my waist. Thankfully it was strong enough to hold me. I could still make it. I held onto the rope for dear life, carefully untied the knot, and jumped onto the balcony on the 3rd floor. However, nobody seemed to be home. It took 20 minutes for the paramedics to get me off the 3rd floor balcony. By then, it was already too late for Mr. Wen. I watched helplessly as they carried him onto the ambulance. He looked like he was only taking a nap. I suddenly had a feeling of deja vu of the day I lost my father. No, no! Oh my god. Okay, Alicia. Someone asked me what I wanted the most at the exact moment. I would say freedom. As for the thing I wanted second most, I would say death. 2 months ago, a short and skinny old man had bought me from a human trafficking auction house and brought me back to his mansion. At first, I thought he was just like most of the other buyers, who had only been looking for some exotic playthings. But I soon found out that he was much more frightening. His name was Money Jia, an infamous local millionaire in Hong Kong. On the surface, he was the owner of a chemical plant, making his bucks from pharmaceutical research and development. But behind the scenes, he had been conducting drug tests on humans, and the tests were not just limited to medicinal drugs, but also experimental ones that were developed solely for the gangs, some of which were even from abroad.
What he had spent in buying us was nothing compared to the profits he could make off of us. All of his test subjects were people he had purchased from the auction house. None of us had any legal status. Therefore, nobody would care if we were who we were or where we had gone. It was like we had evaporated from the face of the earth. There were both men and women among us. Sometimes the women might get a little lucky compared to the men. If the girls were willing to become a concubine, they could be spared from the fate of trying the more dangerous drugs. Rose had been one of the concubines. She still died though. I heard she OD'd. After her death, her body was taken away like everyone else before her. She just disappeared without a trace. I'd rather die from poison than become another Rose. The people who had made the choice were all locked inside the dungeon. They had tied our hands and feet to the bedposts, with our limbs spread out unnaturally. Everyone had been tied down in a separate room. However, the air ducts in the room were all connected. The air was filled with the smell of rotten flesh and death. Every few minutes, I could hear horrifying screams coming from the distance. I had endured a fever for the last couple of days. I heard them saying that the drug they had been giving me was defective, and if my fever didn't come down soon, I would die. To make sure that they could extract as much profit out of me as they could, they had assigned a new doctor. He had been checking up on me every day. This doctor seemed more bookish. He might be a good man. In my haze, I tried to talk to him. He never responded. So I kept talking to myself. After setting up my IV drip, the doctor hung the bottle of medicine on a makeshift pole that had been made out of a rusty water pipe. Then his phone rang. He ran to the hallway outside and half closed the door. His medicine kit was near my pillow. There were 2 bottles in the corner of the kit. One with sleeping pills, one with poison. The doctor was still answering the phone outside. The day had finally come. If I could just grab that bottle, I could carry out the plan I had in my mind for a long time. The rope was loose. I grabbed the pipe firmly. I wiggled my left hand out of the loosened rope and reached for the kit. I grabbed the bottle closer to my left hand, the sleeping pills. I twisted the cap off with my left hand and poured the entire bottle into my mouth. Ah, it was so painful. Then I lifted the pipe and smashed it down on my own head. I could finally end this life in hell. Carlos, I'm so sorry. Alicia can't take care of you anymore. Goodbye forever, Carlos. I don't know how long had passed. I was so surprised when I woke up. I had an oxygen mask on my face and IV tubes inserted into my arms. Some familiar guards and doctors were standing next to the bed. They had tied my hands and feet to the bedposts. The air was still filled with that rotten smell. I closed my eyes in desperation. Heavenly Father, what have I done wrong? Wait, I'm out of water. Give me a second. Oh boy. Okay, so she has to make the jump, right? Oh no, the rope was loose. Oh no, Liyuan could fall. We're not gonna let that happen. The slipper had been tossed on the ground. So maybe I have to change the pipe one. Jump. I grab the pipe firmly. Wait, hold on. Yeah, these two are the last ones. Okay. Okay, let's try moving the pipe one over here then. This music is very dramatic. I wiggled my left hand out of the loosened rope and reached for the kit. I grabbed the bottle closer to my left hand. It was almost the size of half my palm. I needed to hide it somewhere. The doctor came back from his phone call. I was still lying on the bed all spread out with my eyes closed. But when he checked my forehead, I winced. Seeing my strange reaction, he carefully examined his medicine kit again and noticed the missing bottle. There was no other furniture in the room except the bed I was lying in. Soon he found the bottle under my pillow. Once he had the bottle back, he didn't seem to be interested in giving me a hard time for it. It was as if nothing had happened. My life in hell continued. Aw, man. The wind was strong that night. I held onto the pipe and climbed up to Mr. Wynn's balcony. Mr. Wynn had fallen to the ground in his living room. I could barely feel his pulse, and he wasn't breathing. I immediately ran through everything I knew about CPR in my head. I put both my hands together, placed them upon his chest, and began pressing. 1, 2, 3. I used as much strength as I could with every press. I just hope I wasn't too weak to save his life. After 30 presses, Mr. Wynn showed no sign of waking up, and he was still not breathing. I lifted his chin up and started doing mouth-to-mouth. 2 sets of mouth-to-mouth followed by 30 presses on his chest. I kept repeating this routine. Mr. Wynn's forehead was covered in tiny drops of sweat. His wet hair was stuck to the corner of his eyes. Why won't you wake up? Time kept passing. It had been that way for over 5 minutes, but it wouldn't stop. Hope was like a flickering light in the single candle. I couldn't tell when it would suddenly go out. My tears and sweat were mixing together and falling on Mr. Wynn's shirt, drop after drop, making it wet. A rough hand grabbed my wrist. Oh, Lee Wynn. Mr. Wynn's eyes slowly opened. I didn't know why I cried. I must look horrible with my ugly crying face. A few minutes later, the paramedics finally arrived. They asked what kind of first aid I had given him. I suddenly realized that what I had just done, and I couldn't get a word out. I just did that with Mr. Wynn, with our mouths, didn't I? The ambulance had taken Mr. Wynn away. The paramedics told me to bring some necessities for his hospital stay. I finally calmed down, and for the first time, I had a chance to look around Mr. Wynn's apartment. There were all sorts of paintings hanging on the walls. A small seaside town glowing in the sunset, a gold wheat field stretching endlessly, a rainbow crossing a valley through rosy clouds after the rain. They were all masterpieces. Weirdly though, according to the signatures, most of them were from over 10 years ago. A portrait of a woman attracted my attention. The woman seemed to be in her early 20s, her long black hair spread out on a soft white pillow. Her sleeping face looked mesmerizing, even to me. Was she Mr. Wynn's wife? I remember when Rocky had asked whether Mr. Wynn had a girlfriend on his first day. He hadn't answered the question, but why was he living alone then? Right, I should be collecting necessities for Mr. Wynn. Speaking of which, what did one need for a hospital stay anyway? Pajamas, underwear, toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, slippers, razor, face wash, napkins. I scoured the kitchen and the bathrooms thoroughly. The only door left had to be the door to the bedroom. I should be able to find a change of clothes in it. Push the door open. To my surprise, behind the door it looked exactly like what had often appeared in my dreams. It was a graveyard. Graveyard of paintings. Torn apart. Painted over. Pieces so small they were completely unrecognizable. The remains of various paintings nearly completely filled the room. In the corner of the room, some blankets lay on the floor, with some clothes folded on top of them. Was this where Mr. Wynn usually spent the night? The room made me feel nothing but sadness and utter despair. They They were so much alike, Mr. Wen and he. Gotcha. Okay, maybe we have to slipper this? Slipper? Because I can't really do anything there. And I don't want to switch these two, because I feel like that would switch the position of them. And we don't want to grab the poison. Right? Okay, I wiggled my left hand out of the loosened rope and reached for the kit. I grabbed the bottle closer to my left hand, sleeping pills. It was almost the size of half my palm. I needed to hide it somewhere. I saw the slipper that I had dropped yesterday when I was having a seizure. It was close enough for me to reach it. The doctor came back from his phone call. I was still lying in bed all spread out with my eyes closed, mumbling quietly to myself. Just as he has left me. He felt my forehead with his hand, fiddled with the IV a bit, closed his kit, and left. I opened my eyes when I heard the door close. The bottle of sleeping pills was still safely hidden inside the slipper. I know that as long as I do my best, my dream will come true. Aw. Okay. Drink. Okay. Park Sang-yoon and Justice Boy.
My dad had a bad temper. He often hit my mom and me. One day, I knocked him out with a bottle to help Mom. I thought he would beat me up once he woke up, but I never expected that people from a mental hospital would show up at our door. These strangers were here to take me away. Mom was at home. I could still hear the last word Dad ever said to me. I was not ill. I was taken to that hospital because I was a bad child. However, everyone here would insist that they were not ill. Besides, the male nurses here were all as strong as bears. They could lift me off the ground with a single hand. There was no way I could escape from here. I was put in a very small room alone. There was a desk, a chair, and a simple bed. The sheets and blankets looked yellow, and they were covered in stains. Yo. The walls were very dirty too. Someone had written a lot of bad words in the corners. I would try to talk with the female nurses just to get through the day. Soon, I realized that as long as I kept saying nice things about them, they would tell me anything I wanted to know. I had learned from them that the hospital was not too far away from my home. They said that the president of the hospital was a relative of someone important to the government. That was how the hospital had received a lot of government funding, but the president had pocketed most of it for himself. Damn. They also said that the president was rarely here. The person who was really in charge was the vice president, Dr. Lee Yoon-suk. Dr. Lee was an expert in the field and he always looked out for the employees. If it weren't for him, the hospital would have closed down a long time ago. It was a Tuesday. I had been here for 2 days, but I hadn't seen one doctor yet. If I could have Dr. Lee examine me, maybe he would know that I wasn't really ill and let me go home. Around dinner time, I was waiting for the tray to be put through the door when it opened. A tall, slim male nurse stood at the door, and he said he would take me to see the doctor. I had never seen him before. He probably worked in another building. I followed him downstairs, across the garden into another building. We walked up to the fifth floor and stopped at the door of an office. The name tag on the door said Lee Yoon-suk. I sat nervously on the medical stool. It was very dark inside and no lights were turned on. I could smell a faint scent in the room. It was only the two of us in the room. He asked a few simple questions first. To prove I was a good child, I answered all the questions honestly. I also told him that Dad would beat Mom and me, and why I thought I had been brought here. It was because Dad thought I was a bastard bad child. You're here because you have... You're here... Oh my god, my voice. You're here because you have a condition called selective cognitive impairment. Dr. Lee took off his white coat and laid it on the back of his chair. Selective cognitive impairment? I never heard of it. I could barely say it.
In other words, you have a tendency to fantasize about events. For instance, you said your father had choked your mother with a rope, but that never happened.
That's not true. Dad must have lied to you. He beat me. He even poured boiling water on me. I can show you.
Oh.
I took off my shirt and turned my back towards him.
Showed him the burn scars that went from my neck all the way to my back. That was where Dad had given me when he doused me with boiling water. Dr. Lee raised his hand and touched the scars with his fingertips. His hand was so cold that I took a deep breath. What? You're mistaken. It wasn't your father who did this to you. Your symptoms are quite severe. If you do not do something about it, it might likely turn you into schizophrenia. What? I turned around and saw Dr. Lee untying his tie. That would be an even worse condition. People with the condition have to be tied down to their beds. They can't go outside, not even to the bathroom. Every day they need to go through electroconvulsive therapy. In more serious cases, we might even perform brain surgery on them.
Perhaps I was too frightened. I felt my entire body getting warm, and my knees were becoming weak. Dr. Lee held me steady.
Don't be afraid, kid. As long as you do everything I tell you, one day you will fully recover. Man, dude, what the fuck? Also, switching back to Justice Guy, the whiplash, the mood change, bruh. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow, such a great story to hear before sleeping. Oh man, I'm sorry. Okay. I finally see a true marksman today. The custodian, who loved soap operas so much that he would bawl his eyes out, had averted Lieutenant Khan's crisis with just a toy gun. It was from such a distance. Forget about it being a toy gun. Even with a real gun, it would have been incredibly hard to hit the temple of your target. If I had gone on the mission by myself, everything would have been over by now. I hadn't realized that I couldn't shoot a gun until I enrolled in the police academy. Every time I tried to aim, I couldn't calm down and concentrate. No matter how hard I trained, I couldn't improve my shooting performance. The academy even sent me to a specialized psychologist, although we didn't find anything wrong. Unsurprisingly, I got a 0 in my final shooting test. I became the laughingstock of the class. If If it weren't for my outstanding grades in the combat test, convincing the academy to make an exception for me, I would probably still be wasting bullets in training. Guns must simply not agree with me. There couldn't be any other explanation. The custodian had gone back to the police station. All we needed to do was wait for the reinforcements from the station and clean up the mess. By the way, even though I wasn't good with them, I could still appreciate guns. I still thought it would feel great if I could have one with me all the time. I was playing with a gun that I had just picked up off the ground. It must have belonged to one of these losers. When I was feeling a little drunk with the power in my hand, a stranger walked out of the shadows behind the cargo container. It was a huge muscular man. Oh, is it the muscular man that was with the lieutenant? In his 40s or 50s. He was wounded. Oh yeah, it is. But both the tattoo on his bald head and the scars in the corner of his eyes were telling me that he would not be afraid of a fight. I held the gun steady and pointed at him, when Lieutenant Kong casually said, "He's one of us." Lieutenant Kong was sitting on top of some passed-out lackey in the pink striped shirt. He was holding half a cigarette in his hand, and he had just exhaled a puff of murky white smoke. I was shocked. This person didn't look like a police officer at all. Well, I suppose they were all birds of a feather. Unit 4 must have plenty of weirdos like them. I lowered the gun, stood straight, and gave him a salute. "Sir, I'm Chong Yeomin. I was assigned to Unit 4 a week ago. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Pleasure to meet you too." It wasn't the hulking officer who had... Oh, what? It wasn't the hulking officer who had responded. It was Choi Yo-han, who was standing behind him with a gun pushed up against his head. Oh my god. Did you all think this was fucking over? He held his gun against the officer's temple, while rubbing his own bruised head with the other hand. Crap! I had somehow forgotten that he had only been shot with a toy gun. How could I have made such an idiotic mistake again? Lieutenant Khan slowly stood up too. His cigarette was still burning, but he had no interest in smoking it again. Hahaha. Now those are the kinds of looks I like. Kid, raise your gun. I wasn't sure what trick he was trying to play, but I involuntarily held onto it more firmly. I'm giving you two choices, your lieutenant or this meathead here. Use your gun to make your pick. Put a bullet in his head, then we are done. Don't play any tricks on me. What? I must have heard it wrong. I've never been trained for this scenario back in the academy. Choi Yo-han chuckled. Oh, also, I'm the kind of person who doesn't have doesn't have too much patience, so I'll give you 5 seconds. How about that? Let's begin the countdown. 5. Oh my gosh. I slowly raised the gun, while my arms suddenly felt like they had been filled with lead. On one side, it was the senior officer whom I had just met. On the other side, it was Lieutenant Khan. What kind of sick joke was this? I must calm down and think. There must be some other way. But I had only 5 seconds. 4. Lieutenant Khan was standing to my right. The cigarette in his hand had already burnt out. He was standing there completely motionless, like a statue. Our eyes met in midair, but time kept flowing. My hand was shaking. 3. I pointed my gun at Choi Yo-han. I tried my best to aim at his forehead. Could I make the shot? 2. The officer looked at me calmly. He seemed to be telling me with his eyes, "I trust you." But I couldn't trust myself. 1. Huge drops of sweat was rolling down my face. No! I couldn't make it. I gave up. The officer's head exploded right in front of my eyes. Then the gun barrel turned to me, with the silver of smoke still creeping out of it. Choi pulled the trigger. The bullet hit me and knocked me over. Ugh. How does it feel watching your men die in front of you, huh? I felt my eyelids getting heavier and heavier. I couldn't see the expression on Lieutenant Khan's face. The voice of Choi mocking and taunting the lieutenant was getting further and further away too. A few weeks later, I woke up in the Busan Metropolitan Hospital. Tubes were coming out of every part of my body. The EKG machine was beeping steadily next to my bed. Captain Gon told me that he visited me, Captain Gon told me that when he visited me, that I was the only survivor from the warehouse. How could this have happened? Somebody please tell me this was all just a dream. Please, Buddha. They were all good people. Please, please help them. Yeah, I should really put a warning for this game, shouldn't I? Hang on. Trying to see if there's a list of warnings I can copy and paste. Okay. No warning, it's the sheer experience. No! Oh my god. Okay. Warning. Maybe I can fit it on the side there. That would be. Though it kind of comes with the game title, just to be sure. Okay. Alright. So we need a... shit, okay. So... raise the gun, hold the trigger, but he hit the mirror, not the guy. But if he turns to his right, then it's Lieutenant Khan. Well, that's not good. Because isn't Choi standing behind the muscular guy that he was pointing towards? Okay, let's see. Three, I pointed the gun at Lieutenant Khan. Is there really no other way? Two, Lieutenant Khan stopped me pointing the gun at him. He didn't look like he blamed me. He seemed to be telling me with his eyes, I trust you. But I couldn't trust myself. One, huge drops of sweat. No, couldn't make it. He gave up. Right, he's gonna give up if we don't put the gun shooting on his side. But isn't this just the same ending? Enormous noise, louder than anything I ever heard, exploded from the gun. My entire arm felt numb after the shock, but I was still holding it in my hand. Then I felt something warm and red dripping on my chest. Dr. Lee was still smiling. There was a hole in the middle of his forehead. Ugh. I pushed him away and sat back up. He fell on the floor with his face up. He still had to go. All of a sudden, there seemed to be people hanging out in the hallway outside. I could hear footsteps, conversations, even screams. Shut up. Came out from the desk and walked towards Mero, my ears covered. Bodies look pale, blah blah blah. Reminded me of the warriors I seen in movies. Russia. People paint themselves with red stripes too. A. Okay. Almost 6 hours in. To be fair, stuff before the 6 hours were milder. So. Okay. Maybe turn to the right. Get rid of hands are shaking. Pull the trigger. Or actually, hang on. No, wait. I don't know. There's only one pulled the trigger. Help. What if I want both of them dead? The longer you play, the deeper it gets. Okay. Okay, let's see. It's 3. I pointed my gun at Choi Yohan. Tried my best to aim at his forehead. Could I make the shot? 2. Officer looked at me calmly. He seemed to be telling me with his eyes, I trust you. I couldn't trust myself. 1. He dropped his sweat. Pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the barrel, hit the officer's head. Aren't you a funny kid? Why don't you go consider joining us? Choi Yohan mocked me with his jokes and turned the gun to me. I was still paralyzed in shock. He pulled the trigger. Oh no! Okay. Where would I be able to run if I became a murderer? Put down the gun. Oh, okay. Okay, so hands are shaking should be here, actually. Because the hands were shaking would probably make him hit the guy. Oh, it didn't work. Oh wait, your hands are shaking and then you hit the trigger, right? Pointing my gun, trying my best to aim at his forehead. Can I make the shot? Hands are shaking like never before. Reminds me the only time I had ever hit inside the target. It's a really windy day, and I was wearing nothing but a tank top, so I've been trembling because of the cold. Now that I was shaking so much, maybe there would be another miracle? Bruh, it's just luck. 2. Officer looked at me calmly. He seemed to be telling me with his eyes, I trust you. I couldn't trust myself. 1. Hughes dropped the sweat, pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the barrel and just grazed Choi's hair. It might have been the closest shot I have ever made. Unfortunately, it was completely useless right now. The officer's head exploded right. No! Choi's gun barrel turned towards me with silver smoke. Pulled the trigger, the bullet hit me, knocked me over. It's still the same result though. What? What? What else am I supposed to do? Bad? Hold on. So, both the instances where you pulled the trigger are bad, but you shouldn't pull the trigger on this one, right? Because if you pull the trigger on this one, it's like they said, it's like, oh, I don't want to be a murderer. But what? What? Huh? What? What? Like, it didn't work without the hands shaking. What? 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 Huh? What? 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 Wait. But there's only so many ways I can do this, right? Have I gotten all the other ones for this kid? Yes. I just can't have I pulled the trigger on this one, right? But oh, I turn to my right? Oh, if I just leave this one empty, it should be fine. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, but if he turns to his right, it's Lieutenant Khan. Okay, Choi Yo-han was not easy to fool. I had to choose the lieutenant in order to save the officer. As long as I didn't hit any critical spots, the lieutenant would be okay. I could also stall for a bit longer. My hands were shaking like never before. It might be the only time I hit inside the target. Maybe there would be another miracle? 2. Lieutenant Khan saw me pointing the gun at him. He didn't look like he blamed me. I could see that he understood that it was my plan to stall, but he didn't know that I was an extremely lousy shot. 1. In his left arm. I made it! I actually made the shot! However, Choi Yo-han was obviously not satisfied with the result. Kid, are you really such a terrible shot? Or are you just trying to fool me? Because I'll have to teach you a lesson. He moved the gun away from the officer's temple and pointed it at his back. Bang! A red hole appeared in his stomach. The officer's face turned pale, but he didn't wince even a little, trying not to worry us. What a man he was! Oh well, I'm also a pretty nice guy. How about I give you another chance? This time aim at the head. See? Right here. He poked his gun at the officer's temple while laughing at a maniac. My anger was boiling inside me. I couldn't listen to any more bullshit coming out of from the butterface of that bastard. But what could I do? No matter how fast I could possibly move, I couldn't be faster than a bullet. The shadow leapt past me from behind when I was still trying to think. A splash of blood spilled to the floor, inside of my shadow that was cast by the dim lights. A gun was sticking out of Choi Yo-han's mouth? No, it was barely a mouth and ew. Choi's body was falling to the ground at the same speed as my fall bit. Lieutenant Khan took the gun out of Choi's hand. There was no warmth in his eyes. He looked like somebody else completely. The will to kill was radiating from him. The will to kill every single living thing in his sight, even those that had already been incapacitated. Oh wait, because right, because when Lieutenant Khan gets hurt or in danger, the weird other personality side of him comes out. I forgot. Oh, okay. A minute later, those who have passed out in the warehouse will never wake up again. The officer was lying next to Choi Yo-han's body, still bleeding. I couldn't tell if he was still breathing. Lieutenant Khan's eyes then turned to the only remaining person alive in the warehouse. He looked into my eyes. Then he raised the gun. Is it really rank S though?
What's wrong with this pen? It's not working again. What great timing. It's so annoying.
Willie gave me this pen.
Although it looks like a pen, it's not for writing. I need to use it to slice up the letters, which will then split them into pieces. Then I can rearrange the pieces before pressing a button on the pen, which makes the pieces reattach themselves into an intact letter. Afterwards, the events in the human's life will happen according to my new arrangement. I can even read about the aftermath in the letter. However, recently the pen had started to act strangely, rumbling. I'm hungry. Well, it's time for afternoon tea. Afternoon tea? That's strange. Willie has normally brought me snacks by now. Willie? Willie, where are you? It's so dark. Where has he gone? It's so dark here, and these stairs feel very old. What? Willie? Willie? Oh.
What on earth are you doing here?
Turn around, don't look!
As if I wanted to.
Ouch. Why is it so dark here? Is the light bulb out?
Yeah. I haven't done Willie's voice in a long time. Yeah, it's been for a long time.
Why don't you have it fixed? Wait, why can't we fix it ourselves? Aren't we gods? Shouldn't we be able to fix a light bulb with a simple wave of a hand?
Who told you that? Even gods have their limitations, and we can't give whatever we want. You should learn to appreciate what we do have.
Are you saying we need to buy things too, like humans?
Well, we are not entirely like humans in this regard. We don't have to pay rent or mortgage to live here, but not everything is free. We don't need money, but we need faith from the humans.
You mean more people that go to the temple or church to pray to us, even worship us, the better our lives will become?
Yes, more or less. However, we are not like those gods in the normal sense. For example, in a place with an extreme drought, people would often pray for rain, right? The normal gods would just give them rain if the faithful were deemed worthy. This way, the humans would know that their wishes had been granted. But if we were to grant their wishes, it would mean that the drought had never happened in the first place. Therefore, the humans would never realize that their wishes had been granted. Because there had never been a drought. Therefore, they would never have to pray either.
I see. So you're saying that all those people who have asked for our help never realize that they have done so. Does that mean that we're gonna starve to death?
That's not gonna happen, but we might be living in poverty, and we might be suffering.
It's hard to be in a god.
Well, don't think about it too much. Anyway, were you looking for me?
Oh right, I almost forgot. The pen hasn't been working well recently. Is it broken?
It's too dark in here, I can barely see. Let's go upstairs to your room.
Isn't there a room right here? Speaking of which, didn't you just come out from there? Is this your room?
Yes, it is.
Well, let's...
No.
I haven't even asked yet. The more he does not want me inside, the more curious I get. Is he hiding something unspeakable? But I twisted my ankle when I fell down, and I really don't want to climb the stairs.
No problem. What?
Huh? How do we get up to my room?
Shrug. Because I'm a god.
That's awesome. You know how to teleport? Can I do that too?
Perhaps. Let me take a look at the pen. Well, it might be getting too old to work properly. Just try again later, it should be fine. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. Just lie down and rest your ankle. Bye, Willie.
Teleportation.
What?
I want to teleport. Well, that didn't work. How can I do that?
Oh my god. We finally get his portrait! Oh no! Hey, can we get another one for the cat? I want to see the cat again. Please. It's also been a really long time since we've heard from Windjara, but like, Lee Wen's like checking up on him, so it's different. Bro, everyone's stories are like really, you know, dark. And then there's Jimmy. Jimmy is the one story where it's like, really, the mood is completely different and it stands out way too much. Do whatever at this point.
是不是我做错了什么？
Tasted really summer.
Carlos, te extraño.
Carlos. Yes! Cat! Cat! Yeah! Another cat one!
만약 돌아갈 수만 있다면
Cat one! Yes! The Feline King!
It was the middle of the night. The moon was the full moon was high in the sky. A group of cats were gathering in the empty lot near the street. They were both house cats and stray cats. They formed a circle around a big empty pipe in the center of the lot.
Oh my god.
On top of the pipe sat a fat black cat. He was giving his usual speech. It was unsurprisingly about how humans like pet dogs and what we should do to make the humans like us more. Those two-legged walking monkeys only considered dogs to be smarter than cats. Because dogs would fit newspapers for them. But the truth was the opposite. Why should we bother to beg for the stupid humans who couldn't even tell that cats were smarter than dogs to like us? I turned the desk bell in front of me around, making sure that there was nothing edible left. No matter how many times I tried it, the taste of the oil is still disgusting to me. Yuck. I picked up a puddle of yellow liquid. A couple of hat cats nearby sprinted away from me. Pussies.
Yeah, I get it.
Bahi, the fat black cat, kept rubbing it on with his body and pointed his feet. I was picking my teeth from my cat. Then I felt a chill in the air. As I lay on, soon it would be the worst season for us stray cats. I was 1 year old now, almost 20 human years, so I was still fairly strong. Still, most of the homeless cats had died at my age. Instead of wasting my time figuring out how to please those monkeys, I'd better be preparing for the winter. That pipe seemed like a good place to use as shelter. I walked towards Becky and jumped onto the pipe. Every shiny eye stared at me, including Becky's. He completely forgot what he was talking about. Excuse me, may I lie down here for a bit? You may keep going. You thought I would say that? Peh. Winner takes all, loser loses all, and I, Spotty, wanted it all. I stared at Blackie and puffed up my fur. That's right, overwhelming my opponent was the way I do it. He raised a dry, salted fish. I spat on his face. Blackie was surprised by my spit, but he immediately slung the salted fish and hit my face with it. This enormous piece of dry, salted fish represented unquestionable authority. Whoever had the dry salted fish was the leader of the cats. Furthermore, whoever was attacked by the dry salted fish, which right now meant me, would be considered a public enemy of the entire cat clan.
Oh no.
Then the cat spun at me, biting my ears, showing my claws, staring at my back. Humans are saying 2 fists and no match for 4 hands, and I was facing 40 claws. Ouchie. Spotty.
Spotty, no. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, and now Justice Boy is up against Alter Ego Lieutenant. The warehouse now looked like a scene from hell, with bodies lying all over the ground. Lieutenant Khan's eyes were colored in ice. He looked nothing like himself anymore. Oh gosh. He turned around slowly, stared at me as if I was only a bug. What had just happened? Was he pulling a prank on me? But he looked entirely serious when he killed Choi Yo-han with 1 blow. Or rather, was this some kind of initiation test? A test that I had to pass to become an official member of Unit 4? My brain was still completely disoriented when my body jumped backwards by instinct. There was nothing left in the lieutenant's stare, except deadly menace. There was no prank, nor test. I could feel that what was standing in front of me at this moment was not a normal human, but a dangerous beast. And was waiting for me to expose my vulnerability, so that he could lunge at me and tear out my throat. We were both standing dead still. We were both staring deep into each other's eyes. How romantic. I mean, what? We were both thinking of the best ways to prevail. I didn't have enough confidence. Even at the Shaolin Temple, I never faced an opponent like this before. Nevertheless, I began to feel something, perhaps because of my training at the temple. I was feeling nothing but growing excitement, and I was eager to give it my all in this fight. It was almost as if I had been waiting for this day my whole life. It would not do me any good if we kept stalling like this. I decided to at least poke my opponent first. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner. Time to fight! Moves can be countered, but speed defines the winner. Okay. I flung my tail out as hard as I could. Right. I took a shot and flung my tail out from my sleeve. The spearhead cut through the air like with a shimmer, aimed at Lieutenant Khan's right hand, which was holding his gun. But it stopped right before the lieutenant. Lieutenant Khan's left hand clenched into a fist, and he slowly lowered it. He was holding my tail firmly in his hand, despite having been cut by the spear tip. Blood was dripping from his wrist. Behind his fist, his eyes were staring at me with nothing but contempt. No one had been able to stop my tail with their bare hands before. At this point, I had no choice but to drop my weapon. But Lieutenant Khan had finally seen his chance. He sprinted at me, still holding my tail in his left hand and the gun in his right. Then I heard a gunshot before I sank into infinite darkness, filled with nothing but regret. Oh, he's still alive? A few weeks later, I woke up in the ICU of Busan Metropolitan Hospital. I was incredibly lucky to survive the shot to my head. Oh my god. However, the bullet was lodged inside my skull in a delicate spot, so the doctors could not take it out. As a result, I had to endure occasional migraines for the rest of my life. With my health condition, I thought I would be reassigned to some boring post like the archives. But I didn't expect that they would ask me to resign. The police paid me a lot of money as compensation, but that was not what I had wanted. I wanted to be a police officer. How could everything turn out like this? Oh boy. Okay.
A piece of dried fish and a gun. I think I can come up with something funny here. But can I really just search them like this? How could a cat be holding a gun?
Of course, that is what our power is. No matter what, events will unfold exactly according to your arrangement of the text. Even if it's with something ridiculous, or even supernatural, it's still within the realm of the reasonable for us. Okay, this is how we were able to help Jimmy's class win the relay race. All we did was switch Jimmy from the last leg to the third leg, remember? As long as the internal logic of the story is not self-contradictory, there shouldn't be any problems.
In this case, what kind of logic shall we consider self-contradictory?
For example, earlier we discussed that after someone fainted or even died, he or she would not be able to perform additional actions. Therefore, any additional actions after a piece where the subject passes out, or worse, would automatically disappear.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Yes, the cat raised the gun. And Lieutenant Khan raised the dried salted fish. Oh, wait, the tail though. Oh my god. Also, I kind of want him to spit on his face. Okay, let's see. A cat can do anything.
I stand my tail in the pipe. Bang! It's my battle cry. Back you with his sock. This is probably the first time any cat has any talented. He nervously pulled the trigger. Wait, why does she have a gun? Bang! An enormous sound echoed across the lot. A few windows in nearby neighborhood lit up. Cats scattered as fast as they could, including Becky. Only I was still sitting on the top of the pipe in an empty lot, and my urine was dripping down from the pipe. In any case, this is my territory now.
I guess that worked. Spit on his face says, nah. My spit flew into his eyes and temporarily blinded him. Oh! Oh my god. I thought I had the upper hand, but Lieutenant Khan swiftly took a swing at me with his right hand, based on nothing but his hearing. He wasn't an easy opponent, that was for sure. A dry salted fish flew out of his right hand, charging toward me like a flash of light. Wait, a salted fish? I quickly moved aside and dodged it. Thank goodness it was just a dried salted fish. Now that you've missed your chance, it's my turn. I stomped on the ground and sprinted forward. I tightened my back muscles and rotated my shoulder, then slowed my arm with my shoulder, and finally punched him with my fist. Attack number 3! Thunderbolt Punch! Oh my god. I hit Lieutenant Khan straight in his chest. He flew backward and slammed into a pillar. Finally, I could tell that he would be dreaming about Buddha for a while. I wiped the sweat off my face and let out a long breath. I had avoided hitting the lieutenant's critical spots with a punch earlier, so I knew he should be okay. But what kind of person was he? I never realized that I would witness not one, but 2 masters of the Busan police precinct today, the custodian from the army, and Lieutenant Khan. How interesting. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to stay in Unit 4 then. I'd love to spar with the lieutenant in the future. Oh gosh. Perfect. First try. Is this connected? Oh no. Leashes is like separate. Okay. We win. Hold on. Sunday afternoon. The sun was warm and the smell of flowers was dancing in the early summer wind. I was standing in front of the exhibition corner, waiting nervously. A few days ago, Mr. Wen had fainted in his apartment due to exhaustion. Fortunately, I had found him in time, otherwise the consequences would have been inconceivable. He had given me a ticket to the art exhibition today as a thank you. I had been so excited when I got the ticket that I had forgotten to ask if it was the only ticket he had. Or would he be coming too? It also happened to be my birthday. Ooh. I had not celebrated my birthday in years, but I specifically put on my favorite dress before I left my apartment. As a matter of fact, I had never heard of the exhibition's artist. To be better prepared, I had visited dozens of bookstores just to find a book of his collection. Even as late as last night, I had been looking up his work online, and I hadn't gone to bed until it was almost daytime. I had set 7 alarms just to make sure I wouldn't oversleep. At 1 p.m., the show had officially started. The line was getting shorter, but I still hadn't seen Mr. Wen. I took out my phone and hesitated, wondering whether or not to text him. Eventually, I decided not to. Another hour had passed. I couldn't stop myself anymore, and I sent him a text. The art show today is really cool. Thank you so much for the ticket, Mr. Wen. I'm in the gift shop near the north entrance right now. They have a lot of cute things there. Are you coming today too, Mr. Wen? Another hour had passed. It started to drizzle. I sent him a text. It's raining. Remember to bring an umbrella with you if you're heading out, Mr. Wen. I wandered near the entrance, but I didn't want to walk too far away. Another hour had passed. There's a book signing in the west entrance right now. I just bought an art collection book. I think it's going to be sold out soon. Mr. Wen, would you like me to buy you a copy? Another hour had passed. Mr. Wen, I'm about to head back. Thank you again. I waited until 5 o'clock and he never showed up. Perhaps he only had 1 ticket in the first place. It was my fault for assuming too much. The rain had turned into from a drizzle to a downpour. I walked home without an umbrella. I couldn't tell if it was because of the rain, but I cried. Aww. We win. Oh.
I don't think there are any obvious leads by reading this letter. In the story, how does the difference between the west entrance and the north entrance have an impact on the result?
Judging from the letter alone, you are right. We are unable to tell how they will impact the ending yet. But I will still encourage you to give it a try by switching their positions. Maybe you'll see the effects in the new ending. Yeah. Sometimes you won't know for sure without trying.
So you mean that the clues might not just be in the original letters, but they might also be hidden inside the other endings that we unlock?
That's exactly right. Oh boy, this seems like a doozy. Okay. Okay, so in the gift shop, book signing. What if we move this here? I'm about to head back. Six o'clock. The rain had turned from a drizzle to a downpour. I was still standing at the entrance, waiting. The exhibition was over. My phone's battery had run out. People were coming out of the exhibition center and raising their umbrellas. There were more and more umbrellas around me. Everyone's face was hidden behind one. I was slowly swallowed in an ocean of umbrellas, and I couldn't even see the road outside anymore. I crouched down. The rain kept falling. I couldn't tell if it was because of the rain, but I cried. Aw. So sad. Okay, so... 6 o'clock, if it's there. Maybe wait till it's all over for it to rain? You need a water break. 6 o'clock, rain hits trails for round 4. Still in the Sir Spotty mascot costume? Standing at the entrance. My phone's battery ran out. Session was over. People were coming out of the exhibition. Thank you so much for your day. You can get out of the costume now. Again, you saved my life today. Staff member who had taken off earlier said, wait, what was this? I was just about to pull the mascot hat off when someone bumped into me. I couldn't see anything with the head on. I only knew that I was falling down the stairs. Oh no! Ouch, ouch, ouch. I finally stopped at the bottom of the stairs. I suspected that every bone in my body had been broken. I was sure that I must have looked pathetic, with the mud plastered all over myself. Are you okay? The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't be sure because of the sound of the sound from the heavy rainfall. A powerful hand grabbed my hand and pulled me up. I took the mascot head off in a hurry. I saw in front of me that same casual outfit. Oh. He raised an umbrella over my head, but his shoulders were getting wet. We ordered 2 cups of hot cocoa from the cafe on the first floor of the exposition center and sat at a table next to the window. The rain had become so heavy that we couldn't leave, but I was feeling like the luckiest girl on earth. He told me that the exhibition was organized for a friend of his. He didn't know I was still here until he had seen the text just a little while ago. There had been too many people at the entrance when he arrived, and he wouldn't have been able to find me if I hadn't been so eye-catching. So it was his friend's exhibition. He hadn't planned to come with me. Oh! Lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, and all the lights went out in the cafe. A waiter came over to apologize. He lit up a candle and placed it on our table. The outside view became clearer now that it was darker outside. He turned and looked outside the window towards the blurry, greenish mountain far away. He suddenly changed the subject. That mountain is called Shuanglong Mountain. In weather like this, you can see the most beautiful rainbow in the mountain when the rain stops. Have you ever painted it? I remember the paintings in his apartment. The rainbow in his painting must have been even more beautiful than the real one. But he shook his head. The most beautiful views can only live on in memories. I could see the candlelight flickering in his eyes. It was supposed to be the color of warmth, but I couldn't sense any temperature. A voice suddenly surfaced from deep within my heart, and it was overcoming my own self-control. I couldn't stop myself from blurting out the question. Mr. Wen, do you want to go home now? Sorry, I forgot. It's pretty late. Mr. Wen took his eyes away from the mountain, gave me an apologizing look, and reached for an umbrella next to our seats. No! Not that! Could I get a picture with you? What the hell was I talking about? I pulled out my phone in a hurry, but then I realized that the battery had run out quite a while ago. Oh, how embarrassing. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Mr. Wen took out his own phone instead and handed it to a waiter passing by. I held onto the cup of cocoa nervously and smiled like an idiot. 1, 2, cheese. Oh, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Let's take another one. Young lady, get a little closer to your boyfriend, please. What? Boyfriend? You don't understand. I mean, really. Before I could explain, the waiter had taken another picture. I turned my head towards him, and he was so close. The first thing I did when I finally got home was plug in my phone. As soon as I turned it back on, I received a text from Mr. Wen. It was a photo. Later, I brought a brand new photo album. I printed the photo out and put it in the first page. It was the best birthday gift I have ever gotten. That worked? Okay. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna... not water break, I'm just gonna... I need a... I'll be back in a second. That's right, I can teleport. Cause I'm a god. Okay. Water. See, originally I was like, okay, I'll like do like half of this game today and then half of the game on Friday. But I'm like, now I'm here, I'm like, how do I know how... Oh wait, I should save. What the fuck? Holy shit. Okay. I'm glad I found that. Profiles. Okay. New? Union childhood best friend. Proudest achievement, beat Blackie in a turf war. Oh my god. Freeing the other officers. Right. Especially unskilled at firearms. So there's still people that we haven't seen yet, like at all. Okay. Maybe... Yeah, right. Jesus Christ. Options help. Collections? Music, album, dictionary, achievements. Oh wait, I kinda wanna see achievements. Complete your exploration in a truly wonderful world. 24%? There we go. Okay, so we are not halfway. Urban Wanderer. We're not halfway at all. Private Eyes, complete 50% of the album. Smelly cat. Okay, so how about, how about we try to go for, cause right here, you can see that in the profiles, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still 5 people that we haven't even seen yet. So how about we'll go until we fill out at least like these 5 slots, right? So there should still be more people. Okay. Alicia. Oh gosh, Alicia. I picked a random bottle from hundreds of bottles of fine wine in the underground wine cellar and put it on the luxurious short table in front of the old man. He nodded with approval and popped the cork. The bright red liquor was poured into an exquisite-looking wine glass. It was swirling and glistening like flowing ruby. Drink it. Drink it. Drink it. I was standing next to him. Sweat was pouring out of my forehead. I had mixed all of the sleeping pills I had stolen into the bottle. It would guarantee a nice nap if he could just drink 1 glass. Then I should be able to escape from his bedroom window. And I could finally escape this hellhole forever. Monty Jazz's lips had already touched the glass when the housekeeper knocked on the door and informed him there was a visitor. Damn it! A man with only 1 arm was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Wait, this is the dude that Carlos works under, right? The guy with 1 arm? Or the big boss that Carlos is under? A couple of tall, muscular bodyguards were standing behind him, ready for instructions from their boss. I had never seen Money Jia act like such a spineless weasel before. He had the most cowardly smile on his face. He seemed determined to lower himself as much as possible in front of the 1-armed man. The man yawned and grabbed the bottle of the flavored wine on the table. Oh no. Was he going to drink it? Oh no, if he fell asleep my whole plan would be exposed. And if that should happen, I had to get out. I had to get out now. I quickly took a few steps back, looking for an opportunity to sneak out of the room. The 1-armed man raised the bottle to his nose, sniffed, poured the wine out, knocked over the glass. He grabbed the old man towards himself by the collar. The 1-armed man wiped his nose on Money Jazz's collar. You pathetic little prick. You dare try to drug me with sleeping pills? Money Jiao was shot in the face, oh god, by the one-armed man before he could utter a word. As soon as the boss was dead, Jiao's bodyguards immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. All of the other servants and maids, including me, were running towards the nearest exits in a panic. Everyone wanted to get out of there as soon as they could. People were screaming, running into and falling over each other. It was total chaos. However, they didn't intend to let anyone out of here alive. I felt a very sharp pain in my left leg when I was only one turn away from the back door. I fell to the floor. Blood was oozing out of the wound in my ankle. I felt a cold barrel of a gun pushing against my forehead. I knew that if I moved even a little, another hole would appear there. Wait. The one-armed man walked over the body of the housekeeper and stopped in front of me. He pushed the man's gun away from my head. This one is pretty. Send it to the auction house. I thought that it had been the Lord's blessing that allowed me to survive. I thought that I had been at least more fortunate than the ones who had died. Never would I have imagined that soon I would be sold to a freak show circus in Southeast Asia. I would have my arms and legs cut off and hung in a cage like a stick. Alicia, no! Okay. So... Waterman raised his bottle to sniff, poured the wine knocked over the glass, grabbed the old man towards himself by the collar. Huh? Okay, so... Does it matter if he knocks over the glass first or pours the wine out first? Maybe the one-armed man does have to fall asleep. But, I don't know, let's just see what happens. Alicia! You sure try to drug me with sleeping pills? Oh! He stuffed the bottle inside of Money Jiao's mouth and forced the wine down his throat. The liquid that overflowed from his mouth turned his shirt to the same bright red color. It was her, she did it. He raised his trembling arm and pointed at me. I turned around and ran. But I couldn't unroute the belt. No! No, Alicia. Bad. Okay. Maybe, okay, so knock over the glass first. No, still bad. Okay, maybe he has to pour the wine out first. And then grab him by the collar? No! Okay, so if he grabs him by the collar and pours the wine out, it goes into his mouth. Knocked over the glass? No! What? How many? What? Wait, what is this? Why are there only bad? What? Her? What? 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 A star? But both options are bad. What is this? What? What? Huh? What? 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 Huh? What? Hold on. Google. Google. Okay. Is it because it's like a extra one or something? What? What? It's what? 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 What is this? Willy, where are you? What was this one again? The relay race. What? Is it just like another story that doesn't have anything to do with anything? What? 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 Okay, well Google had no answers.
내 탓이야. 바보같이.
为什么会这样？
Oh no, it's Jimmy. Oh, they're not connected. Port of Busan, near Warehouse 23. About 40 people were there, lying, standing, running. Fishermen who were up early for work had gathered around when they realized that something big had happened. The reporters who had heard some tips were huddling with them, hoping to catch any newsworthy material that could make a career. But the only two people who knew what had happened had already left the scene. The ambulance was traveling as fast as it could while trying to remain steady. Lieutenant Khan was laying on the seat opposite of me. He was still unconscious. The medic said that he was basically asleep, and there was no need to worry. I wasn't surprised. After all, I had intentionally avoided his critical spots earlier. Maybe after the nap, he would be even more relaxed. Tired. I felt so tired. First, I had to knock out a mob of gangsters, and then I had been threatened by Choi Yohan, and then I still had to fight the lieutenant. I hadn't slept the whole night. Me too, bud. Still, I had so many questions in my head that I couldn't rest at all. Why would Lieutenant Khan attack me? And how had he become so strong, like another person completely? What kind of secrets had the lieutenant been hiding? Furthermore, this bald-headed, muscular man who was lying between us due to loss of blood. Who was he? Considering the situation with the lieutenant, I began to find this big man suspicious too. Quietly took a syringe from a tray near us and hid it, just in case one of them suddenly woke up and tried to stab me with it, like a maniac. His veins. The medic mumbled something while trying to give the big man an IV. Suddenly, the ambulance took a sharp turn and the driver slammed on the brakes to slow down. I heard a few curses from the driver's seat. The ambulance started again, and we noticed that the needle had slashed the muscle man. What? The needle had slashed the muscular man, and that there was a deep cut in his arm. Strangely though, there was no blood coming out of the cut at all. What? Transfiguration at the time was the main technique of spies to lose someone on their tail. Changing the color of the object, putting sand in shoes to alter the gait. All common tricks help reinforce the disguise and fool a less experienced. Oh. Okay. I stared at the red operating sign in the ER. I was trying to remember the documentaries about transfiguration that I had seen in the police academy. Transfiguration was a skill that not only could change one's looks, but even one's figure. A transfiguration expert could wear a disguise that was good enough to fool anyone farther than 20 meters away. This was my first time ever witnessing it at such a close distance. It was so shockingly real. The bodysuit had different thickness in different areas. The thicker parts perfectly resembled the texture of bulging muscles. The suit was also completely skin tight, once put on a person, leaving no gaps between the suit and the wearer's skin, preventing people from sensing anything unnatural by contact. It's still very difficult to replicate the texture of real skin on the suit, though. Most people who wore it to transfigure themselves would be exposed when people touched their skin. However, this female senior officer with a perfect body was brave enough and skilled enough to go undercover in a violent gang, all while pretending to be a shirtless meathead. It simply meant that she must be a master among masters in transfiguration. People in uniform were practically superheroes. I took out a pack of tissues from my pocket and calmly wiped off blood coming out of my nose. Casper the Friendly Ghost? Not only was this my first time seeing somebody using transfiguration, it was also my first time seeing... Bruh. Lieutenant Khan had told me before that Officer Ji Young had never attended the police academy, so she was even younger than me. More importantly, she had a full head of shining long and straight black hair. She was essentially a goddess from my dreams. Bruh. From now on, I would be able to spend time with a senior officer like this every day. I, Chang Kyo-min, could die a happy minute any time now. Someone had just come out of the operating room. It was a young nurse. She ran toward me as I was the only person in the hallway. Are you a family member of this patient? I nodded my head, shook it, and nodded again. She has lost too much blood. We need at least 1200 cc more for a transfusion, but we are running out of blood. There haven't been enough donations recently. Our blood bank doesn't have enough blood of her type in storage. We are also having a shortage of another type too. I think it's... Oh right, it was type A. What is Officer Chion's blood type? Type O. What was my blood type again? I remember I had it checked before, let me think. Yes, it was type A. Lieutenant Khan, who had been asleep since we got to the hospital, was suddenly standing behind me. Mine is type B. The nurse looked sympathetic. Sorry, but neither of your blood types is a match. I'll have to go and call another hospital. I hope it's not too late. Okay, yeah. A few minutes later, she had hurried away. The sign went off. The doctor slowly pushed open the door to the operating room. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, and the door looked like it was as heavy as a mountain. So sorry. I held my hand in my hands, staring at the floor. I couldn't breathe. It's all because of my little trick. If I hadn't shot her, if I were only a better police officer, she would still be alive. Can we change their blood type? Yo. We can. We can just make her blood type A, and then he can donate blood. Do you not know your blood type? The nurse looked at me. In this case, we can only take 400 cc from you. But 400 cc isn't enough. I'll draw the blood from you first, and go call another hospital later. I hope it won't be too late. Oh, it's not enough. I watched the nurse hurry away and realized Lieutenant Khan was gone too. Half an hour later, the sign went off. The doctor slowly pushed open the door to the operating room. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. The door looked like it was as heavy as a mountain. So sorry. Okay. So then we have to make... Maybe we can make Lieutenant Khan's type O? Because type O can donate to any other type. Nobody cares about type B, so... It's type B. What was our type A? My blood type A, type O. Okay. I do know my blood type. I'm type O. Type O positive. O positive is the most common blood type in the world. In the big blue world. Great, both of your blood types are a match. We'll take 400cc from each of you, plus the last 400cc of type O blood in our storage, and it should be enough. I'll draw blood from you both immediately. She gently pushed a needle into my arm. I watched as my blood slowly filled back, thinking about how I was going to save her life. You have been in my unit for a while now. I never had the chance to tell you something. Lieutenant Khan, who had his blood drawn earlier, leaned on the lawn bench next to me and spoke to me. Considering what I had accomplished today, was he going to reward me with something? To tell me something. Could it be? You're very good. You're the best new recruit I have ever seen. Unit 4 is so lucky to have you. I couldn't stop my imagination. Yeah. Took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. But then he must have realized that he couldn't smoke here, so he took it out and put it back into the pack. Never be late again. If you are, I'll have you transferred. Aw, no head pats, no praises. They do tell you when you donate blood. Yeah. Jimmy! A great world. Okay. Jimmy, if your story starts getting dark, I swear to God. You're like, your whole story is like a breath of fresh air, not gonna lie.
The manga was grey. The sky was grey. Even the happy 3 friends that have been playing on the screen look grey. For the past 2 days, I've been faking the foot injury. I hadn't left the room at all. Even all of my meals have been brought home by Rocky. I felt like a lump of sludge, running in front of the computer, staring at it all day.
Oh. Oh. Right. His crush.
Why would she spend her birthday with the art teacher, Mr. Wen? Were they a couple? I closed the episode of Happy 3 Friends. Then I logged into my secret blog. All the recent entries had been about her. The most recent one had some pictures I had taken on her birthday. She had gone into a cafe with Mr. Wen. Then they left together, rode the subway together. They even went into the same apartment building. Even though I had soon found out that they were neighbors, it still felt like too much of a coincidence. Did she move next door to him, knowing that he lived there? I kept scrolling through the pictures, imagining that it had been me with her instead. I had been looking at her from far away, but I couldn't summon the courage. When I finally had my line ready, it was Mr. Wen who got in ahead of me.
Jimmy, I'm gonna eat the last piece of cake in the fridge if you don't. Oh. Jimmy, I'm gonna eat the last piece of cake in the fridge if you don't. Rocky yelled from the living room.
Yeah, go ahead. I wiped my face hastily.
Thank you. I'll bring you more chicken legs tonight.
Rocky had thought it was my birthday 2 days ago. I had ordered the cake from Hong Kong. Thank goodness I hadn't put her name on it. I took another glance at those annoying pictures and clicked the delete button. The confirmation dialog popped up. Yet, I couldn't do it.
The Kalmuchi.
I dragged myself to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror. My face was horribly pale. My hair was all messed up, and my eyes were so red. Even the reflection seemed to be mocking my loser self. I took a wet towel and went back to the computer. I rinsed my glass with boiled water and poured some milk into it. I grabbed the face cream and squeezed the container. I held the glass up and stirred, then took a big sip. I didn't realize I had just made a huge mistake.
He drank the face cream. Jimmy, oh my god.
I just thought the milk had tasted bitter because of my horrible mood. Yet it also had a minty taste, and my tongue was feeling a little numb. I looked at the bottle I just used. Smoothie face cream makes your face smooth like a smoothie. Then I remembered that I had run out of honey half a month ago. I spit out all the remaining flavored milk onto the computer. But the real tragedy was yet to come. While I was busy wiping my keyboard, I accidentally pressed enter.
Oh.
I never had any backup for these pictures, as I always felt guilty about them in the first place. So now they were all gone. All gone.
Jimmy. He couldn't read. Jimmy, no. Oh my gosh. Wet towel and back to the computer. Rinse my glass with boiled water. Pour some milk into it. Grab the face cream, squeeze the container. Held the glass up and stirred, took a big sip. Okay, just like switch. So don't squeeze the face cream into the thing. Okay, just like squeeze the face cream after you sip the thing. Okay, great. Come on, Jimmy.
I eventually hit the cancel button. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't tell if I was just too tired, or is it because of the milk? I hunched over the desk and fell asleep.
Is it really though? Jimmy. What? Life is like a box of chocolate. Lee Win. Okay.
As soon as I walked into school that morning, I knew something was wrong. Everyone I knew and didn't know looking at me with a strange look, and they were all talking about something in a hushed voice. How was the girl? Wasn't the teacher new here? He was pretty old, wasn't he? Honestly, I wouldn't say no to a teacher as handsome as him. But living together? Oh no, that's too far. That's too far. Right. Living together? What on earth were they talking about? Jean was standing in the door of the classroom. She rushed towards me and dragged me into the restroom as soon as she saw me. She pulled out her phone and showed it to me. It was the top post on the school BBS form. Student senior Lee Wen from class 1 living together with hot new art teacher. There were also photos of me and Mr. Wen, clearly taken from a distance in secret. All of them were from the evening of the exhibition. There were pictures of us at the entrance, in the cafe, even with one of us going into our building. Dear God, what the hell were all these? What did you do? Did you piss someone off? Why would someone stalk you and take pictures of you, and then make them public? What is going on? I carefully read the post again. It was posted by a newly registered account with no other information at all. The poster clearly wanted to remain anonymous. I thought about it as hard as I could for a long time, yet I still had no clue. I honestly couldn't think of anyone who would be so mad at me to do this. How would I ever explain this whole thing? I ran to the 3rd floor of the office building, hoping to explain myself to Ms. Yang. Just as I was about to step into the hallway, 2 tall boys stopped me, smirking. Ms. Lee, we heard that you've been living together with a new art teacher. He isn't even that handsome, is he? What do you think about us, Ms. Lee? Would you like to give us a shot? I was thinking about how to get rid of these losers when I saw Mr. Wen come out from one of the offices and pass nearby. Are you not? I'm fine. He obviously noticed me, but he pretended that he hadn't. All of my strength had suddenly left my body. I was at a loss. I didn't want to stay in school for one more moment. I ran back to the classroom, grabbed my backpack, and ran away from the school in plain sight of everyone. There was a 7-Eleven on my way home. My stomach started rumbling when I arrived at the store entrance.
I walked in and bought a box of chocolate milk. I also ended up giving them the wrong bill. Then I left the store. I walked in the small alley that led into my building. I felt a sudden spell of dizziness and I blacked out. I fell to the ground. My wallet fell out. The milk box was open and glugging down the throat. What? In a haze, I saw a dark and thick hand pick up my wallet and throw the empty milk box into a nearby trash can. He carried me on his shoulder and kept walking deeper into the alley. My eyes began to slowly close shut. I felt as if I couldn't open them anymore. Oh no, I'm being taken away by a bad man. I'm screwed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself locked inside a strange room without a window. My school uniform, shirt, and underwear were scattered on the floor. Everything was dirty and ruined, including me. Pain coming out of it. Man wearing beach shorts and a tank top. I recognized him. I feel I realized that for some people in this world, there is nothing beneath them. He went. Okay. Is there a way to prevent the led into my building? I felt a sudden spell of dizziness and I blacked out. I fell to the ground. Wallet fell out. Milk box was open and glugging down the throat. Left the store. So don't walk into a small alley in the blackout? Fell to the ground. I fell down the stairs at the door of the 7-Eleven. Unfortunately, the cashier wasn't paying attention as there hadn't been too many customers. Oh no, it's still the same result though. Oh wait, no it's not. I opened my eyes again and I found myself lying in a hospital bed. The doctor said I had fallen down the stairs at the door of the 7-Eleven and broken my right arm and I needed to rest for a few days at home. The smell of detergent in the hospital made me feel sick. I didn't want to stay for one more second. But somebody had taken my wallet and I couldn't pay the bill to leave. Why did bad things keep happening to me? After school, Jean showed up at the hospital. She gave me a big hug and I broke down crying. Okay, well, at least the 7-Eleven ads. Yeah, it's actually sponsored by 7-Eleven. Okay, so wallet fell out before she blacks out. So then she would just pick it up, right? Right? Hospital bed. Doctor said falling down the stairs broke my right arm and needed to rest for a few days at home. Isn't this the same thing? Or is her wallet still here? Fortunately, I had just enough money in my wallet to pay the bill. Okay, good. Then I left in a hurry. A. Milk box was open and glugging down the throat. Still the same thing. Oh wait, hold on. It says that someone took the wallet even though... Okay, so this was A. So I wanted... if she's in a small alley, then it would meet the bad guy. So I want to get rid of that one. Right? Kept the alley one and then blackout. No, but that's still. Oh. So S is that she still gets kidnapped by a bad dude, but then leaves evidence of the thing happening. Is that really better? Oh, saw someone running toward us? Oh! When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in my own bed, covered with a warm blanket. My bag and wallet were on the chair next to the bed. There was no one else in the room. Someone who had been passing by must have saved me. Although, how would a random hero know where I lived? My phone buzzed twice. Jing had texted me more than once. Are you okay? I just heard that the school BBS had been hacked. Everything was gone. Feel better, okay? Everything will get better soon. Jing, thank you. Hackers. The hero who saved me. And Mr. One. So many things had happened today. I pulled a blanket to cover my face. I had been completely drained. I didn't want to think about anything anymore. Well. We got a new guy! Okay.
如果时间可以重来，
I mean, what? Bachelor's pad, keep out. The guy, is this the guy who saved her? I think maybe Jimmy was the one who took down the photos. I think. Or was it all related to this guy? But it makes sense if it's Jimmy, since he's set up as like this techie guy. Oh boy. Okay. In the 113th minute, Mario Götze? Oh wait, is this a soccer player? Stuffed the ball and hit a perfect shot. Goal! Argentina had lost in the World Cup final. It was over. Game over. Oh come on, I had to stay. This is Rocky! Isn't it? Oh come on, I had to stay up the whole night for this. I pounded the table as hard as I could. No one was gonna complain anyway. Everyone had gone home. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here watching the final all by myself. Gaokao had been over a month ago. My best friends were all traveling around the country. No, around the globe. One would have to be completely nuts to still be living in the school dorm. Yes, I was talking about myself. Well, Jimmy too. Since my family was moving and my parents were both too busy with their jobs, they had told me to stay at school for a couple more days. What's worse, I had to be in charge of moving myself, so I was unable to go out and have some fun. After Rocky, 4 more? The last summer of high school wasted. I didn't know what Jimmy had been up to recently. See, it wasn't even 5 a.m. yet, and he was already gone. Well, we wouldn't be spending too many more days together anyway. Jimmy said that his father's business seemed to be going well now, so they would be going back to Hong Kong soon. I had told him that I'd like to do a formal send-off for him. By formal, I just meant getting some grilled chicken wings at the grill bar near school. He said it wasn't necessary. What a killjoy! Oh, I was too tired. I wanted to eat the apple before I went back to bed. I rinsed the apple off and put it on the desk, but I accidentally knocked it onto the floor. You dare hide from me, Apple? I'm gonna watch you again and you're still getting eaten. I looked down and noticed a basin under Jimmy's bed. It was giving off a faint smell. I had a bad feeling about this. Oh no, don't tell me it's piss. I pulled it out from under the bed out of curiosity. Oh boy. Dear God. I don't really believe in God, but I had to call out his name. It was filled with, dirty clothes and stinky socks, all submerged in water. Ew. At least it's better than piss. And the real problem? Who knew how long those things had been there? I didn't even dare guess the age of the little mushrooms. The little mushrooms that were growing and thriving on the clothes. Oh my god. A strong sour smell filled the air. Just like that, it was sitting in the middle of our room for over an hour. Jimmy finally came back. I had decided not to go to sleep so I could confront him about the disgusting thing. I had been staring at it the entire time, and I felt I might pass out at any moment. Jimmy, did you ever worry about us getting cancer with a chemical weapon like this in our room? Alright, I'll clean up now. And then he just dumped the entire basin, including the mushrooms, all into the common washing machine. Dear Lord. I had to call out his name once again. Jimmy had always been a great friend. Smart, reliable, loyal. The only problem was that he never cared about hygiene. I always considered myself to be pretty messy, but I never imagined I would meet someone even worse. I was stunned. Rocky. He's about to cook the mushrooms. Oh, I didn't want to replay it. Okay. Oh my god. The weather had been getting warmer. I sat on the roof of the classroom building, watching the boys down on the basketball court. They were trying to compete to see who looked the coolest while making a shot. So childish. A few days ago, photos of me and Mr. Wen had been posted on the school BBS, and it had gone viral in school. I had to explain the whole thing to Miss Yang, and even the school supervisor. People in the school eventually learned that we were just neighbors, and we had not been living together. Still, there were some trashy people who insisted that it was not a coincidence that we were living so close. There were even some more blatant people who would follow me after school. Oh, what the fuck? However, those people were not going to get anything. Because ever since that day, I had not seen him myself. He hadn't come to school. He hadn't been home. Lights had been off every night. I didn't have the courage to go and knock on his door, even though it was right next to mine. Maybe he had moved away? Since I brought him too much trouble? Just when my mind was racing all over the place, I got a text message from Jean. Breaking news! Mr. Wen is back. The art class this afternoon will resume as normal. I couldn't believe my eyes. However, he must have gone missing all these days because of the photos and everything. If I went to his class, wouldn't people in class gossip about us? Then I would be causing him even more trouble. But if I didn't go, people would still be gossiping, right? Ugh, what should I do? Water. The dessert today in the school cafeteria was yogurt. I opened the cup, but then didn't really have much for an appetite for it. So I just left it on the table. It was so hot today. I moved my hand and knocked it over. The yogurt spilled all over the floor, making a big white mess. I took out some napkins and wiped the floor absentmindedly. By the time I was done, the art class was already over. I lay on the roof, staring at the gray sky. Another text from Jean. The classroom was full today. You should have been there to see how I shut those people up for bad-mouthing you. Oh, and at the end of the class, Mr. Wen tore up everybody's sketches. This man! I probably should have gone to class. What should I do about the class the day after tomorrow? Li Wen. Okay.
Hey, I just realized. Have Jimmy and Rocky both graduated from high school already? Li Wen's letter is about something that happened not long ago after the previous incident. She must still be in high school, right?
You're right. Even though the letters arrived together for us, the events they experienced might not have happened at the same time. I thought we knew this already. I mean, given the whole Carlos and, what's her name? And his sister thing. You're right. Even though the letters arrived— oh wait, okay, I said that already. In fact, they could have happened days apart, or months, years, even centuries apart. For us, time is not an absolute concept, it's only relative. When we receive their letters, it's purely determined by the casual links among them. For example, we have received a letter saying that Jimmy would be going back to Hong Kong after graduation. That means that this event was already bound to happen.
I see.
Move my hand and knocked it over. Oh no, don't knock over the thing. Okay, so I moved my hand and knocked it over. Okay, so if she didn't knock over the yogurt, she probably would have just decided to go to class, right? I'm sorry, Rocky. No. I lay on the roof staring at the gray sky. I was counting the clouds. To go, not to go, to go, not to go. I didn't know how many I had counted before I fell asleep. I didn't wake up until it was already dark. There was a new text message on my phone. Classroom is so full to— okay, wait, so that's still the same though. Jimmy had always half-assed everything, and he never followed through with anything. He would never learn if I didn't teach him a lesson this time. Plus, I really couldn't stand this any longer. His dirty clothes and mushrooms had spilled on the floor, and with the smelly water flowing throughout the room. Ah, here comes the star of the show. Jimmy just walked in. He let out a grunt of surprise, immediately walked over to his bed to pick up his precious gaming console. He even stepped over his few mushrooms. Ewan. Jimmy recognized my anger and started cleaning the room without a word. As long as he learned his lesson. Achievement unlocked. End of high school. Bad. Okay, so as long as we knock it over, should be fine. Right? So sitting in the room for over an hour. So the yogurt spoils? The yogurt tasted kind of strange, or stranger than usual, I would say. Well, if it had gone bad, that would actually be great for me. I could just go and hide in an infirmary with a stomachache as my excuse. With such a legitimate reason, nobody could say anything about me. I held my breath and drank the whole cup. Girl, the art classroom was on the way to the infirmary. I couldn't help myself, so I snuck up to the back door and tried to peek inside through the small glass window. Rocky was sound asleep, drooling with his mouth open. Jean was so focused. Mr. Wen would be insane to tear up her sketch this time. Mr. Wen was standing in the back, with his back towards me, looking at Jean's sketch. He must have liked it to be looking at it so closely. I stood up on my toes and tried to see her sketch for myself, but he suddenly turned around. Thank God I crashed down just in time. However, the sudden movement must have caused my stomach to start hurting. It felt like it was a bad cramp. And it was getting worse and worse. I leaned against the door and crumpled. I felt like I was dreaming. In my dream, he was carrying me on his back and asking me where I wanted to go. I said I wanted to go and see the rainbow on the mountain. I heard that the rainbow was gorgeous there. He said okay. But the mountain was hard to get to. Even taxis couldn't take us. So Mr. Wind kept carrying me on his back, and he kept running and running and running. I fell asleep in the dream too. But did we ever get to see the rainbow or not? Nevertheless, it didn't really matter. I just wanted the dream to last a little longer, and longer, and longer. Aw. Oh, we get a photo of Rocky! It's Rocky! Oh my god. I didn't realize he was blonde. Wild! Likes tennis and soccer. There's another option here. Because there's another option, does that mean that we can get another option for this, where Alicia, like, doesn't fucking die? Let's see. Oh, maybe with poison? That's probably it, right? Back to pill. The poison. Oh, what's this? Why is it black? It's just gone. Eh? What? Wild? What? Okay.
有没有搞错？
Street fight.
为什么？
Oh no.
Lo siento.
One-armed man. Oh, another cat one! Eh? It's a branch, though. Oh my god. New discovery. Oh, okay, so this one comes out this way. Okay, good. Okay, good. Picked a random bottle from hundreds of bottles, put on the juice, now to the table, blocked the cork, bright with the... Okay, so I'm guessing the situation is still the same, but instead of sleeping pills, obviously there's poison. I would unquestionably become a murderer, no longer become a Catholic, but I had no other choice. I would not let myself be tortured to death in this damn place. I especially would not let myself die without ever seeing Carlos again. He had killed so many innocent people, and had every reason to send him to his final judgment in front of the Heavenly Father. Bunny Jeff's lips had already touched the glass. The housekeeper knocked on the door. As a visitor, as the one-armed guy. Huh? stepped forward. He grabbed the bottle, emptied it with a smile on his face, and forced everything gurgling down. It was already too late. Into his stomach. He suddenly stood up, with his hand grabbing at the sofa. He stumbled and he fell. His whole body was switching on the floor. His hand was now grabbing his own throat. The rusted wine spilled out of the drop bottle, turning the white velvet carpet to a bread and bright color. Bodyguards were all panicking. Boss Ray! Boss Ray! Mr. Tough, Boss Ray is... What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance! No ambulance could be faster than cyanide, though. Almost immediately, the one-armed man died. Money Jack had been sitting on the sofa, as if he had been paralyzed. He kept staring at the body with an incredulous look on his face. He didn't move nor say a word until the bodyguards pointed their guns at his head. It's her! The bitch did it! She poisoned the wine! They wouldn't let anyone get away at this point. They stuffed Money Jack and I into a truck of a car. Okay. She's working at Puppy and Cat, but the difference in tones.
My net diary Sylvester me saying that it was dangerous for us to have a predictable day routine, as humans might be able to track our activities.
What?
Despite that, I had developed a habit of visiting a fresh seafood store at the corner of the street every day I'm new. Today, as usual, I was tank stopping the tanks in the lobby, pondering the most important question to me. What was the lunch? The fish in the left tank were out too big. The fish in the tank next to my feet looked delicious, but there were only 6 of them left, and it would be too obvious if I stole one. I decided that I would go to the tank on the top right corner. No one did notice as one fish was missing, as there were so many in it. And they had fewer bones too. Most importantly, they were up very fast. I hunched my back with better jump out. My ears picked up a tiny voice behind me. The owner had just come to the lobby from the back. I quickly hid behind the tank and lost as we opened the boiler door, washed the ground in front entrance, and sat down to wait for the first order of the day. The owner had blonde hair and blue eyes, which is not common in this city. The other humans called him Alex.
Alex from Target? No. Alex from Target has brown hair.
I sneaked up to the door and mouthed softly, pretending that I had just arrived. Following the principle of not trusting humans, I would never intentionally expose my tracks to humans. Still, sometimes I wonder if I needed to be so careful around these humans, whose every move was always so predictable. Take this guy, for instance. I was sure he would not chase me off.
Hey, here you are. Just wait there for a second.
A couple of minutes later, he placed a glass in front of me and poured me half a glass of milk. Oh, it smelled so good.
I thought cats were lactose intolerant.
He's truly a cat's best friend.
I thought they were lactose intolerant.
But then I realized I wouldn't be getting a fish today. I smiled at the owner with my curious expression. I want a full glass. He scratched his chin, seemed to understand something, and went to go and grab something from a cabinet. Then he put a few pieces of dry fish in front of me. Ew! After Daddy had passed away, I spent a whole month eating the dry fish that we had saved together. Ever since then, even a slice of dry fish had been enough to make me sick. He patted me on the head. In the end, as a stray cat, I did not have the luxury to be picky about food. Besides, as long as I got along with this human, I could come back often and steal more fresh fish. So I bent my neck and rubbed my head against his head, pretending to be a docile little kitty, and meowed happily at him. For the record, I was not actually happy. I was licking the milk with my head down when a strong smell of alcohol almost choked me. Patooey! Someone spat their film at the nearest fish tank. Here comes trouble. A man with black hair stood in front of the shop. A half-empty beer bottle was dangling from his head, making a splashing sound. His eyes were wandering and non-focused. I recognized him. He lived in the small house that was the highest one in the community on the hills. Both his wife and his son had blonde hair and blue eyes. They were much better looking than him.
Oh, this is the piece of shit dad from the blonde hair boys thing. Right, the cat did say, because in the cat's first story, there's like a car crash or some car accident that was not following traffic signals. And then he did say that he recognized the boy. Although I had not seen him for a while, the head of the bicycle commission. Oh no! All his eyes have stayed fixed on his newspaper, but his eyes were temporary. Well, as far as I know, the relationship between Anna and the other guy's family had been complicated, to say the least. The black-haired man's blonde wife had often been hanging out with the owner in a very intimate way. Whenever the neighbors nearby saw them together, they would gossip about it. The owner was very concerned, but the woman didn't seem to care at all. But I heard some humans telling that the blonde woman had some kind of illness. What kind of illness would make people behave like that? I can't understand. The man had always been very nice to his wife, but the wife was a dragon lady. All over the had an affair, but she even beat up his husband and his son. Once I even heard her call him son ambassador. He looks so much like her. How can you not be your own son? Well, it was terrible. Huh. As the days went by, the man began to lose his spirit too, and he wouldn't go anywhere. Oh, thank you for the Dorito. No, but the one he had studied the most must be the little boy. He was so pretty, not looking at the other kids, so no other children would play with him. Sometimes I would run into the boy, and if I had nothing else to do, I would play with him for a little while. If he happened to have some change on him, he would even buy me some milk. Compared to his parents, the kid was almost like an angel with catnip. Anyway, it's not a normal family. The man stared at the owner for a while, his mouth squeezed out a psst. Then his eyes turned to me. He crouched down and knocked over the glass. All the milk spilled out. Some even got on my paws. It wasn't the first time that this had happened, but the owner didn't move that at all, as there was nothing to do with him. Damn you, stupid human. How dare you interrupt my meal? You wait here. I stared at the stare-filled man, raising my fist. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna stuff that rat into a bed tonight. Spotty. Oh gosh. So, if he knocks over the glass, then he wouldn't drink it and die. Right, okay. Crouch down and force everything gurgling down. Let's see. He just drank the cat's milk. The one-armed man accidentally knocked over the glass. The wine spilled out, turning the white velvet carpet into a bright red color. The old man was scared clueless, and he gave me a glance. Get over here and clean everything up for Boss Ray. I knelt before the man and wiped his black leather shoes clean. Picked up the glass and brought it back to the kitchen. When I returned to the room, the one-armed man had already left, so had the bottle of wine. I overheard the housekeeper say that the old man had thrown the bottles away because he felt it was jinxed. I mixed all the poison into that bottle. What was I supposed to do without it? He looked at me. I looked right back at him. We stared at each other with our different sized eyes. Of course, I had bigger eyes. At a moment like this, I had to overpower him with my fearlessness. However, I quietly moved the milk glass behind me a little. After the standoff had lasted a while, he stood back up a few. He turned away and walked to a nearby lottery place. Look, I won! Stupid human. Okay. So, I don't think having forced everything gurgling down on the cat's side really makes a difference. So, we can probably have this all over here. stepped forward and knocked over the glass. Does this change anything? Oh no! Bad. Okay. Uh... Knocked over the glass. Sorry, no. And then knocked over the glass? No, that just resulted in him dying. If you step forward and knock him, okay, no, that results in you dying. Does this work? Put that in the bottle. He spoke to me in his drunken voice. I had won the lottery. He took another tug of the beer. I have won $1,000,001, but I'm going to get my son back. Cersei, you are $1,000,001. What the cat hell did it have to do did it have anything to do with me? I will my dad continue my milk, join the boy human. Scarcely looking glass was smashed into pieces near my feet. Bodyguards of the one-armed man immediately raised their guns in case I tried to do something to their boss. The one-armed man himself was sitting calmly on the sofa as if he was just waiting for a show. The old man looked at the one-armed man nervously and looked back at me. He was still confused. Even though it hadn't gone as planned, I couldn't give up now. Go to hell, you dirty old monster. I bent down and picked up the largest piece of glass. But my right hand was something blown to pieces right before my very eyes, and I felt more bullets hitting me in the chest, shoulders, stomach, legs. Bad. Okay. The one-armed man put down the wine glass and picked up the phone handed to him by the scar-faced henchman. It seemed that something more urgent had come up. The gang left the mansion immediately. As soon as he had sent them away, the old man changed into his normal self and smashed the remaining bottle of wine on the table. How dare you belittle me like this? One day you'll pay for it. The wine was turning to bright red. What was I supposed to do without it? Only cat matters. Wouldn't this just like be suicide though? Or she bad and bad. Right, because, okay, knocked over glass is still there. So knocked over glass has to be on her side, right? I feel like I tried every combination. Knocked over a glass, forced everything down. Oh wait, no, that gives the cat a new one. Ew. How dare you let me live that my lunch? I'm gonna stay resting in bed tonight. Don't face me how I seem to ignore all my thoughts. She started back and turned away and lighted my bed. Wait? This new milk cocktail seemed to have an extraordinary scent. I, being the bravest soul in this whole universe, drank the milk and looked like it was gonna give me diarrhea. As a result, I did get diarrhea in the evening. What was worse, it smelled absolutely horrible. Damn you, human! Okay. Forced one? Right, but we did do this one before. This one was fine with the cat, because... Right. Man, everyone but the good one. Wait, hold on. Maybe switch these two then? Oh? Old man came around after a little while. She poisoned your wine, you dirty bitch. His innocence in front of the one-armed man, he grabbed a fork from the dessert tray, charged towards me in a rage. No. No. You were the one that should be dead, not me, not now. I picked up the largest piece of glass from the floor and stabbed at the scumbag. I stabbed the fork into my shoulder, and I pushed the glass into his heart. The old man made a stifled sound. He stared at me with death in his eyes. He probably had never imagined that one day he would die at the hands of one of his lab rats. I realized that nothing mattered now. I knew I wouldn't be able to survive today. Heavenly Father, forgive me. I pulled the fork out of my shoulder and stabbed it towards— No! I pushed a little harder to pierce my skin and force it into my artery. My ears were moving up. I had to use my left hand to support the other one. You must be alive to enjoy life. There's no need to die in a hurry. The fork was gone from my hand. The one-armed man flung his coat over my shoulders, still smiling. Then he held my freezing and trembling hands in one big palm. I could not remember the last time I felt such warmth. I broke down sobbing uncontrollably. It worked? But in the other one, the one-armed man literally sold her to the creepy thing. What is this? One-armed man. What is it? What? Okay. Maybe he was like, ah, yeah, she killed a dude. What a keeper. Oh my gosh. Missing anything else? Windrow room. Oh, Jimmy's too. Okay, we'll do his first. I mean, don't worry about it, because it's hard to keep track of it when you're watching someone else play. Sat in an exam room at the hospital. My fingers kept tapping my knees. Maybe it was because of my past experiences, but anytime I had to deal with a hospital, I was always worried about the worst outcome. After a long while, the doctor finally came in. He closed the door and sat down in front of me. My hands clenched into fists. He opened the test results and read through them. Then he looked up from the document and stared at me. What is your relationship with her? The diagnosis is stomach cancer. I was stunned. It really was the worst outcome. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't really remember what the doctor had said afterwards. I took the test results and went back to the patient's room. I looked at her, still sound asleep. I wonder if she would just keep sleeping like this. Maybe she would never wake up again. Yang Ying told me her story. She had been all alone with no family for a long time, just like me. And now, with this diagnosis, she would have to deal with this all by herself. I could see her bright eyes looking into mine in the flickering candlelights. I crumpled the test results in my hands. So, I'm assuming this is Li Wen. Right? Huh? Huh? Your diagnosis is stomach cancer? So he gets stomach cancer? He had given me the test results for my previous hospital stay. About a month ago, I had been in a fight with someone. One of my ribs was broken. I had to ask for sick leave from school because I had to stay in the hospital for a while. The doctor was very attentive. After I recovered, he suggested I get the full physical. I realized I hadn't had a physical for a long time, so I thought I might as well get one. Little did I know that I would be getting such a surprise. The nurse must have taken her temperature, as I saw Li Wen's hands hanging outside of the sheets. Her collar was messed up. I carefully tucked her hands back under the sheets, trying not to wake her up. She seemed to be dreaming. She suddenly turned her face to the side and mumbled something. Her face was only inches away from mine. I couldn't move for a second, and I remembered what had happened the day I fainted in my apartment. Even though my heart had stopped, I hadn't been breathing. I had been conscious. You've been conscious? I felt someone pressing my chest. I felt someone yelling my name. I felt someone. I knew it was her, but I couldn't move at all. No, actually I could. But I was thinking, perhaps I could just let it go. Or just let go, and all of this would be over. However, when I heard her crying, my heart suddenly bounced. I opened my eyes with all the strength I had, and I saw her sobbing uncontrollably. Why would she care so much about someone whom she barely knew? Why? And I suddenly realized the reason why I had cared about her so much. We were just like each other. We must have similar pasts. My strength started coming back to my body. I grabbed her hand as soon as I could, just so I could tell her I was okay. I didn't want to see her sad. The buzz from my cell phone pulled me back from my thoughts. I had a text message. I walked out from the room, leaned on the wall in the hallway, and opened my inbox. It was from Yang Ying. She had received my text about my condition, and she wanted to see me at the coffee house later. I pressed the delete button. Bruh. It had been a habit of mine for a very long time. I always deleted my texts as soon as I read them. I would always get annoyed if I had too many texts in my inbox. There were 4 other texts left in the inbox. Aw, it's raining. Remember to bring the umbrella. Deleted. There's a book signing. That's S?
First try. Okay. Jimmy. Okay. I'm hoping that Jimmy's is just a little bit more lighthearted. Okay.
The largest arcade of Mongkok.
Time Reversal Cup. The Prince of Fighters 97 Nostalgia Tournament.
A giant banner was on display. The Time Reversal Cup had been the biggest tournament for classic fighting games in Hong Kong for a few years. It had also been an important source of income in my post-college independent life. After graduating from college last year,
Oh well, this is a long time later. College. Because before it was like graduating high school. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
After graduating from college last year, I had moved out of my parents' house and rented a 30 square meter studio with a standalone bathroom. I never knew that the rent could be so expensive. I never understood why people would want to buy stuff on sale. I never realized that part-time jobs barely paid anything. Not until I lost my financial support from my father and mother that I began to appreciate the challenges in life. Therefore, I must win the tournament. The prize money for winning the championship would be enough to cover my expenses for 3 months.
Oh my god, Jimmy.
I had arrived not too long ago and had been testing my machine. People were beginning to gather around, many of whom kept taking pictures with their phones. As the two-time defending champion, I had been placed directly in the semifinals, so I was expecting a little attention. However, today I was feeling very suspicious about every one of these people.
No lighthearted after. Every story needs some comic relief. Hit the floor hard.
I was about to go and hide in the bathroom for a little while before the match. Suddenly a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. A small kid had walked up to the machine opposite mine. He was in his school uniform, wearing a pair of glasses, and his hair was parted to the left side. The staff thought we didn't know each other and started making introductions.
This is the primary school killer. You must have heard of him. He has no more rivals left in the Tsim Sha Tsui area. Last week he challenged the entire North Key arcade. Nobody dared even say a word.
I never thought that he could be my opponent today. I silently cursed all the gods and goddesses in my head. And then the punk kid held his thumbs down and made a face at me. The crowd booed loudly. The booing went right into my head, along with the history of our rivalry. Now watch out, you punk. Big Brother's gonna teach you a lesson, for the sake of your parents. Let me show you how to be polite and respectful to your senior. Mayogami versus his Kosanagi? 2 games out of 3. In all honesty, our raw skills are mostly on the same level. But every time I played this kid, he would always be able to get into my head and mess up my inputs. I would be thinking of a punch, but press a kick. I was thrashed in the first game, and I tried my damn best to win the second game.
Oh my gosh.
Here came the deciding game. The crowd had become wild. Time to go to hell, you little punk. Hell! 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 At this point, both of our HP gauges were alarmingly low. Our special moves were both fully charged and ready to go as well. If either of us made a mistake right now, the other would immediately land a combo and finish the game. I slightly wiggled my sweating right hand, feigning a retreat. The punk kid took the bait. His punch whiffed. Now's my chance. I commanded Yogami to jump behind him, ready to unleash the final combo.
Get Shiki Yori Ori 2B 5A. 127 Shiki Akai Hana 1. 127 Shiki Akai Hana 2. Right.
After 2 consecutive Akai Hana, my opponent had just been thrown into midair. It was finally time to end this game with the desperation move.
Joystick. Joystick that. Hard punch.
Ghostly purple flames appeared on Yogami's hands. Light pillars were bursting from the ground one after another.
Desperation move. Ura 108 Shiki Yo Sakazuki.
Oh crap, that was the wrong move. It was an amazing move that could stun the opponent, but its only drawback was that it was also slow. Kusanagi quickly air teched away from the pillars, nullifying my attack. Oh shit! The punk kid smiled behind his glasses. Kusanagi jumped on top of me and hit me right in the face. I was still in recovery from the previous move, so I couldn't defend myself. Kusanagi then kicked me in the air. Raging fire erupted in his right hand as he held it high. Then it turned into a devouring firebomb while I was staring in shock. It blew Yogami into the sky.
KO.
As Yogami kept flying upward in the screen, my heart was sinking all the way into the ground. I lost. My prize gone. I might have to borrow money from my father to cover the rent this month. He will once again try to persuade me to go work at his company. Mother would then try to set me up on a blind date, forcing me to meet people who I had absolutely no interest in. Yet, I would have to pretend to smile the whole time. No! My dear goddess of fortune, please take me away from here.
Jimmy. Oh god. What? Which input is right then? I don't know. I guess we'll just try. Let's hard punch first. Oh. Oh no, I froze, the announcer froze, even the audience froze. I completely panicked. I couldn't even remember what to do anymore, and I just kept mashing at the joystick and buttons. The pumpkin smiled behind his glasses. While I was totally disoriented, Kusanagi jumped on top of me and hit me right in the face. Kusanagi then kicked me in the air. Raging fire erupted in his right hand and he held it high. It then turned into a devouring firebomb while I was staring in shock and blew Yogami into the sky. KO. Okay. That was not it. Hard punch is like the trigger move, right? So we just have to switch these two? I grabbed Kusanagi in the air and slammed him onto the ground. His attack, fueled with every last drop of his power, washed over his opponent like an unstoppable waterfall. What? Kusanagi couldn't even hold his posture anymore. Desperation move. Kun 1211 Shiki yo Otome. KO. Yes! 3 months of expenses. See how it's done, you little punk? After the ceremony, I was about to duck out of the arcade quietly when the punk kid suddenly blocked my way. What? You wanna look for a real fight now? Don't you know my fame of beating up both a senior home and a kindergarten on the same day? What? I quietly thought to myself. Congratulations, mister! I bought you this newspaper as a special gift for you. I took the newspaper. It was some random tabloid. Cover page headline. Despicable! Hong Kong youth molests child in the street? Oh no. What the hell was this? Several months ago, I had beaten up the little punk primary school killer pretty badly in another casual tournament. Then, a few days later, an article began circling the internet about me taking off my pants on the street and mooning some little kid. There was even a picture to go with it. Yet, whether you judged it by the shape or by the percentage of body fat, that was not my butt in the picture. And the funny thing was, when I tried to remove the censor boxes from the picture through some technical magic, I realized that the kid in the picture was exactly this little punk. When had I ever taken a picture with him? Besides, what kind of twisted mind would make up such a gross and embarrassing idea in the first place, not to mention actually going through with the trouble of faking a picture?
Afterwards, I had to hack a dozen websites to delete all the related articles. And now, you had to print it on paper? I didn't know who was more desperate in this whole ordeal. In any case, the more despicable the story was, the faster it traveled. People always believe this kind of garbage. People in the arcade were starting to stare at me. I knew that they had not just come here for the tournament today. What? Did you expect me to tear this paper into pieces and make a scene? Screw you, little punk. I stuffed the newspaper into the bag with my prize and walked out of the arcade. It was drizzling outside. Life is Good was playing in my headphones. I decided not to take a cab and just walked back to the apartment. I bumped into a few people, but nobody gave me any trouble or even a second look. Yeah, why bother myself with other people's opinions? This was my life, the one that I had always wanted.
Okay. Okay, Jimmy. Diagnosed with stomach cancer. Oh wait, he looks different now because he graduated college. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah. Wow. Good job, Jimmy. Like, okay. Darkest thought, I should stuff dead rats into humans' beds. Oh my god. Jimmy's story ain't that lighthearted. Okay, in comparison though, like, right?
No puedo regresar.
Okay. A woman with fiery hair. Oh. 94. Thursday. On the side of a bush-covered hill 2 kilometers away from Tao Road. Through the scope of my M110, I was staring at a factory 1 kilometer away. There was no other vantage point around the factory. This was the closest FFP available. The wind speed was 4.3 meters per second, and there was no signs of that changing. Mil.4 -2? I had laid out the bullets next to me in a straight line, warming them up in the sun. 2:10 p.m. A small yellow sedan drove up to the factory entrance. Loading. The door opened and a woman with a full head of fiery red hair got out of the car. Her name was Li Hua. She was the head of the firearms smuggling team in the Blood Gang. Okay. In comparison to that one. Yeah, like, you know, anyone who's praying to God is definitely not having a good time, you know? So, it makes sense that, yeah, all of the stories are bad. Or, like, bad as in, like, tragedy. Yeah. But just Jimmy's in comparison to, like, a good majority of them. Aiming. I pulled the trigger. Oh, she has a different portrait now, too! The target was down. I saw a flash from a window on the second floor of the factory. There was another sniper aiming at me. A bullet pierced and shattered the scope. I jerked myself to the side. The bullet didn't go through my eye as my opponent had hoped, but it did give me a severe injury. The right side of my face was burning. It felt like it was on fire. I lowered my body and slid down the other side of the slope. I got onto the motorcycle that I had prepared in advance. However, on the way back, my consciousness began drifting away. I lost control of the vehicle. Bike tumbled headfirst into a ditch. Oh no! While Li Hua had been killed, completing a mission like this was rather embarrassing. Perhaps this wasn't the right job for me after all. Final firing position. Oh, okay. Okay, so aiming, pull the trigger, target was down. Saw a flash from a window on the second floor. There was another sniper aiming at me. Okay. Huh. Bullet pierce and shadow scope. Target was down. Saw another sniper. Pulled the trigger? No. Pulled the trigger. Saw another sniper. Target was down. So she would be shooting the other sniper? Will that work? I could see the scope that my opponent had dodged my killing shot. Nevertheless, I had earned enough time to disengage. Meanwhile, while I was distracted, the red-haired woman had disappeared from my sight. I lowered my body and slid down the other side of the slope. I got onto the motorcycle I had prepared in advance. They would no doubt be enhancing their security after this. I failed my first mission. I didn't know how to report back to Ray. The noise from the engine echoed through the valley, and it sounded like a growl from an upset monster that no one could see, making me feel even more unsettled. Right. Okay, so... Aiming, the target was down. Oh, I could see in the scope that my opponent had dodged my killing shot. Nevertheless, I earned enough time to disengage. Mission accomplished. Okay, cool. I lowered my body and slid down the other side of the slope. I got onto the motorcycle, appeared in fence, took away faster than the breeze. I reported the news to Ray in the luxury suite on the top floor of Melody Hall. He was very happy. I have something for you. Ray picked up his coat from the floor and pulled a small box from his pocket. He then handed it to me with his left hand. To show you more, can't help you put it on. Later, I put the glamorous jeweled necklace in my special treasure box collection. Then I took out a necklace with a cross on it out of the box. It was the necklace I had worn ever since I was a kid. I put it into an envelope. I wanted to mail it to my brother. Over the last 4 years, I had been regularly sending money to the orphanage back home. Aunt Benita had also written back to me a couple times. She told me that Carlos had been doing well and that he had worked very hard in school. Carlos must have been all grown up now. He must have become a fine young man. I really wish that one day I could get a letter written by him. Let's go, Alicia. Whoa! Girl. Oh my god.
Bruh, the difference.
Lo siento.
만약 돌아갈 수만 있다면
Are these two connected? Yeah.
At the southeast corner of Hong Kong Island sat the largest, most secure prison in the city. Hong Kong Central Prison. Add to the harem. I gave the guards at the entrance the name Warden Chris. They glanced at my stripper outfit, casually flipped through the stuff in my tiny handbag, and let me through. No one else was in the warden's office except for Chris. There was a radio placed next to the sofa. It was playing some unknown Latin music. Warden Chris's special hobby was likely the only weakness in this concrete fortress. He liked Latin music. Moreover, on the last day of every month, he would invite a young female dancer into his office. None of these girls had ever been seen again. Some people had suggested that they might have gotten new identities to start new lives somewhere else. Others insisted that they were dead. In any case, that was the only information I had managed to gather. The uncertainty made the mission tonight a little risky. Nevertheless, it was the only way for me to approach him. I ignored the warden's leering looks and started dancing to the music. I didn't know the song, but the familiar melody still made me feel nostalgic. For a brief while, I felt like I was back in Mexico. I could imagine myself strolling down the street of the lovely, I can't say that name, bathing in warm sunshine, waving hello to everyone, saying "Buenos dias." I extended my hand towards the warden and shot him a passionate and inviting look. He grabbed my hand. I felt a sudden pain in my stomach. I had to run to the bathroom. For some reason, my stomach started hurting. It gave me a bad feeling about tonight. If I proceeded with the mission, it was probably not going to go smoothly. My instincts had never been wrong before. A few minutes later, I escaped through the bathroom window. Never force yourself when you're feeling uncertain. Ray had taught me that. However, Warden Chris had already seen my face, which meant that I couldn't attempt this mission anymore. But even if we sent someone else, it would be much riskier to follow the same strategy. I screwed up, Ray. Officer Ji-young was still in the hospital. Meanwhile, Officer Min-jun had not shown up for work for a few days, either. Lieutenant Khan had mentioned that he had been absent for health reasons. So he and I were the only active members of Unit 4 at the moment. We were in room 403 of the Sunshine Apartments. But there was no sunshine at all. The room had no furniture except for a fridge, a microwave, a simple gas stove, and some bowls and dishes that had not been used for a long time. The thick window shades had blocked all of the light out for months too. The whole room smelled like mold. However, it was the perfect location for surveillance. I quickly set up the telescope and pointed it at the window in the middle of the third floor of the opposite building. I could see through the telescope that a full-figured woman was having breakfast. Her lover was a drug dealer in the Yuseong team of the Muslim gang, who oversaw the transportation of all their goods. He was also an important suspect in the murder case from a few days ago, and he hadn't been seen in the past few days. This was my first time partnering with Lieutenant Khan. I had not been in Unit 4 for long, but I had come to learn that it was nothing like the rumors that I had heard. Unit 4 didn't have a lot of people, but it had abundant talent. An amazing marksman, a master of transfiguration, not to mention the lieutenant himself, who was a hidden beast. Lieutenant Kong had told me the truth about what had happened to him during our fight after Officer Ji-young was stabilized. He told me that I had met his other personality, named Yong. He was a different person altogether. Yong Gyeong was very violent, and he didn't have access to Lieutenant Khan's memories. Therefore, for the safety of his colleagues, he would usually go on solo missions. I couldn't believe it at first. I had suspected that Lieutenant Khan was just yanking my chain because he didn't trust me yet, and he didn't want me to know the true source of his strength. However, when I later went to visit Officer Gyeong, she had told me that her own experience when she had first joined the unit included the same story about the lieutenant. That was when I finally realized it was all true. Multiple personalities were not common, so the lieutenant had always kept it to himself, especially about where it came from. In any case, this small quirk did not stop me from feeling closer to him. Although he was a weird person, with an even stranger temper, he cared about us deeply. Just the other day, he had gone screaming at Unit 3 because their men wouldn't shut the bathroom door properly, and it was making my seat smelly. It was so awesome! As for the rumor about how no one wanted to join Unit 4, that was a total lie. They must have all just been sent away by the lieutenant, because they had been too weak. Yes, that must be the case. This was my first surveillance mission since joining the force. The more I thought about getting to be with the lieutenant alone for the next few days, the more excited I felt. I wonder if he would be willing to spar with me. Actually, how about now? Lieutenant Kong, would you like to exercise a little? Beep beep. The doorbell buzzed with terrible timing. I opened the door and a young woman was standing outside. She said she was a freelance writer who lived next door. She saw that there was a new neighbor, so she wanted to come by and say hello. The writer didn't ask me what we did. She kept asking me a lot of other random questions. There were so many that I became completely lost. I like beautiful women, but I couldn't handle them. Just as I was stuttering hopelessly, Lieutenant Khan came to the rescue. He explained to her that we were brothers, and we had just moved into the city. He was a journalist, and I was his little brother, who was a chef. Chief. I couldn't help but give him a look when I heard the last bit. After spending some more time with him, I learned that Lieutenant Khan, while extremely strict most of the time, also had lots of tricks up his sleeves. The writer had not stopped ogling the lieutenant ever since she had first laid eyes on him. You're right, the woman is sus. See, that was our lieutenant, attractive in every possible aspect. He quickly got rid of her and told me to keep a close eye on the room that we were watching before he left. He must have gone grocery shopping in preparation for the next few days. I used to hear Officer Min Jun tell stories about how they always had nothing but kimchi flavored ramen. It wasn't particularly healthy, but as a part of the mission, I was perfectly fine with ramen. Besides, I love kimchi. However, 20 minutes later, all I could see in front of my eyes was an entire grocery bag of ice cream. My heart was bleeding. How did I forget that the lieutenant ate nothing but high-calorie junk food? Oh my god. Officer Minju must have bought that ramen himself. Oh, eating ice cream. I sat next to the lieutenant and resigned myself to my fate. I kept an eye on the mistress while munching on ice cream. I ate an ice cream cone while she was watching TV. I ate an ice cream cone while she was watering the flowers. I ate an ice cream cone while she was making lunch. I ate an ice cream cone while she was taking a nap. I ate an ice cream cone when she was ice creaming. What? When it was almost sunset, the ice cream was starting to make the ice cream from... What? The ice cream was starting to make the ice cream for the night, and my ice cream began to rumble. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Beep beep. The doorbell buzzed in an inopportune time once again. I opened the door. It was the writer again. She was carrying a bag of groceries. You guys haven't had dinner, had you? So we eat together? I have some extra food. Besides, I would really love to witness the chef's skill. Oh no! She walked past me and straight into the house. She changed into a pair of slippers while standing in the doorway and kept peeking around the room. I could tell that dinner was not her real purpose. However, my stomach was full of ice cream. Full of ice cream had me on the edge of a meltdown. My stomach full of ice cream had me on the edge of a meltdown. Looking at the bag of fresh vegetables and meats, I couldn't help but salivate over it. Wait a second, the chef? Was she referring to me? Well, Lieutenant, shouldn't you be responsible for your lies? Just as I was thinking about him, Lieutenant Khan came up to the doorway too. He slammed one hand into the wall with a bang. At the doorway, Lieutenant Khan stared at the writer with a lustful look. What a shame, we've just eaten. Sure, ice cream. Although, I usually go to bed later than my brother here. Wait, what? Who between us always starts setting his bed? Who between us always starts setting up his bed before 7 p.m.? Can I come over later? I'm not a bad cook myself. Who can cook a milkshake? Well, you could just take the stuff out of the fridge and set them aside for half an hour. To my surprise, the writer seemed really into the idea.
In that case, I won't bother you now then.
Well, goodbye, but leave the food.
As for tonight, I don't sleep until late either. You're welcome to join me for a late night snack.
You look so excited that I think you could go on for days without sleeping at all. At last, the writer finally left. I let out a sigh of relief. I can't talk anymore. I let out a sigh of relief and went back to the window. Oh crap! The person at the bottom of the building was the drug dealer we had been waiting for. He was about to take off! We rushed downstairs, but there was no sign of him anymore. For the next few days, we never saw him show up at this mistress place. Considering that he had left in such a hurry, he probably would not be coming back anytime soon. Mission failed. The words ain't words anymore. Okay. So... Oh. You give him the stomach ache? Is it good if he slams the wall to the thing? What? Oh, let's have Lieutenant Khan grab his hand. Yeah. I know the stomach ache should be on this side, because the stomach ache was like the reason why she had to leave, right? It must be the ice cream. Oh god. I sat on the toilet and let everything run its course. When I finally got out of the bathroom, both the writer and Lieutenant Khan was already gone. Not until later did I learn that while I was in the bathroom, Lieutenant had seen the drug dealer. No, the bathroom took up all the time. He didn't want to interrupt me, so he had gone after the guy alone. In the end, the drug dealer eventually outran him after more than a dozen blocks. If I had gone with him, we would have been able to catch the guy for sure. Damn it, it was all ice cream's fault. Perhaps my passion infected the warden too. He was beginning to get a different look in his eyes. There was something twisted and dangerous about that look. Feeling a little uneasy, I decided to make my move immediately so that I could complete the mission and protect myself from being exposed. Warden Chris suddenly began struggling to breathe. He fell to the ground while grabbing at his own neck with his hand. His face turned a dangerous purple color. Oh. He would never see the tiny scratch on the back of his neck that was killing him. I calmed myself, took off the poisonous fake fingernails and the excessive dress, and jumped out of the bathroom window. Okay, so this is... Okay. So... Honestly, like... Wait. So this was fine. But the stomach ache here is not good. But I can't put the stomach ache here. Here, let's see. Go. Lieutenant Khan came out from inside the house, grabbed my arm and led me outside. We ran into the drug dealer who was just leaving the building on the opposite side of the street. He took a glance at Lieutenant Khan and immediately started running as soon as he recognized him. The guy was pretty fast. We ran after him for a few blocks before we finally trapped him in the small alley from both ends. The next day, in the interrogation room, he was very tight-lipped, refusing to answer any of our questions. After half an hour without any progress, Lieutenant Khan stood up and turned off the video camera. He went back to his seat and leaned closer to the table. He whispered to the guy, "How about we make a deal?" A deal? What kind of trick was Lieutenant Khan trying to play now? The guy was purely as curious as me. He leaned forward, wanting to hear what the lieutenant had to say. Lieutenant Khan pulled out a switchblade. He flicked it open and stabbed it into the back of the guy's left hand in one clean move. The guy screamed out loud, but he didn't move, worried about hurting his hand even more. I suppose that even he was unwilling to risk his own life. He finally started talking while he shook in the pain. If I answer your questions, are you going to recommend a lighter sentence? Lieutenant Khan smiled and pulled a knife out. He put it away without even wiping the blood off. After he gave us his statement, the dealer took off his jacket and threw it aside while cursing nonstop. That's when I saw a giant green python tattoo on his left arm. The lieutenant suddenly went quiet. I called his name more than a few times before he finally came back to himself. He stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and before he left the room said to me, "He's yours now. Make him pay." Okay, so the stomachache is bad in both cases. Yeah, right? So where? Seems like there's another option here for S. So there must be another option with the stomachache on this side. Would this change anything? Oh, like, it's like, fuck it, I don't care if you're in the bathroom, I'll grab your hand and let's go anyway. I had barely pulled my pants up when Lieutenant Khan grabbed my arm, let me out from the bathroom, and kept running outside. That's great, okay. We ran into the drug dealer who was just leaving the building. Okay, so this should be the same as before. Let's go.
No puedo regresar.
만약 돌아갈 수만 있다면.
Again? You too? Again? 2 p.m. 32nd floor of the Shenlong Corp building. The women's restroom. I pressed the button on my phone, timed to the movement of the hands on my watch. Almost immediately I heard a muffled boom from the bottom of the building. The entire building shook slightly for a few seconds and made a subtle grinding sound. I heard the latest instructions coming from the building's security team leader on the radio, broadcast through their dedicated security channel. He wanted 2 guards on the top floor and the rest on the ground floor. I turned off the radio and walked out of the bathroom in a janitor's uniform. I blended into a crowd of panicking and confused salarymen. Then I ducked into the building's stairwell and went up to the 33rd floor, the highest floor in the building, which was reserved exclusively for the chief executives of the corporation. A 24/7 stream. I reached for the knife hidden at my waist. I planned to ambush the 2 guards before they noticed me. However, there was no one in the hallway. I opened the door to the president's office. There was no one there either. I began to scour through the office. When I opened the closet, a body rolled out from inside. The door was kicked open. I took 2 steps back, then sprinted forward and burst through the window. I held onto the ropes with my right hand and descended all the way to the ground from outside the building. A couple of people had seen me while I was dropping down, and let out some admiring and terrified gasps, but their attention was soon pulled away by the explosion from the top floor. The body in the closet had been my target tonight, the president of Shenlong Corp, Liang Zilong. Someone had gotten to him before I could. What I couldn't understand, though, was why a bomb was tied to his body. It was the kind of bomb that would detonate upon disturbance, or when the timer ran out. It was much more powerful than the one I had made. I could only think of one reason. The other assassin had known that someone else was after the same target, so it had been a prank. In fact, my mission tonight was more than just killing Liang. There was something else. I was supposed to retrieve a black metal box that he had. I had no idea what was inside the box, but it must be something extremely important. However, I was afraid that the box had fallen into the hands of the other assassin too. Who could this person be? Had he known that Ray had also been looking for the same box? Was the prank specifically designed for me? Pain from my left arm interrupted my thought. Oh god. Only then did I realize that my left arm had been blown into pieces. My left palm had completely disappeared. Alicia. Hang on. I need more water. Okay. Lieutenant Khan was not there, or not here, and neither was Officer Min Jin nor Officer Ji Yong. I was alone in the office, working on the suspect's statements and feeling a little lonely. The lieutenant had told me to make him pay. Officer Ji Yong had said to me that the Lieutenant Khan used to tamper with the amount of goods and money when dealing with smuggling cases, so that the criminals would get a heavier sentence. But this guy was already an accomplice to a murder. How could I make the case worse? I didn't know what to do. I was scratching my head when the phone on the lieutenant's desk rang. It was an anonymous tip to a murder. Oh, it was an anonymous tip to a murder. However, Unit 4 usually handled cases relating to gang violence or drugs. Why would we get a tip about a murder? I wasn't sure how to deal with the situation, although I didn't have much at hand to deal with right now anyway. My heart of justice was beating with excitement. My god. I grabbed my gun and walked out. I was about to take the stairs when I heard someone yelling loudly behind me. I turned around. It was Lieutenant Kim Jeong-ho of Unit 3. Lieutenant Kim asked if I was heading to the murder scene reported by the anonymous tip earlier. He said I should not go alone, and that he was coming along with me so that we could look after each other. It seemed like a good idea. We got in his patrol car and started the siren. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the apartment building of the scene. It was a 2-floor rental building. I could vaguely see fire through the window of one apartment in the middle of the second floor. Something wasn't right. Anybody home? I knocked on the door. There was no response. I knocked even harder and yelled some more, but still nothing. Lieutenant Kim stopped me and said that we should just wait for the apartment manager to open the door for us. The whole apartment had been engulfed in fire. When the manager turned the key and touched the doorknob, he suddenly jumped back like he was been shocked. I stepped ahead and grabbed the knob. It felt like a soldering iron burning my palm. I bit my own lips to stop myself from screaming. As soon as I forced the door open, flames leapt out of the apartment along with a wave of heat. I could almost smell my hair getting burnt. Lieutenant Kim and I had to take a few steps back. If the tips had been true, there might still be people inside. I took a step towards the door, but Lieutenant Kim grabbed me. Are you crazy? Look at the fire. You'll be burnt to ashes. We've been here for over 20 minutes. Whoever might still be in there is already dead. He made a good point. We waited until the firefighters put out the fire before we finally went into the apartment. Everything inside had been scorched. All the furniture had been incinerated. We found 2 bodies that were completely unrecognizable due to the fire. One in the bathroom, the other in the living room. We had to send them back for autopsies. We didn't learn the identities of the bodies until the next day. Could not have mentioned that they were... Oh shit! Officer Minji and Lieutenant Khan. I should have charged inside. I could have saved them. I don't think they're sleeping. Oh my gosh, okay. Body rolled out from inside? We could just get rid of the fire completely. Yeah, so should have charged inside. Someone had gotten to him before I could. What I couldn't understand though, why a bomb was tied to his body. I could remove the fire, but I don't know if I should put it here. So I feel like if we put fire here, the body has a bomb. Like, regular. What? No. I held onto the rope with my right hand and sent it all the way to the ground from outside the building. It had been going well for me tonight at first. I had accidentally found the metal box that Ray had asked me to find when I dropped down to the floor to get away from the heavy smoke. It had been glued to the bottom of the couch. But as I was about to escape through the window, the guards that had broken into the office fired and hit me in my right hand. No! I had to drop the box and leave Leon's office. Every mission relies on skill 70% of the time. The rest of it depends on your luck. Ray had taught me that. I was out of luck for tonight. Not with God here. You don't worry, you will receive more luck later. Later that evening, an informant notified me that the target, Liang Zilong, had already been killed before I had even gotten there. That meant that there had been someone else who had the same plan and same intentions as Ray. Perhaps they had been looking for the metal box too. Right. Next day I snuck into the building again, but the black metal box was nowhere to be found. I recognized the man laying on the floor. Officer Minju's eyes were wide open. There was a dark brown stain near his chest, on his dark colored shirt. The blood had already dried. Judging from the amount of blood and the shape of it, it must have been a gunshot wound. Why would he be here? What on earth was this place? What had happened to him? I looked around the living room. A lot of empty beer bottles were scattered on the floor, most of which are empty. Some of them were not empty enough, and the beer had spilled all over the place. There was still a lot of burning candles on the floor, too. Lieutenant Khan is passed out over here. I heard Lieutenant Kim's voice coming from the bathroom. Lieutenant Khan? Why was he here, too? I got back up and walked to the bathroom. When I walked past a dresser in the living room, I noticed a knocked-over picture frame. I flipped it over. It was a photo of Lieutenant Khan with a woman in her 30s. Lieutenant Khan looked much younger in the photo. He even seemed a little shy. Both of them were in uniform with their guns holstered. I couldn't look away from the woman in the photo for a long time. Then I finally remembered. She had been the previous lieutenant of Unit 2. Jigal Seok? A legendary figure in the Busan police precinct. She was a beautiful woman, but more importantly, she was considered to be better than any of the male officers on the force. She was famous for being incredibly courageous and decisive. She was the idol of almost every young police officer. Even during my days in the academy, a lot of my classmates had her photos on it in their private collections. That's how I had recognized her. The photo had obviously been taken before she had been killed in the line of duty. Lieutenant Khan looked like he had just joined the police too. Perhaps he was a fan of hers too. There's nothing strange about that. So this might be Lieutenant Khan's home. Why would Minju's body be here then? I suddenly remembered the anonymous tip. And I was starting to get more and more suspicious. Officer Minju had been shot. He was still in his undercover outfit, which I had seen a few times. I went back to check on his body, and there was nothing else in his pockets, but I did notice a keychain attached to his wallet. I heard Lieutenant Kim walking over from the bathroom. He must be wondering why I hadn't responded yet. I quickly took the keychain off and hid it. Please, Buddha, please bless me. Bless me so I can find the truth and avenge Officer Minju. This is S? You sure? Oh, maybe if the door was not kicked open, it might have been okay for hers. Wait. Okay. I don't know, I'll just stick it here. I recognize the man laying on the floor. Right. Before I could check any further, the officers from Unit 3 who had followed us here had pushed me aside and started examining the body themselves and taking notes. Oh. Hey you, don't touch anything, yes you. The men from Unit 3 kicked me out of the apartment. I had to stand by the door and watch them carry Officer Minju's body away in a body bag. Even more bizarrely, they had found Lieutenant Khan passed out in the bathroom due to apparent alcohol poisoning. I only found out later that the place had been Lieutenant Khan's apartment. I was also carrying a black metal box in my left arm. I had accidentally found the box. Okay, right. Guards broke into the office just after I had escaped through the window. I could hear him directing their whole team to go after me, but it was already too late. I started my motorcycle with full throttle. A few minutes later, Ray opened the box in front of me. Inside the box were 2 cubes the size of a palm with different markings on them. Ray gave me a award after he made sure the items were intact. After that day, I had a dragon tattoo put on my stomach. Oh. Ray said that I had earned that mark as evidence that I had truly become his. Okay, so we can't have the door was kicked open here, but if we put it like after she gets through the window, it should be good. Yeah, there we go. Hey. What happened? What is this? How did it end up like this? How could Officer Minjun be dead? Huh? Oh, it was just a nightmare. No, it was more than that. Everything had already happened in reality, but I have tried everything I could. I thought it was raining. However, everything outside looks exactly the same as when I first woke up after losing my memories. Oh, the sky was still red. Snow keeps falling down. Even the snow looks red, perhaps because of the light. There doesn't seem to be anybody in the buildings on either side of the street. And there aren't many people on the street. There aren't any animals either. No small birds or little dogs, nothing. There aren't even trees or grass. The rain only appears in my dreams. It has never stopped snowing outside the window. Is this what the gods' world looks like? I wonder what the humans' world looks like right now. Yo, you're up early.
What time is it now?
4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, same here.
It's only 4? Nothing seems to change outside the window. I can't even tell whether it's morning or not. The humans' world has day and night, right? Why don't we have that?
That's because we live in a different world.
Really, I want to go for a walk outside.
I'm afraid you can't do that.
Why not? To us...
Oh, to us there is... Sorry. To us there is no outside. Everything you see from the window is just an illusion. This house is all there is to our world.
Are you telling me that everything I see outside the window is fake?
That's correct. Everything outside is fake. Even the house that we are living in right now doesn't really exist. All of this is built by our combined imagination. Our world and the humans' world have no intersections at all, not in time nor in space.
Well, could we go to their world at all? By teleportation, for example, like you did earlier? Or maybe there's a door of some kind that can open to any other place you want to go to?
Why do you want to go to their world so much?
I haven't been feeling too well recently. This job, it's not like what I first imagined it would be. I thought I could give everyone a perfect happy ending, but tragedies keep happening one after another. I don't know what I have done wrong. I do not understand them well enough because I'm not human? Or is it because I'm not familiar enough with their world, so I can't understand the consequences of my decisions? So
you want to go there and witness the lives for yourself?
yes.
Unfortunately, we are unable to go through the world. Besides, we don't really need to. We are gods. All we need to do is fulfill the humans' wishes. It is not our duty to create a wonderful world based on our judgment. You have too much kindness in you, and that is why you are overthinking it. No matter what decisions you make, the humans will accept them, simply because they do not have other options.
But we're gods. How can we be careless about their sincere wishes?
Psst. Humans never truly understand what they want ever. They get themselves into trouble, but then they are afraid to take responsibility for their actions and choices. That's why they always hope the gods can fix everything for them. God will help me. God will bless me. They are nothing but a bunch of cowards and losers. As long as we help them resolve their immediate dilemmas, we have done our job. As for the other problems that lie in their future, those have nothing to do with us. The bottom line is this: even if we do not help them at all, they have no right to complain. After all, we are gods, and they are just mere humans. Therefore, no matter what you do, you are always right. You will never be wrong.
But
I understand that it may be a little difficult for you to accept this right now. You should just go take a nap and get some rest. We've talked enough today. I'll go make us some breakfast.
was I really overthinking things?
Well, maybe I have to do it myself. Willie! $29%. I don't know, maybe this is a good place to stop. Even though... Actually, you know what? It depends on what the next letters are, okay? If the next letter is either Carlos, Rocky, Winjore, or Lieutenant Kang, then we stay. Otherwise, I'll end it here.
하나님, 나를 도와주세요.
젠장, 어떻게 이럴 수가?
No puedo regresar.
Damn it. Okay, I guess we're gonna... This one. Just this one. I gotta break out. Oh, it's been 2 years. Parks and I'm 14 years old. Lived in a mental hospital. Vice president of the hospital was Dr. Lee Yun-seok. He's also my supervisor. Ever since I had been sent there as 12 years old, he's been, yeah. I tried keeping a diary to relieve my stress, but I realized that the nurses would read it behind my back. When I was feeling extremely desperate, I would pick up the pen and stab myself with it. Force myself not to cry no matter how painful it was. It was exercise. What Most of the nurses in the hospital were women, but I did come to know one male nurse. His name was Lee Young-seo. The other nurses said that he was the nephew of Lee Young-suk, and that was the only reason he got the job. Every Tuesday night, he would take me to his office, and then he would just... It's been 9 hours. Why are you still streaming? What do you mean? I'm invested, and sometimes this is what happens. It's been 9 hours. So? Okay. Another Tuesday night. In a room without light. It is only pale moonlight. Oh, rhymes. He and I, 2 people. Everything was the same, exactly the same as 2 years ago, except for the lack of sinister smell in the air. He didn't expect for me to pick up the chair and throw it at his head. Pigs were flying. When did he start defending? What? Right. Don't call the police. Or you'll get this guy. I'm still laying on my bed with my eyes closed. I could feel the breeze coming on and going. The annoying mosquitoes kept interrupting my thoughts. Damn pests. I flicked the bloody body of a mosquito away like a small booger. Dinner time. A small tray was pushed inside through the tiny window. A bowl of rice, a plate of cabbage, 2 pieces of fried chicken, and a banana. Why do I only get 1 piece of chicken? A fat man in the opposite cell yelled at the guard who was delivering the meals, he didn't get an answer. I picked up the banana from the tray and started peeling it. My diet had actually become much healthier ever since I had been sent here. I never had a meal on time back at the police station, and the food was always burgers, chicken fries, and occasional leftovers that had been around for too long. There had been a few times that I got to eat some nice meals, though. When Chong Yo-min would bring over some of his homemade bentos, the kid would always say something like, "A healthy body is necessary to defend justice," which made him sound like a whiny old lady. But I was starting to miss that kid. I had no idea how he had been doing. He must be in a lot of trouble right now. Or maybe not. The people who had framed me must be keeping him out of the case altogether. What had happened to Min Jun was all my fault. On the day I went to rescue Ji-young, I had tried to get Min Jun to join the mission, but I hadn't been able to reach him. The kid had always been the one person who would never miss a call. It was the first time ever that I couldn't find him. I should have realized that something might have gone wrong then. He never showed up at the police station afterwards either. Turned out he was dead, and his body had been hidden in my room. He must have known something, and they had killed him for it. The murderer must have also known that it was the same day as the anniversary of the lieutenant's death. He even knew that I would be very drunk that day, so he would have a better chance of success. 2 birds with 1 stone. I had some idea of who that bastard could be, but had no evidence at the moment. I needed to find a way to get out of here first. A tall shadow moved on the cell floor. The guard who had brought the trays was still here. He was watching me eat, almost like he was monitoring me. His name was Young Hyuk. At least that was what I heard the other guards calling him. He was over 2 meters tall and very muscular. He would be the most menacing person in the detention center. Anyone who stood before him might feel like they were standing in front of an impenetrable wall. However, Young Hyuk had a secret. Detention Center Number 6 was a prison that was used to exclusively hold police officers who had been in trouble. It didn't belong to the police system, and therefore was not under the supervision of police bureaucracy. Therefore, everyone who had been thrown in there had to go through a ritual. The fat man in opposite cell was locked up because of a 50 million won bribe. Every day he and I were forced to strip naked and were blasted by cold water. It wasn't that much different than a cold shower to me. But the fat man, he would be screaming bloody murder every time the water hit him. The more he screamed, however, the more excited the guards would get. For them it had turned into a kind of entertainment. Young Hyuk's reaction, however, seemed a little different than the rest of the cheering mob. One of my best buddies was gay. I could sense the same vibe from him. The fat man yelled at me in a lowered voice. "Hey, can I trade this banana for your chicken?" "Screw you." I suddenly had an idea, but I needed someone's help. 20 minutes later, Young Hyuk came back to take the trays away. There's something extra in the tray, a small paper note. Now, all I could do was wait until the middle of the night. 12 a.m. Most people here had fallen asleep. But I was sitting in a chair in the interrogation room that had seen numerous occupants. A piece of yellow tape covered my mouth. Hands were cuffed behind my back. Many brand new scars had been added to the current collection on my body. I made a mistake. Young Hyuk was standing under the fluorescent light with a belt in his hands. His uniform was now soaking wet with sweat. Just a moment ago, the belt had hit me on my left eye, which was so bruised that I couldn't even open it anymore. I absolutely hated these simple-minded meatheads, especially when they could overpower me. If he had simply agreed to my proposal, I would have let my buddies find him a few handsome guys as a thank you, then everybody would have been happy. Now he's just torturing me for nobody's benefit. Well, since enticement had not worked out, that left me with the only other choice, threats. Although, how was I supposed to threaten him under the current circumstances? Should I summon that guy? It didn't seem like a good idea. Young Hyuk seemed like he would never get tired. The pain he had inflicted on me was almost to the edge of what I could tolerate. Oh. I had been trying my best to control it, but in the end he still woke up. The light from the swinging bulb cast some moving shadows on his impatient face. Idiot. I took out his pen and stabbed it into him. The pen went straight through his eye. He was dead in an instant. So was my consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself back in the cell. It was a different one this time, and there were more guards at the door. I felt my pocket. As usual, there was another note. I opened it and said, "Your clothes stink. I told him to get you 2 new sets." That bastard had landed me into such a big mess, and all he cared about was some clean clothes? I now had another life on my hands. Ninju's case was still highly inconclusive, but this one was much more straightforward. I indeed killed Young Hyuk. How could this have happened? Damn it. Okay. Stabbing? Throwing chair? Pushing? I have eaten today. And thankfully it was before all this. Young Hyuk was strained in the face by a chair. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. I watched as I broke the handcuffs with my bare hands, and he couldn't process what he was seeing. 2, 3. I stomped his bloody face with my feet over and over again. I had once seen myself break another unfortunate bastard's arm with one stomp. If I keep going, he was going to die. I stepped away from the corner of the dark room, walked towards the center. Ooh. The mysterious force appeared again almost immediately. It was as if there were numerous dark hands that were pushing on my shoulders, grabbing at my ankles, trying to stop me from walking into the light and regaining control of my body. I was pushed down to the ground, but I kept crawling. More hands were grabbing my feet and my legs, dragging me in the opposite direction. I could not give in. I would not give in. At last I grabbed my feet. Enough, you bastard! Get out of here! Hands suddenly scattered away. I could see clearly again. Young Hyuk was crouching in a corner, looking at me with fear. He reminded me of a frightened little rabbit. I had scared him. And he had not realized that the person standing in front of him was a different one now. There was a wallet on the floor. It wasn't mine. I picked it up. There were a few bills, a credit card, and a receipt from a gay bar only a few days ago. As well as a family photo. Beautiful wife, lovely daughter. What a happy family. The happy ladies surely had no idea of the secret life that husband and the father of the family had been leading. The little rabbit had no other choice. Achievement unlocked. Boy interrupted? Ew. Ooh. He was dead, but that was too good for him. Before anyone noticed what had happened, I quickly searched the entire room, found his hospital keycard, some cash, and a Swiss Army knife. I ripped his clothes and pants off him, and then put them on myself so that mine wouldn't get bloody. And I cut his thing off. Nice. Stuffed it in his mouth. Good job. In that moment I felt so relieved. Even the air in this room suddenly felt cleansed. I opened the window and slid down the drain pipe. The security guard on TV was on duty was watching TV in his office at the main gate. I ducked down and snuck past his window, opened the main gate with a swipe of the key card, and ran outside. Finally, I was free. Finally, I could go home. I walked all the way to with the flimsy clothes I was wearing. I walked past Alex's seafood store. I walked past Sumi's family bakery. I walked past a Tabasco and alcohol store that had forgotten to lock up. I picked up the most expensive bottle of vodka from the shelf. It was for my dad. Twice a week, 8 times a month, multiplied by 12. 96 times 2. 192. Let me round it up to 200. I was walking briskly. At the same time, I was quietly calculating how many times Mom had been hit by Dad for the past 2 years. Just an estimate. It was almost sunrise when I finally saw my familiar yet strange home. As expected, Dan was sound asleep. I changed to Mom's favorite coat. I went to the kitchen, picked up the knife that Mom used to cut meat. Ooh. Achievement unlocked, Phoenix from the ashes. Okay. So brain dead, can't say anything. Okay. Well, yes, I have. Okay. Maybe streaming for 9 hours is a bad idea. You should sleep. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go sleep. Head can't make any good thoughts, so... I really like the game so far, clearly. I do want to finish it soon. But I don't know how much longer. I don't know. I thought I could get through half of it, but doesn't seem like that's the case. So maybe this will have to be broken down into probably a couple more parts. So oh, thank you. Oh no, it's covered by the thing. Alright. Okay. Good night. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna sleep and pass out now. Good night. Thank you. See you Friday.